is which version of Fence are you going to see? You know, the Cinderella run or a team that's finally going to hit their ceiling.
And there he is. I mean, again, we talk about legacy. Yes, we're entering into this new chapter, but I don't think people realize, you know, like it wasn't just about Astralis with Glaive. He got so close to greatness even prior to that.
I know.
He's just had this hunger and desire, and to see him at another major, to see him tear up to even be here in that interview he did, I had a bit of a manly tear in my eye. I was like, yeah, go on, Luke.
And I mean, why wouldn't you, right? And you think about his last few weeks or months in the Astralis jerseys, they were rough to watch. Like individually, he was way behind. He even said himself he didn't really put the time he needed to, and he was a bit rough for him. I didn't expect this renaissance of Glaive's career in any shape. Not like that. Not international team. Not with the Ents boys. Not with the 9 core, mind you. And here we are.
Well, I'm glad you said the word renaissance, because, you know, it's not just Glaive having a renaissance. Let's talk about Imperial and Henny or N1.
Oh, I need the chat, though.
Like, people always correct.
I think we settled on Henny, I think.
Yeah, we settled on Henny.
Henny in the club.
Henny and Lucas, not Lucas 1.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's a Lucas here. We do have a few veterans, though, right? And as we pointed out, we talked about this Imperial lineup, and we're talking about, you know, it was that I believe the Last Dance lineup and whatnot. There were like a lot of changes that happened, and Vinny was the last guy remaining from that. He was just kind of like a leftover, so to speak. He teams up with Phelps with Henny, and there were 2 new guys decent in Norway. It's the first time at the major for them as well. And for Henny coming back to the major after 7 bloody years, that's a story in itself.
But it's the thing, Brazilian Counter-Strike history, there have been these players, that second generation that came in after the great ones. They're the ones that have had the strange careers, right?
Yeah, and thank you for saying that, because this graph in itself, you can look at it in a romantic aspect. Oh, it's great to see Henny back. But the harsh truth is, it's been one of the most wasted career we've had at highest level.
True.
We know what he can do. We've seen it in 2017, but then we saw in Furia as well, when he had the double interview. That was
damn,
so
look at that
great.
stage. It's kind of
He popped
nice.
up at the RMR. Yeah. It's almost criminal that we've lost Henny for so long at the highest level. I've never come to peace with that. I've never been okay with it. And if this is going to be the Imperial that pricks him back on the map, I'm glad, because where the hell has he been for so long?
I know.
Where the hell has he been for so
We're seeing
long?
so many returns to form, so many returns to greatness, so to speak. Like we just spoke about Glaive, for
Richard
example.
is back.
Richard's back as well. Well, yeah, I'm still around too.
I don't get enough trouble online. Right, guys, real quick, I gotta get us into the game, so you know we're going thick and fast. We're gonna get into the action. Right, guys, real quick, I gotta get us gonna be a great one. Take it away, guys.
That's not what I wanted. I just want the fucking chat.
Thick and fast, just the way we like it. I didn't know Maniac was so thick and fast for Henny. He's
thick and fast.
Yeah, a shame he's gonna get shut down by Hades in this game. Oh, man, I like it.
Yeah, about to find out why he disappeared. Yeah, he does have one of the curious. I'm not gonna lie. I was actually stunned by that graphic that said he's only been at 1 major, and it was Krakow, because Henny's been around for so long.
Yeah.
And he's always been in the conversation of such a strong opper coming out of Brazil. And let's be honest, his career's had a lot of ups and downs in terms of his individual level. We've seen his op be incredibly impactful, like at the PGL Krakow Major, helping to power that team to the second place finish. Furia, they mentioned, he was obviously incredible. I did compete against him as a Liquid at the time. Very, very tough to handle in that regard as well. But we've also seen moments where his impact and his individual level has dipped.
Let's go, Ents. Let's go, Ents.
You know, voluntary
let's go, Ents.
Is one of the most curious decisions I think that you could look at in terms of, you know, decision making in your career. So he's hopefully going to have a big game here. They're going to need him to take on Ents, and they're going to need some of that RMR form of Henny, and it looks like once again we're going to get a little restart in this. Pisteron team's backing off. You can see Imperial starting to slide out aggressively towards middle, and they just run all the way back.
Yeah, quick little reset here to get things on the way back. I mean, I agree, like Henny's, we know that he's got the strength to do something with, but it's just like the consistency is definitely one of the big issues.
His opping style is like if you look at one side of the spectrum of devices, like a really strong fundamental decision-making opper, Henny's on the other end of the spectrum, like a little bit crazy. You know, at some point he's going to break out and try and do his own thing, and try and just win around on his own.
No, don't hit me with this buffering shit,
that kind of
man.
Always has its sort of ups and downs, and it's always been hard to kind of work Henny into a system that's going to be consistent and reliable. I think that's part of it as well. Let's see.
They go for the 5-down bid, 2-drop B box, 3-stay bid.
Into the canals and head towards the B box.
Oh my god, I like that.
Into that.
They got baited so
I like
hard.
that.
I really can't believe it.
I got baited.
Yeah, they not only open the email, they click on all the extensions, all the executables inside it, Jason. It's miserable. They're completely wrecked here.
Oh my lord.
Oh, that's so sick. The double drop down, you hear it, you're like, oh my god, they're rushing the bomb site, let's go.
I like that. That was a
And
play.
then there's 3 people waiting for you. Oh. We need that solid state discovery sound like that. We need that. Turn the corner and he's like, ooh.
I'm saying, please don't fail me now.
They pulled him right into that. Good little trick from Ents. And they pissed around, and that turns it into a very easy win. There was only one defender at the B bomb site, so you can kind of understand why they wanted to hustle to kind of help, you know? But when they both go down in middle, then it really is just one defender with no one else coming. Easy round for Ents.
Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Those are the 2 options.
Yeah, I know, but when you say it like Glaive just did with a little confidence, it sounds
better.
awesome. Like you love that as a teammate. You're like, yeah, Glaive knows what's happening. They're gonna buy or they're not. He's got the read.
I can outsource all my.
He's got the read. He don't got no read, bro.
That is true though. Like that does feel good, doesn't it? Playing with someone who's just very, very confident. Second round. Now we, in fact, have a little bit more information that Ents do in the moment. We can tell they did not. But USPs, everybody.
Ents don't know that yet.
It's true.
Possibility's still there.
But they are playing like they might, so they're respecting it. They're really making sure.
This Ents team has been such a fun one to follow in this project. I was actually really excited when they picked up the 9 core because I liked a lot of what 9 did, especially on a map like Anubis. I thought 9 had some cool tricks of aggression on the CT side. But I think what's interesting about it is talking to Glaive and having
Hades, Kyler, Goofy, is that the 9 core?
Him kind of saying, you know, I've really had to like come into this team and learn, you know, it's vastly different from his time in Astralis where they had the system, they had the structure, and everyone kind of knew what their roles were. Coming into this, he's like, I've had to like learn to give up a lot of control. Yeah. And he didn't frame it as giving up control, but he framed it as I've had to learn to like put faith and trust in my teammates.
Come on, Kyler.
Know what they're doing and they have impactful and effective ideas.
Yeah, that's important, right? I mean, especially because I think like the disc we're talking about,
they're gonna take that gun and run.
Came into this project with a ton of credit. You know, obviously, yeah, sure, you've won 4 majors and all that, but at the end of the day, people are still going to be turning around saying, yes, but you were playing miserably at the end of Astralis. Like, that's a long time ago now. Like, the game has changed. Who really cares what you did back then?
And also, remember, he came into this team expecting to inherit, like, a top 3 team in the world. That Ents was with some pious, you know, with nerds. He was just like, I'm going to take over, you know, in Snappy as he departs and still have a very strong team. And then it was like, oh.
It's really worth highlighting, like, how crazy it was what happened, right? Because it's true, he came into that right at the end of the year, right? Like in Abu Dhabi or whatever. And
they were playing that event in Blast in Abu Dhabi and also trying to figure out who they were going to pick up.
There you go.
It was 36 hours away, 48 hours away, I think.
So he had literally, I think, less than 48 hours to try
easy
to
for
Ents.
It's
such a wild story. So the fact that it's worked is just to underscore. It's really remarkable. Now, just to recap this round, they did actually save a Galil, and they got a bunch of kills with it. So, you know, Ents obviously sure to win the round. That's probably the most important takeaway. But still a little bit frustrating, I think, for Ents to be giving that much away.
Well, the Galil really is the impact of that. I mean, sure, it can get some kills in this round, but if you look at Vinny's money, the fact that he's able to keep 1,600 in the bank, that's going to help him down the road. That could be an extra off for Henny. That could be an extra buy, an extra M4 dropped over to a teammate. So that extra cash is going to go a long way down the stretch. Ents show presence in A main. They want to take control with the Molly and utility. It's going to force out counter nades early from Vinny, the anchor of the bomb site.
My boy Hades.
Yeah, with the AWP, but in the middle taking a look. But the Mac 10, which also could be you know, an interesting thing to think about in this round. Got head armor and 4 people, but Henny is the only one without, so you know, he runs into the Mac 10, could be a little bit of a different fight there.
It's so nice that they forced that utility out over at the A bomb site though, because now they're essentially pressuring 2 sides. You know, Vinny has to be very cautious, thinking they have control of A main. Now you have Diho with the Molotov, who gets control of Dark.
Oh my, they're gonna hit A here, and you know, they are ready for it.
He was a monster in this position with his impact coming out of Dark.
Look at the setup. There's 4 people at this bomb site. They've pulled, there's nobody in the middle, there's only 1 person at the A bomb site. They've pulled everyone over on this side.
Oh, now they're going over.
Here comes
So risky.
an exact. I'm worried that they're going to fall right back, though, and actually they push forward to see what they can find at this A bomb site. Diha gets checked, but Hades is there for a double kill. And now they
Nice
can back
job,
away from A.
Hades.
They've pulled all the defense over here. Bomb is... Oh, they're going to commit. They're going right back in.
That could be the end of them. 3 people are here waiting. Grenade will land right on top, and they're not going to try and beat it, so they'll allow the bomb to go down at the very least. A little bit of a fight here breaks out. It's Hades
What is
coming out on
that?
top. Again, a 3rd kill for him. And Henny...
Now look at
So
Kyler
what
with
they
the
do
fucking
here.
perfect fucking. Oh,
Well,
they hurt him.
footsteps made by Kyler. Didn't realize they were going to fall back after that kill from Hades, so he goes down, but that's a nice win from Ents, pulling him across the map. Good job between Diha and Hades to eliminate that push out of dark.
Wait.
And it's 3
So
to
the
nothing.
major started and we have no major stickers?
I think it's an important thing
That's
to note
wild.
as well. We talked a lot about Henny and his impact and how good he's been on various Brazilian lineups over the years. Hades is the engine of this team on the other side. The Oppers are big pieces of both of these teams.
Yeah.
And Hades obviously in this round doing it with the AK-47. When his op gets out, it's super impactful as well. But Hades has been a main driving force of the 9 team previously, and now of this Ents team. He's the guy you expect to put up volumes of frags.
My order was dropped off. I'll be right back.
I think he's one of my favorite offers at the moment. I think just as a you know, in terms of how fun is it to watch him play, I just think it's off the charts. Like there are definitely times where he has way less of an impact on certain maps, but my god, like when he's really hitting with the shots with the AWP, it's so interesting.
Remember, he's got a cool story as well. Remember, this is the 2nd time in the Ents jersey.
Yeah.
He was on the team with Snappy way early on before they brought in Sampaias, and he was actually dropped out of that line. Ooh, good push. That's the one way. And Ents didn't even notice it was coming.
I think Dia might have saw it, but I think he had a grenade in his hand. He swapped from the grenade and just wasn't ready. Oh no. I'd love to see that again. Nice grenade blow up there, and Hades is deleted from the round. Imperial starting to look a lot more serious now.
Yeah, this is a good stop. Really good punish with the nade mechanic. Glaive and Kyler to try and recover the round. Glaive's got a headshot. They peek out from Temple. Kyler wasn't ready. I think he had utility.
What happened on
He's
round
taken down
3,
by
bro?
Phelps as well. 3 to 1. Ooh. Okay, there's a difference between when Ents wins a round and when the Brazilians win a round.
Yeah, you could tell.
The Brazilians got that energy, bro.
Early on, that's
Glaive is just about
absolute
business.
need.
Glaive is about straight business, bro.
These best of ones. Not gonna get any easier the longer you move forward.
Yeah, well, that trick will probably only work once. It'll be interesting to see when he brings it out again. But I think, you know, that smoke, while it normally is also the alarm bells start ringing when you
Straight
see that
business,
smoke,
Brody.
you know, certainly no one from Ents is going to take it for granted again.
A UMP
Straight
is
business.
important to play by Diha, so it's interesting. Really rare sight these days, I feel like.
Oh, see, Taco Bell breakfast.
BP like to bring it out.
Yeah, there are a couple of people who will do it every once in a while, but it's rare.
Not bad.
Or an attempt to double push, it got denied. They kind of stacked on top of
Hydrate.
each other. Hades able to bring
got
down
you,
on their
bro.
way.
Don't you worry
This
about
score's
it.
looking more and more dangerous. Henny firing off shots into the smoke, pushing A main. Vinny wants to take back a little control and a little bit of information that Goofy tucked into the corner is watching for. Looks like Vinny wants to hard clear this. Oh, but these kills might take his attention away, and it will. Oh, he almost gets the double kill. Glaive and Kyler in a 2v2.
Getting that one, suddenly it's a 1 versus 2, but if Glaive can get this kill, he knows the other player is going to be very low on health. He's snuck in behind. Can he see him? Not
Come
quite
on,
yet.
Glaive.
He needs that smoke to fade. 40 seconds. Backup is miles away still. And he's actually escaped. I can't believe it. Henny, how did he get out of the bomb site? There we go, shooting Glaive.
Muito caralho! Muito caralho! Bora, porra! Boa, Vinão.
He found the perfect route to walk
Yeah.
through the smoke.
The Brazilians are hype.
Glaive was so close to discovering his position. If that was a quick trade,
The Brazilians are hype.
Glaive had a real chance at winning it. Good round from Henny and Phelps defending against this split. They shut it down. Really not even access to the bomb site. The kills all come out before Ents even enters the choke points. That is a strong defense and a good information
Puta
push
que
out of Henny as
malo.
well. Ents is knocked back down to pistols.
Imperial with chance to really make a bit of a run of it here.
Oh, that goes like right outside of me, man. That's kind of cool.
They get a really strong opening to the bomb side. They get the bomb planted, but otherwise, should be able to hold on to this one.
Oh.
Vinny and Henny.
If I just don't get a few rounds here,
Just
it's scary for the boys.
the defensive grenades.
I told you, bro. BO1s.
Not even a flashbang on the T side to try and get through.
Anything can happen.
I think a bomb plant that'd be really nice. It's a lot to ask for.
Yeah, all you really have in this round is Hades Deagle. That can provide you an opening. There's a P250 on the board as well, but actually no, there's not. It's all Glocks around that Deagle. And already one player goes down, it's Goofy. And Vinny sees the armored pistol and he's like, I want more of them. I want more of them. He's only gonna get one, and he's here to pick up the pieces. AK-47 will be picked
Penny
up at the end
Bader.
of the day as well, and Imperial's gonna tie things up at 3.
That's very hungry for Vinny. He was really feeling it. I guess it doesn't matter too much, but you know, could have probably played it more safely.
Yeah, good. But why would you? You know?
The free kills are out there.
Você viu contado? Ai, que cara lixo.
Having a great time.
Yeah, they're having a lot of fun. Having a lot of fun considering the stakes.
That's great though. I mean, like, that's the kind of mindset you want to be in. If you can laugh your way through the game early on.
Good mental, baby.
The fact that you lost the
That's
first
half
couple
the
rounds,
battle.
it's still pretty
Good fucking mental.
Alright, 7-2 for Henny, leading the way for Imperial in the early stages.
You have a good mental.
In the first half.
What the
the
fuck
first
are you
half.
doing, bro?
Hades with 6, doing the same for Ents. Guns back in the board, and there's the deep Molotov smoke combination that can activate Phelps for a bit of aggression, which we know he loves. However, the utility sequence is going to put Ents at attention for this kind of a play.
Look at this, bro.
They might end up looking for it. We'll see if they're going to be aware.
They're not aware.
Grenades, Molotov landing.
They're not aware.
As well to buy a little bit of time, but clear outside of the A-bomb side is real far away. So will be this fight on the bridge that's going to, I think, decide a lot of this round.
Well, Phelps has largely been left alone. Mid-player backs away. No Way's just kind of keeping... Oh, Glaive swings and finds... I'm not even sure he was ready for that fight, but a big win.
He walked into it and he wasn't even
That
running.
was
I think he
wild.
just walked right out. I'd love to see a replay from Glaive's point of view. That is real interesting. 4
That
versus
was pretty
5.
wild.
That looked like it should have gone the other way. And if it had, who knows? There would have been I think the Senti would have been able to swing in behind it. There could have been a bit of a collapse there in the middle. 40 seconds now instead, and they're making their way through Ents, trying to see if they can open up the map here. A lot of fights ahead of him, and he's going to be traded. It's Glaive once again, coming in with the kill. Now Vinny, the only defender.
Let's go, baby.
He sees the shadow and gets a bit of an advantage doing that.
Good smoke behind him as well. That's going to give him some safety inside A main for the
So,
retake. Imperial's going to go for this. Glaive's very low on HP.
This is... If Hen 1 gets a single pick,
Smoke is buying a lot of time for
Imperial
Vinny.
wins the
No way
round.
to step up.
Hen 1's flanking right now, but they do have that having
Flash
control.
Going deep inside of the bomb site. It's actually a great
2 are
flashbang,
coming
but
from
they
A
just
main.
can't swing deep enough to find anyone behind the cake there. Bombs
Oh,
ticking
good
away,
round.
and a headshot from
Save your
Hades
fucking
makes
op.
things a lot worse. The
Never
ult
mind.
finally put into play, but it might have been
Yeah.
too late. Kyla gets the shot.
Now you lost the
I
round.
don't think there's any time for it here, Henny. Even if you wanted to,
Now you
find
lost the
one more
round.
kill, you can't find both
Let's
kills
go,
on the
Ents!
pick, so
Easy for Ents!
huge victory in this round. Really important that they pick this one up.
Yeah, but you're right. With 2 players going through A main with no
Fuck yeah, bud.
Canals to join up with Vinny.
Got this fucking...
Basically an impossible situation
I'll
with
show
the
you.
op trying to kind of instigate
This
that
fucking
retake on its
Taco
own. You
Bell
wanted that
breakfast,
second
bro.
front, but because it's an AWP, it's
Oh
really
my
just
god.
so
They
unwieldy
kind of
with
burnt
all
it
the
a little
angles you
bit.
have to clear.
That's aight.
And good play from Ents as well. I mean, Glaive is holding onto camera, holding onto the temple rotate. You had one player aggressive towards heaven as well to watch.
Oh,
for
so
the
crazy.
retake.
I feel like the
Good
Brazilians,
positioning.
Imperial,
Once you
having
realize
fun,
Vinny
and
was
Ents
in the lane,
is
that could've
just
been a
like
confusing
here
chaotic
for a
round. They
business
handled
trip.
it fantastically.
And this being
Look at the smoke. They smoked the fucking bitch stairs.
It's kind
Double
of
piggy
to
box.
start to pick up some of these rounds. Even if 3-3 was leaving me a bit nervous.
Double
If it was
nady
next
box.
one, then it's no more money for Imperial, and it's a bit of an open question once
And now
again.
what?
If Imperial
Now you
has
just fought for all that space for no
it's-
reason?
It's gonna start to make Ents sweat a little bit, I think.
Yeah, see, bro? I was telling my guy Yachts this, bro.
Back towards that dark position.
These motherfuckers do not smoke B main, bro. They just post up on it. They smoke E-boss.
Really on both sides, on C and CT side. You see them on either side of the map, just playing only this one part of the map.
You can see the importance of gaining that part of the map from Ents as well. Double Molotov, one in dark, one at the pillar just outside the entrance. So they really want to force that defense into a passive setup at the
Come on.
Imperials out of nades. They have a Molotov on Phelps. They've got
I need
a
Ents.
on Decency.
Actually,
That's about it.
I kind of have to root for Imperial.
Due to losing control of dark.
Because NA needs some more spots in this next major.
Which means Vinny
But
playing way back.
We know who I'm actually rooting
He's
for.
got no teammates to help him, no utility to activate himself.
Yeah,
Come on, Vinny, pop off.
Yeah, the bomb side
Okay.
is getting lost here. It's an impressive kill to take down Glaive. You had the AK on the other side, but the bomb is still going to get
we're for a
planted.
retake.
What could they do to retake?
They're all
I'm not
they're all
seeing
together.
on anyone, so this is going to be quite difficult.
Oh, Kyler, don't you fucking do it, Kyler.
You realize here, Kyler on the one side, Stier on the other one, a little bit of a swing, but
Yeah.
it does go down.
Uh-oh.
So far,
Uh-oh.
they are running out of players. Goofy having himself a bit of a round here, 2 kills so far.
Nice
It
shots.
makes it a third one, and Henny, you miss a shot here, you're gonna be dead, and he's trying to bait it in. There's the miss, and Goofy to clean up the round, 4 kills to his name.
Easy for
He's
ends,
actually the
ends,
savior of that
puta,
round.
puta,
That's a
ends,
disadvantaged
puta,
post-plan
puta,
for Ents.
ends.
And the aggressive positions don't really yield them a whole lot. Just one kill coming through camera. The Heaven player got taken out for free. Kyler tried to get aggressive. It's all Goofy playing way far back, who's able to just clean things up. And the lack of utility, not enough flashes, no smoke, no Molotov in towards A main. It gives Goofy all the comfort in the world to just jiggle, to repeat,
Jiggle,
hold the
jiggle,
angle, and pick
jiggle,
players
jiggle.
off.
Jiggle, 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 jiggle.
Big round from Ents.
Huge round from ends.
Yeah, positively clowning on Henny at the end.
I mean, you had everything. I mean, a fantastic post plant from Goofy, but also Glaive called a fantastic round. Completely outplays them. Forced 4 players to shift over to the B bomb.
And they
Gets that
need
bomb
a
plant for free,
timeout.
Even if he goes down after the fact, tactically he did his job. And that round is super important because there's not a lot of money
No.
on the Imperial side of things. So they're going to have to sit around out. Everyone huddled right around 2K. Can't really invest a whole lot.
Oh, excuse me.
And this is where, as you mentioned, a T-sided map, this is where you can really start to run up the scoreboard once you have economic control. So Imperial, I think, wisely don't invest anything. Losing bonus can't be all that impressive.
Oh, what's
2
up, chat?
rounds.
Yeah, it's on the low side, isn't it?
They're gonna
Who
get
we rooting for,
2,400.
chat?
So
Who
they
we
won't
rooting
have
for?
an AWP on Henny.
Look at DR behind the mat and guessing the economy, knowing that why not? He could be the scout to find any stacks. He can do whatever he wants in this round. It doesn't really matter. To find an empty bomb site, in fact.
It's not a bad weapon to use at dark. Even against guns, it can be super effective. How mobile it is, how fast you can be with it, the spray and pray factor. So Hades is left all alone with his AWP, and he's got to be careful. He's got to fall back if he needs it, but he can get swarmed by these 5 USPs.
That kind of sends them back. You
Yeah.
walk into the order, they're like, all right, you know what? Nobody else go that way.
I thought maybe they would just kind of
Yeah, save these USP,
guys.
guys.
Deal with the dark player after that, so
No,
Imperial
they're
just
gonna
kinda
try to get
calls
a
it
kill,
off.
I
So
think,
6 to
right?
3 is going to be the score in the favor of Ents.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really criticize them for what they're doing here, Imperial. It's not like there's a lot to be necessarily won. Hyla have a bit of a shooting gallery.
Death matching.
1 kill, yeah. It's all right. They do a little bit of damage to the Ents economy, but it is negligible. 6 to 3. Curious. There's going to be a switch up in the style here for Imperial.
Timeout called by Ents to talk things over for these final 3 rounds of the opening half. Gives Imperial a chance to have a conversation about how to work this defense moving forward.
Dun dun dun.
A little bit more serious in the camp of Imperial. They were laughing at one point, having a really good time.
We're good. We're good.
3 in a row, that was looking pretty good. Bit of a different feeling at the moment. And to be honest, again, I think just more evidence that whatever it is Glaive is doing with this squad is actually working really well.
He's calling a really good game, you know, between the dark utility and the mid utility to force back the defense into positions where they can't get a whole lot of information, to get them into the point where they're kind of playing blind on the CT side, really exploiting the T side advantage on Anubis. It has been a great game called from Glaive so far.
I'm seeing an ult that's been put into play. Vinny, one to pick that one up. They cannot afford the AWP like you pointed out, so we're getting denied that.
And it's so strong, the AUG, in the position that Vinny has it in at the moment. And remember, he's been exploited a couple of times when Imperial has run out of utility by no fault of his own. Just tactically, he's always been put in disadvantages, so trying to use the AUG to even that up. And oh man, No Way is lucky to be alive. Phelps eats the bullet for him, and No Way gets a response, but he's brought very low, 14 HP. And you just know Diha's got to be thirsty to find that kill.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to try and swing for it. Senti in there in the middle, he's going to get found right away. It's a disaster. They needed that kill to go the other way to even still be in the round. Now, 4 versus 3 with No Way practically being dead already. Bleeding out on the B-bomb side. This is starting to look very, very tricky.
Bro, I fucking hate Valorant, bro.
In this round, in this position, it's just you're playing for yourself. Glaive calling for the other 3 of them. And Diha's allowed to pick and choose his moment from Dark with this MAC-10 when he feels like it's possible.
It's getting real close now. Bullet will do it. And he will find the kill. He goes down, but it doesn't really matter. He's found 50% of what's left of the team for Imperial.
Yeah, the only thing changes that means the main player's got to hustle and go for this trade. Glaive is going to lurk in middle, so Vinny, if he doesn't get it, oh, he's been spotted out. Glaive just barely missed the timing, but it gives Hades all the information he needs with the AWP. Bomb being planted, and Henny once again in an impossible retake.
This is working out so well. Glaive's understanding of the pieces that are in play in that round, like you pointed out, with Diha just hanging around the dark and the rest of the team playing for themselves, absolutely sick. Henny be magical if you get close to it in this round. Even it's not going to happen. Kyler will take 1 more kill. He's 3 in this round. And Ents are now starting to pull away in a serious fashion here.
Let's go, Ents.
Imperial, they're hurting.
I think Kyler and this team is going to turn into a real cool piece that we talk a lot about for this Ents roster. He's got some skills, and I think under Glaive, I think he's gonna flourish within this Ents roster. He's going to be a fun player to watch in 2024, and obviously all throughout this major. 4-round lead for Ents, and back to a very rough buy for Imperial. MP9 on Phelps, couple upgraded pistols. Nothing to be super happy about.
For the 11th round and a half, you're basically being forced to do this. It definitely doesn't feel good at all.
And I love these little changes in philosophy from Ents as well. Like these past 2 rounds, we've seen very fast challenges in B main. Seen Ents more than happy to take these angles.
See, no B main smoke, and they just sit there and fight. Oh,
nice shot with the Deagle. Kyler's going to be forced back as well. Hades is still here with the AWP. If someone strays a little bit too far.
Well, I guess you could say they strayed. They were forced into it, weren't they, with the Molotov. Landing right behind them is a good tool to use. He's aware that someone could be there. They're going to be spotted from dark, yeah. Oh, they stacked on top of each other. That's actually a bit of an unforced error. I don't think they need to do that.
oh my god.
Dude.
Another good headshot. No Way. He's so quick on the trigger here. Hades doesn't want to take the secondary fight. Senti with a
oh my god.
Damage. Look at it. Almost dead. And Diha, he's missed the timing, and that's going to get him killed. Unbelievable. Imperial have no business getting into this round.
Give all the credit over to No Way. 2 1Ds. So spectacular. And Ents, that round, more than any other round where they've tactically played the map, where they've thrown in some trickery, moved across the map, this time they just try and bash their head against the wall till it breaks, but the wall is strong.
No, they just missed some shots.
Save this. He has no HP, no time.
Yeah, I think the double peek from Dark was, I mean, if they just peek one there, Henny just dies, and at least they can get the round back. But
yeah, the team damage helped Henny out a lot in that situation.
It really did, and it just added a lot of chaos to the round that wasn't really necessary. So it's a kind of a small mistake, but I think it actually had a pretty big outcome.
There's that, and then the 2 1-digs from no way. Like every
Yes.
time they try and turn the corner, and those are all advantage fights for Ents. Swinging with the AK-47 against pistols, and just the Deagle hits some absolute bangers. So Ents give one away here. They're going to be frustrated about that.
It's a really big deal.
I mean, look at all the factors. Like Diha checking behind him like twice and just missed the timing on Vinny. Even swings out a little bit wide and Vinny is just hidden. So I mean, there's like 3 or 4 different factors at play in that round that cause Ents to lose it.
Think how this plays out. I mean, if this ends up a 7-5 half instead, even 8-4, I think 8-4 is still pretty competitive for Imperial. They're going to be maybe not in a great position, but they're going to be in a fine position to try and win the map. Nice.
There you go, Hades.
Beating Henny to the punch.
Oh.
Don't get to see that fight too often. And he
Oh, if he hit that, dude.
I say that he's one of the more entertaining players to watch. I mean, it's a bit crazy. It cost him everything in this round, but you have to respect it.
Might have been a little bit too much, but it was there. The possibility was there. When this smoke fades, all decency. Glaive's already kind of walked through, really tested it. He's got
Glaive,
and they'll recover the loss of Hades with 2 kills in mid.
Ucha, Glaive. Ucha, Glaive.
I just get an execute or something. He's had to play so many rounds with his teammates falling around him, and once again, he's just got no good plays to make.
Yeah, Glaive.
There you go, A4.
Against him.
Hopefully. Should be A4.
Such a lot to be said for the story of this Ents team. We already went over a couple of these things. Diha finding the last one there with a great flash assist. 8-4 the first half in favor of Ents, but you know, the fact that Glaive managed to qualify over the rest of the Astralis squad is just, I mean, that in itself is like a funny side story, you know?
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious.
I think so. Like,
It's major time. Hallelujah, it's major time. Hey, hey, my name is Ja. I like to fuck my girl in the butt. Yeah. Oh my. Sorry, that just came out. I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah.
What do we do?
How did this happen? How did this future come to pass? What a round from Glaive as well. He's done a great job. I mean, obviously we've touched on his calling in that half. It was fantastic, but also, I mean, kind of, you know.
What do you think the pressure on Glaive is? Like, yo, you got to do something here.
And be like, this is what I'm calling. This is what I'm doing, and I'm gonna lead from the
This
front.
is why we brought you in.
And he's put some impactful opening kills on the board. Imperial switches over to the T side as Ents takes the defensive positions. 2 players, including the bomb towards A main. That's going to be dropped in.
Goofy, go Goofy. Go Goofy, Goofy.
He's got no backup. It's just him. Hades can swing from the bomb site, but he'd be exposed to B main.
I mean, if your time to kill is low enough here, Goofy, you can stay alive. You can keep it going. But obviously, if it takes a while to get the first kill, you're just going to get absolutely swung upon. We'll see.
They're trying to bait a shift in this defense. They're trying to bait someone to peek. It's just Vinny committed. That's a nice kill. That might force Goofy to consider.
It takes a little bit too long. He's engaged in the fight, and Phelps will take him down. Nice little flick there. Hades, you need another headshot. It's gonna be too late. They've picked up the dualies. No way will take him out, so the bomb is going to get planted, and it'll be Glaive. Technically, it could be one, but he needs the first couple of kills here to be really smooth.
And he's got no kit, so even if he wins the first one, any extended fight after the fact is going to be near impossible. Nice pistol. Both teams picking up the T-side pistol round. But Imperial can get back to their winning ways.
Yeah, really important round to get on board. Like we said, 4 rounds in the first half. It's not amazing, but it you know, especially I think in MR12 CS2, like it's enough that you can have an impact on the game. And now at 8-5, they're gonna keep it going. We'll see what Ents can manage to put together once they get the rifles. It's not yet. Not angry. I'm just disappointed.
That's a nice AK.
Where would you do a flash peek here?
I mean, I probably set it up for the A-bomb side, like try and hide behind all the walls and just hope that they show up.
Wait for them to commit, or are you going aggressive? You flashing boats and swinging?
No, I'd wait for them to commit.
Okay.
Try and hold back.
Sure. As long as you can.
But it's 200.
It's just 200.
It's just
been preaching that for years.
Almost always worth it, I feel like. Yeah, can't win the lottery, and if you don't buy
a ticket.
Yeah, don't buy the ticket.
Yeah, that's fair.
Say that all the time.
Well, your little ace stack with a flashbang wouldn't have panned out in this round.
Definitely not.
You would have wasted $200.
Blown up in the sky.
Yeah, then you would have had to save a flashbang, and you feel like a real dickhead saving a flashbang.
Yeah, that's true. You can throw it anyway, just for fireworks.
Just make it look good.
Listen, how often do people how many dollars do we shoot into the sky every New Year, 4th of July, or whatever it is?
True. You make a compelling argument, Anders.
Yeah.
I can't battle with the fireworks angle.
That's what I'm saying.
Triple stack. Ah, I thought they were gonna triple stack.
Into the sink,
That is my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, I've seen you do it.
Buy an expensive bottle of champagne at the club and pour it into a sink.
While the poor people are watching. Please, I need food.
Or
I don't know why they're in the club, but
I don't know why they're looking for food in the champagne.
It's just me. It's a little bit of a slaughter going on here. The Galil's having a field day. 3 kills. Goofy, I think, running under the site in the desperate hope that he could keep someone close to the bomb for them to go up with. It's not going to be successful, but it's worth the attempt.
All right, back to smiles.
Here we go.
Let's get the celebration.
Big round.
Yeah, exactly. It's a party over
this is
there.
the thing that I miss the most about Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Sure.
Like, all the confidence kind of went out of the scene at some point.
Uh-huh.
But when it was good, like when they were really winning,
it was thriving.
So sick.
Yeah, fun to watch.
It
for
was.
Sure. Well, Imperial's going to try and get some of that magic back.
I should have got 2 coffees, man.
Down by 2, 6-8 into the first gun round. Hades has his op. It's glass cannon. No armor, no utility for Hades. That smoke is going to force him back.
It's fairly winnable at the moment. Noe and 14 kills, Henny at 13. They got a couple of individuals that are fired up. They're only 2 rounds behind. Especially if they can win this first round here. Hence, finally some rifles are out across the map.
Nice.
On the middle,
Get some shots here, buddy.
On the Imperial side, that's really pushing it, but
that's a cool smoke from Kyler.
Uh-oh.
Flashbang in is going to force a shot from Hades, so Imperial has a little bit of information of where the AWP is positioned. They have mid control up till the double doors. Decency has engaged with Glaive and doesn't really have a whole lot of HP, but they're committed to this A bomb site.
So many Molotovs raining down. That's a good way to try and beat the AWP. Is just make it impossible to stand anywhere with all the flashbang around the corner as well. Yeah, and Hades, they know there's only a couple of places you could play from. They burned or smoked every other part of the site out. Now he's still gonna get a kill somehow. Tries to go for the flick, but he gets swung upon by Phelps instead. And that's enough. I think that's the round.
Yeah, so much runway. Look at how they're going to go for this. They're going to go for this. They're challenging from camera. Glaive is very committed. They're boxed in from behind as well. Good kill from Glaive, but Decency is going to come in and ruin everything. First kill is his. Second kill is even easier. And Dia, you might just want to grab Hades off and run.
Surely, yes.
No kit.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you have the kit, you could have smoked it off and tried to see if you can go for the defuse, but where is that AWP? All right, here we go. They're gonna know, and they're already flanking him. Decency's right there. On top, jumping down with a headshot on Diha. That's the AWP stolen back.
This is a game now.
Yeah, and that's really nice. Despite, I mean, 2 players.
This is a game now.
Hades was forced out of the site by a Molotov. Dia just shaking his head. A perfect flashbang off the pillar. Look how blind Kyler is. Can't do anything close up with the SMG. And Imperial take advantage of that real estate. There's no more resistance at the stairs, no resistance at the jump up. They get so aggressive towards beach, where Hades is just trying to survive with the AWP and wait for his teammates. Early days on defense for Ents, not looking great. First gun round, they get battered and bruised. And Imperial on the verge of tying it up.
Yeah, it's developing into a serious concern for them here. 1 round separating the 2. I think that the extent of the execute from even outside of the A-bomb side, you could see, I think Hades had to run away from 2 different Molotovs. He couldn't play the traditional high ground because there was a smoke there. So they don't have to check a lot of places. Once they take the first fight, they kind of realize, okay, you can only be in like 1 or 2 places.
And it could have gone differently. Remember, that was a glass cannon off with no utility. Ooh, Hades.
Ooh.
I thought maybe he could have doubled that up. But if Hades has utility with that AWP, he can potentially smoke the Molotov, right? He can put it out inside the bomb site. He can still play that position, still keep Kyler in a decent enough fight. He could have smoked a main at any point during that, denied access to him, made that execute harder to pull off. It's just the lack of resources is so limiting to what he could do with the AWP. So 8-8 is going to be the scoreline. Next round, we're going to get Ents back with weapons. I would be surprised if we didn't see a timeout going into this next round.
Yeah. If
Hey.
nothing else, just try and cool down Imperial a little bit so they don't get all the momentum going. Isla's walked on there, looking to find a last player at the last second here, but they see it coming. They're going to be able to get rid of him. It's all around well played as the game is tied up 8-8. Imperial not rolling over too easily in this game. Still doing work on this side.
They've got so much money built up on the Imperial side. Look at the cash. Henny with 7,200 and op in hand. Picked up from Hades, a free op that he gets in this half. So here we go, round 17. This time Hades brings his op over to the B-bomb site. Molotov is going to prevent any aggression that he might have wanted to bring out. Flashbang is going to prevent him from seeing Henny, who's now got a deep angle with the op.
Just dangerous. No flick connecting there for Henny. How many people they've got here, Ents? If they can't hold the bomb site with 4 people, they're in a lot of trouble.
And Vinny's, I don't think they'll expect Vinny. I think they would have expected Smoke and Dark. Now they'll know. Now they'll know there's presence there.
Get one more. Get one more. Get one more. Oh my god, you're a demon going with the USP.
Safety inside Dark eliminates that half of the attack, and now things are under control.
He got the call and he knew that he was maybe a little bit tagged up and he just went for it. He's so bold. Again, really entertaining play to watch, but there is a world in which that backfires and the round is back on for Imperial. They're going to go for it immediately.
Yeah, it was almost like Hades felt so much pressure from B main. He thought they were going to be coming through that smoke. Glaive gets 1 kill through the smoke, so maybe that held them back, but that's just a nice stop overall, but a little bit of a risk taken. You're right, from Hades.
Which I don't mind. I mean, you gotta try something, right? They're starting to fall a little bit behind in this game.
Well, Decent T is going to listen to some music.
Dun, 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 dun.
I don't know if he's enjoying the vibes too much in the camera, but
No, he's not dancing. Saving the weapons, though, knowing that Ents don't have the money to hunt. That's a good round from Ents, though. 4 players survive, so they can build up some cash.
beautiful. I wish you could see Jason dancing at home, but
Yeah, I'm dancing.
it's a good time. Okay, 1 round lead. It's really not that much.
Timeout called.
The economy is going to be the really deciding difference here for either team, but I think especially for Ents, the way that they are right now, if there is a scenario where they get reset once again, it's possible for Imperial to almost get to map point at that point in time.
They haven't had the same level of
Dun, dun, dun.
ability around the map that we saw from Ents in the first half, right? Everything seems to be like, we're attacking A this round, let's make it work.
that's
We're
true.
attacking B this round, let's make it work. And they've only had 2 gun rounds, so we'll see how this half progresses.
I mean, I can respect it. I think sometimes
I think too, like Hades sees the utility being thrown, right? He's
Yeah.
like, Grenade just comes out, I have like maybe a second to make this play.
I'm going for it. He's that kind of player. Like his confidence, his own abilities is pretty high. Good reason. 9-8. I don't really mind it if Imperial are a little bit more one-dimensional in how they approach the game, because if you don't have the kind of calling that Glaive is going to bring to a team like Ents, then it's probably not worth trying it. It's probably better to just try and be a little bit more direct. Speaking of calls coming out, it's a 3-man push. Now, Glaive will go down in the middle, but this could be a real
Yeah,
shot.
they don't know that they have
Quite
all
far
this
away, so they're
fucking
gonna find that
info.
immediately, but
See, this is shit we don't do enough, man.
Well, I think at this point with Ents in these positions, it's almost like you have, I want to say you have to shift somebody away, but you still got to be concerned about Dark. But certainly a lot is going to rest here. Hades looking for the follow-up peek, misses the shot, but No Way doesn't want to challenge that. Goofy finds the equalizer.
He said, no way I'm challenging that. Sorry, that was corny. That was corny, that was corny.
Surely you don't peek this.
That was corny, that was my bad, that was corny.
He saw the elbow, he wants him to do it again. But Dihas on the other side, yeah, they're going to call in somebody else. They know the AWP was down there now, so now they're definitely not going to peek it. 40 seconds left. Grenades being thrown into the A bomb site. They're flashing into A main as well. Really trying to put some pressure on, and now they come for Dark instead. Goofy on the great trade. Leaves Henny and Vicente alone.
Good shit, Goofy.
24 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to follow it right back up. They don't know what's going on over at the A bomb site. They haven't been there. Goofy's doing a great job. Hades is close by as well, but he's shifting back towards middle just in case. Timing is everything.
That's actually an ace. He got all 5 kills in the round. The timing could not have been better. Goofy able to save Ents in this round.
That's magnificent. That's a very awkward, drawn-out round.
W Goof.
Yeah.
The tension of Diha and Goofy playing in Dark as well. This is even aware of the possibility. But this is all Diha's distraction allows Goofy to double up. And from here, no options left. And that's what is just
I'll heat that up in a little bit.
Winning by being at the right place at the right time.
Well, it looked like Imperial was putting some good things together, but money's running low. If they can't win this round, they're in a ton of trouble. Goofy missed the play. He's going to pay for it with his life.
Whoa!
Round 19.
Big opening to this bomb site.
Whoa!
That's probably it. That's the round 1.
And that is just no frills Counter-Strike. That is get into Dark as fast as possible, challenging from B main, causing the defenders to panic just a little bit and finding a gap.
You're right though, he missed the timing. That can happen, but the fact that he got Diha as well, that's so ridiculous. Like, how did Phelps know?
That was the B players calling it. That was the B players who saw him get there early on. That's due to the pressure they were applying from both choke points right out of the gate so aggressively. And Diha was just dumping utility to try and find an escape that wasn't there. And that's a beautiful round. Nothing special. It's just so massively important at a point where Imperial have no money if they're to lose this. 5 players survive, nice and simple, 2 quick kills, get the win, get out, and rinse and repeat. Let's go again.
I mean, they do that a couple more times, and they've pretty much got it, right? You don't have to overcomplicate it if you're on the Imperial side here. It's not strictly speaking required, especially if you got openings like that.
The only bummer about it is only the 2 kills. You don't dig into the economy a whole lot for Ents. They still have cash to buy in this round to replenish. And moving forward. Now they want to challenge mid with a bit of aggression, but they drop out into canals.
They find the same opening towards Dark once again. Diha's suddenly here. Little spam coming through on either side. And it's Phelps and no way to open it up. It's absolutely perfect once again.
Yeah.
They
similar round, just pressure out of the gate. And this B bomb site from 2 different choke points, they've got to give attention to each one, and it might be time to pull a 3rd player over to start these rounds. You have 1 player watching B main, 1 player watching Dark, and neither of them able to handle the pressure back-to-back rounds. And Imperial have just found the easiest way possible to even things up. And more importantly, with 2 clean wins like this, with 5 players surviving, they don't have to worry about their economy, essentially, for the rest of this half, it feels. They're going to have plenty of cash to buy as many times as they need to get this victory.
It's so fun watching the different philosophies play out because, you know, we really did see a very, very different approach in the first half with Ents being on the T side and Glaive manipulating the defense, you know, forcing Imperial to rotate around the map and then exploiting those rotations against them. Whereas this is a lot more direct.
And it's got to be a little bit tricky and hard for Ents because it's like you can't just like have a timeout and just be like, all right guys, just hold the B bomb site better, right?
Try not to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I mean, I guess you can try and play further back, but obviously you give up a lot of real estate.
But this is where we get to see the tactical boldness of Imperial and how they want to play this, because you've now abused that B bomb site. And
oh, there's so many bitches, man.
Where really the solution is an extra player, which weakens somewhere else on the map. So now we get to see if Imperial is going to change things up, take advantage of that, call something towards the A bomb site, call something towards middle.
And surely also one of the worst feelings if you're Glaive would be to make the rotation to the B bomb site, to get the extra player there, and then that's when they hit A, and you're like, oh, well, now we've really been outplayed, you know?
Exactly, and I mean, that's the hard part for Glaive and Ents to figure out, because that's going through Glaive's head, because that Glaive's like, that's what I do.
Yep. Yeah, you know, you've got them rattled, they're a little bit nervous. Also, if you don't make the call and they do it a third time, you're like, God damn, like, why are we should have had more players here. Glaive in the middle, that might have made up for it, but he can't get a headshot. Good trade.
That's the second time he's did that.
Side. I'll take this one, Phelps. Has he seen Goofy? If not, he might just see him in a second here. Oh, could be a free kill if he get the headshot.
They saw the deep Molotov at the stairs, so they knew the potential was there, which is why Phelps was so heads up about it. Now, this is the real tricky one. With that trade in middle so quickly, Decency has gotten very far pushed up towards Temple, and he's been quiet this whole time. And this has to make DHB really consider the timing of it. Utility at the B bomb site's gonna pull him back, and Decency makes his move. This is starting to come together very nicely for Imperial.
Yeah, look at how they've wrapped their tentacles around the bomb site. Isla, though, it's a very important kill. Taking out of Phelps, it's a bit of a start, but they still have to worry about this potential backstab that's coming in.
They're not worried enough.
But they're not. Shot, what an opening. He's done it all. Taking down Glaive at the start of the round in the middle, and then wrapping around the bomb site again.
Dude.
They can't hold that B bomb. It's a very different way they lose it this time, but it's just as devastating.
Yeah, well, they knew there was the potential for that lurk, right? They knew the potential was there. Diho was looking for it for quite some time, but if you don't ever get a player to join up with you so you can actually go clear it, it's so hard to find that out on your own. There's so many timings you have to ignore and miss to handle that if you're Diha. And this Ents defense is getting demolished. 3 rounds in a row now. 3 rounds straight for Imperial. Fast and aggressive each and every round. And this is the fun part of different philosophies in Counter-Strike. Glaives is a little bit slower, more calculated, tactically moving around the map. This is a lot more brute force, a lot more quick pace to it. See what you get on that initial contact and emphasize that opening trade and play the round out from there. And kind of improvise in the mid-round as you go along with what's been provided.
And once you hit the kind of flow state of calling like that, it's just very, very hard to stop, right? Ents have got to feel like they're losing grip, and they are. 11-10 is the scoreline, 22nd round. No way, on top of the scoreboard on his side with 17 kills. He's tied with Hades on the other side, who's got 17 as well, but...
And importantly with this style as well, it's hard for Hades with the AWP to get in any kind of a position, right? When all the action is happening, it's when there's smokes and choke points, Molotovs in different positions, flashbangs raining over from Imperial. The op just tends to get neutralized a little bit by that utility. And also it's so fast that when it's successful with the opening kills the way we've seen, the op is more concerned about saving and staying alive than getting involved in trying to swing the round.
For Ents, I mean, they played a great Anubis so far, but look at the money that they have. It's not super impressive. They end up losing this round. Will they have enough to keep the battle on and make it interesting? A little bit more of a default kind of setup here for Imperial, though, that we're used to seeing. Bomb dropped towards the A-bomb side. Sort of making sure that there's no real aggression happening for Ents. They're checking outside of B, they're checking the middle. Yeah, much more of a standard play here. Which doesn't mean they won't end up at the B-bomb side once again. They could. You just have a different look to the start of the round, and then you kind of go back there anyway. It'd be really bold and kind of tempting at the same time, I feel like, to try and go for that same B play, just with a different look.
Goofy's out of utility. No smokes, no Molotovs. I think that's why he's getting aggressive. They spawn out no way. It's only one player playing it passively. Oh, and they want to get him. Here comes the double swing, a little bit of a jiggle. Flashbang is out as well. Oh, good shot. Dia goes down. Goofy is still here, and No Way's trying to handle it. Goofy under a lot of pressure.
Why would they do that, bro? They threw 3 fucking flashes, man, and not a single one hit.
Essentially a 1v4.
Why'd they try to force that so hard?
Gut-wrenching feeling as well. You think you've got one player, well, not even think you had one player isolated, and like you said, you want to try and kill him before anyone else can really get there to help him out, and they've just completely overrun the bomb site.
They've lost complete control of this map, and they're getting absolutely demolished. And I think now is when even hope is at an all-time low. Belief that you can hold on to this. Imperial have beaten them in a number of ways, and it's not anything complex. It's not like Ensa's getting fooled. They're just losing fights.
Yeah.
I don't know why they did that, bro. That seemed like a forced play, B-man.
Especially there, you've got the flash setups to go outside. You can find him alone. There's no one there to help him, and it doesn't even matter at all. You end up losing the 2 players sent out to try and get No Way. He's got 3 kills in this round. He got another kill inside the B-bomb site, and they're going to be finding Kyler at the end, 12-10. Say it any better myself.
No, try though. If you'd like.
Yeah, so setting me up. I like that.
Well, Ents have 2 chances. And, you know, they haven't brought that 3rd player over at the start. They did rotate Hades here pretty quickly. But they have tried various things. They have tried being aggressive out B main a couple of times. They've tried being aggressive in Dark. They've pushed Dark, and nothing seems to be working. Imperial's able to find a way around every setup that Ents bring out.
Okay, they're not as badly equipped as I thought they would be. Obviously, the glaring presence of the MP9, but still a pretty good weapon.
And this is one of those times I'm gonna point to the scoreboard. Diha with 7 kills, and I don't always like doing it, but he's had a lot of attention at that B bomb site, and he's really struggling to contain it. While we saw him have impact on the T side over towards Dark, here on the CT side of Anubis, he's not done a fantastic job of holding off these hits or finding the 1 kill that lets your teammate have the success.
No, I think that's fair. We said it in the first half, but that Dark position is such a crucial part of the map. Phelps throwing the Molotov and trying to burn them back for a while. 50 seconds on the clock here. Bomb being picked up now. This time, Dark is pretty unremarkable. They are keeping an eye on it, but
this is probably the most different feeling round that Ents have played.
Yeah.
In this half, because there's not that overwhelming presence in Dark and in B main. And it's not sending off alarm bells that A is going to be an issue. Kyler's playing behind the pillar. Glaive is going to turn around, but now the A bomb site will be tested.
They have Molotovs, but they're not throwing them at the moment. Glaive and Kyler just combining for an
there we go.
Spectacular defense. I thought they were going to Molotov out the plateau up there because they had another 2 grenades still to throw, but they never really did, Imperial.
Okay, well, back to the B-bomb site. Last round gets pretty easy to call if you're Imperial. It's got to make you feel terrible as well if you're the Ents B defenders, because you're just like, oh, you guys had no issues.
What's even worse if it happens again and you still can't hold it, like
come on, Glaive.
If you can't do it this last time, it's gonna
hold
be
it together,
like, well,
buddy.
Could have won the map probably if the defense had worked. Like that's it. Like,
yeah.
It's just so many rounds where it just completely crumbled.
It's really been exposed. Let's see what they've got. Final round, overtime, or Imperial take a victory. Good job from Glaive and Kyler to get their team in this position.
Yeah, Glaive did a really good job of taking the first contact, and then Kyler just cleaned up.
Okay. Well, what is that in store for us then?
They might just test it again with an explosion, I guess. Decency's gonna walk up and put some pressure on Dark. But Imperial poised, they want to find a timing where the second player isn't here. The second player this time will be Hades with the AWP as well.
Yeah, throwing down the Molotovs. He's scrambling to get back into position. He wants to help out Kyler, who's in a little bit of trouble here. Failed the jump, now has to be careful he doesn't get too flashed, and he will be. Phelps! That's the entry they needed. Looking towards high ground.
Nice, Hades!
To bring him down. They're fighting for overtime on the inside. They want to get rid of Imperial and try and see if they can keep the battle going for a little while longer.
Yeah, Ooh, this is awkward. Decency. This timing is everything. Diaz playing behind the pillar, not exposed quite yet. There it is. There's
Nice timing, finally.
To this bomb site. Molotov, they're gonna go right. Oh no, they're not. Vinny, I thought he had the timing. He burns a lot, and Dia hears all those ticks of the Molotov. One hold. That's all you need at a bomb site that you've struggled to hold on to throughout this half.
And they really have. Diaz got beat a number of times. This time he just had the perfect timing. Knew when to turn around. 20 seconds here.
That smoke in B main is such a luxury.
That means he can commit to holding this position instead.
Again,
he's got such a tight angle.
Again, they get the timing.
On the quad kill, and that's how we get to overtime.
That's beautiful. And it ends. They just barely hold on. This is by their fingernails. That A defense twice. You get 12-10 by abusing the B bomb site. You
the stickers didn't drop yet, right?
One round you get deleted, the other round you get stopped cold. Hades, Kyler, and Glaive on that A defense were magnificent to bring Ents to overtime.
And the truth is, right, if Dihad doesn't get especially that first kill, then they can open up the entire round once again, Imperial, but that first one with the MP9 was everything.
Glaive's opping. We've switched into a double op setup right in overtime.
Okay. Well, they have the money for it, so I guess why not? See if they can hold the B bomb site. It's a good start. Dihad taking down No Way. This is really what's been haunting their dreams for a while here, Ents. They're trying to see if they can make it work. Goofy gets a headshot, and this is what they needed earlier. It slows it down. It makes it a lot more clunky for Imperial.
Yeah, those last 2 rounds of regulation allow us to take a deep breath. This time, it's like, okay, if you guys are going to try and brute force your way early on in these rounds through these choke points, we're going to have utility dump. We're going to dump Molotovs, we're going to dump smokes, jump nades, everything to make this uncomfortable for you coming through the smoke, and we're going to play tucked up right behind them. When you guys throw these flashbangs, when you guys try and come through the smoke, it's not going to be an angle way, way far away. We're going to be right up in your face, and they shut both the attempts down. Imperial spread across the map. Vinny with a lurk smoke over at A. Phelps looking for a Canal's Peak. And Henny obviously going for a kill. He's got the bomb in an AWP and he's got a pick.
Well, we introduced this whole game talking a fair bit about Henny. If he can win around like this with the AWP, then that would certainly reignite the conversation once again. But the grenades just making it very, very hard for him to find anything. Smokes and flashes, and it's buying more time than he has right now. 20 seconds.
And Vinny's calling the A bomb site's clear. He just got in, but there's no time to make that rotation over there. There's no time for Henny to get out.
He's so locked in right now. Oh, that's devastating. You're right. If he would have had 10 more seconds, it could have been really interesting.
There we go.
Nothing that they could do about it. First round of overtime, and it goes to Ents.
Yeah,
there we go.
now. 3 in a row.
Pull it through.
Previously. Now they've rattled a bunch off in a row, and Dihad this round having impact as well, holding on to Dark, or Goofy as well, sitting behind the smoke in B main. Both of them hold on to their respective choke points. And Imperial don't get those opening kills or trades.
Still gotta say, getting killed by Goofy in any game is just, you know, gotta be one of the worst experiences.
Because his name is Goofy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd make me angry. Yeah, I don't know if it's just irrational on my part.
That is a little irrational.
I'd be like, damn.
Like, come on, I can't get killed by a guy named Goofy. All right, well, Glaive's op is going to be put to the test. Got it in Temple. And that might be, I mean, we don't see Glaive opping very frequently. And I think part of the reason is that he hasn't had a massive number of bodies headed in his direction. I've seen him on the minimap take that engagement against Decenty through the double doors a number of times through the second half, and I think he's just like, if you're going to take that fight, if you're going to slide in and expect it to be an M4, I'm just going to pick up an AWP and get an easy kill.
Yeah. It's a very different experience if you're peeking that and your awareness is a little bit closer, you're expected to take a fight at a certain range, and you just get completely deleted. Hades here, Molotov down, it's a good little grenade, but there's nobody there to really capitalize on it. He's going to stick around, doesn't even really move. I think he moved back into the grenade.
When this smoke fades, there's no more smokes for the choke points at this bomb site. Now, thankfully for Phelps and Vinny, or not for Phelps and Vinny, but they have no utility. So there's no flashbangs, no Molotovs to clear out Dark to give yourself an advantage in this fight.
decent. Grenade landing on Phelps. See what Goofy could do. He's got some backup. Is he even going to need it at this stage? He almost got the double on his own. Tyler just has to get worried about that he's going to get shot from main. Otherwise, he should be good to get this next one. VR gets a long-range fight, and it leaves Henny alone with 20 seconds. A 1 versus 3. And they know exactly.
They're locked in, OT, baby. They're locked in.
Ends winning the second round here.
It's so hard to be super critical of Imperial, but it feels like the decision not to continue leaning on the weakness of that B bomb site in regulation is really coming back to haunt them here. But again, like it's so hard to be critical of that, because at some point you feel like you can change things up. At some point you feel like enough is enough. We've won 5 rounds here.
It's not that I've done it a lot, but you know, you rob the same casino like 2 or 3 times, you want to find a new one, Jason, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You're not gonna go back, you're gonna be like, ah.
Yeah, you know, security's catching up to your tricks.
Yeah. If I was gonna rob a casino, I'd definitely bring you, Jason.
Yeah, you think I've... What role would I play? Am I the driver?
I feel like just like in you know, the burglar, just like in The Hobbit, like we need someone who's, you know, it's gonna be like
She's Hobbit-like? Is that what you're getting at?
Something like that. You know, someone that security cameras and, you know,
sure.
think you can blend into the crowd, Jason.
Okay, just your average Joe.
That's what I mean.
Strolling through. 14-12. Impressive from Ents, a recovery right at the end of regulation, and now they're making it hurt. This time there's a MAC-10. No way you would imagine is going to lead the way through smoke, through fire.
Yeah.
And Ents is, I mean, Goofy's just like, I'm holding counter nades. I know it's coming.
He's just ready. That is so funny. Stiha with the early headshot. The laughs have gone away for Imperial. They're not finding it funny at all right now. They want to abuse this bomb stop, but they're not being allowed to. The magic has disappeared, and Ents winning 3 rounds in a row to start overtime with. And they're laughing on the other side now. They've stolen everything, even
locked it, fuck
Yeah,
down.
I mean, especially for Glaive, the guy who I mentioned had said, I have to learn to trust my teammates a little bit. You had to have a lot of trust in those defenders of the B bomb site to be able to figure it out eventually, and they've come out on top 3 in a row in overtime. And now you switch sides to the easier side of Anubis and the side where Glaive called a fantastic first half.
All they need is one out of these next 3 rounds, and they could walk away, sure, maybe a little bit beat up, maybe a little bit sweaty, but that's not a problem. Let's see, Hades. 19 kills, so it's been a pretty decent game for him, all things considered. No way at 20, but I feel like he's been stuck there for a minute now.
And remember, the magic of this T side from Ents and Glaive in the first half was presence and utility to force back any dark players, presence and utility in middle to force back the mid player, force Imperial to play without information.
I love it, I hate you.
That's what allowed them to move around the map so effectively.
Yeah, and then once Imperial got a little bit stressed, they started to rotate a lot, and then Glaive was able to guess the right rotations more often than not.
Good counter utility from the mid defender, though, from Henny. Delaying the progress, he's got the ult now, holding the angle. He's got a second as well. Henny steps up to the plate and finds his impact.
They just need 1 fucking round, baby.
Just that extra kill in the middle. You'd say maybe it's ill-advised, maybe it's dangerous, you risk getting taken down, but when you're Henny like that, that's what we're talking about, that's the magic.
Well, yeah, but that's what activates it is the counter utility. Glaive throws a Molotov to prevent the peek from the mid window, and then all of a sudden there's a counter Molotov to kind of neutralize that one, to equalize the timing, and Henny feels confident sliding into the angle. Good shot from Vinny with the op. He had a very rough first half by no fault of his own, just teammates constantly falling around him.
It's a big kill again, though.
At the A bomb site. Well, this time with an op, he gets a double kill as well. Henny's going to clean it up.
They don't recover it.
Full house between Vinny and Henny. First round of their CT side in overtime.
They need another 2 rounds like this.
That was big for man.
So quick.
This is getting crazy.
Echoes of kind of highlights.
And one, the old head. Putting it down, baby.
That's what we're expecting. That's what we want with this project to really work out. 15 to 13 now. Moving into
Hades.
rather quickly.
There's the punish. And he tries to flex, and Hades shuts him down. 5-on-4 for Ents. 5-on-4 for Glaive.
Yeah, fire raining down from above as well.
See that? You molly E-box, like the deep E-box from Canal, and then you have your boy molly that corner.
And then he forced back all the defense, pulled a third.
Damn, and then they just fucking execute.
I'm just gonna chuck out utility and try and survive as long as possible.
Oh.
Trying to find a timing, maybe a little bit early. And Vinny actually did get the kill in the meantime, so the bomb's gonna get planted here. But look at the quick retake; they're everywhere.
Oh my God.
Good. Hades, the last one left with the AWP against 4 players. He picks up one more shot and he's ready. He knows about that high ground position. This is where he's dangerous, but the smoke is the big thing to try and get rid of him. That is how you beat the AWP. Defusing inside, he's got the gun out, sneaking in front. He's got a no, and I don't think he can find it. Even then, the round was over. No way, just absolutely defusing the entire
Holy shit, dude.
Well, one more is what he's saying. One more, a third round.
Holy shit.
Ents cannot find a way to break through. Hades makes
The Brazilians are fucking not making it easy.
Take his spot on. You're exactly right. I think a little bit too quick on that push.
Yeah.
Right when the bomb gets planted, trying to jump up. Then he's able to take that one. I think that was goofy. And the retake comes storming in behind the smoke after that kill.
It's down to really thin margins. You could tell a couple of things going slightly differently, and it might have been Ents
No
round
op now.
but might go into double overtime if it keeps going this way.
Oh.
The reload, the flash
Oh.
coming in, they're hunting for him.
Oh, kill him.
Somewhere trying to do the damage, but not really able to find
He doesn't
him.
take any
He
damage?
could have been dead.
Yeah, he could have been. He's lucky to get away with that, but Ents, I think, too, is going to be very pleased. They've just taken mid-control very early on. There's a minute and 20 seconds to work with. Now that you've forced the defense away, now that you've shown that mid can be a problem area. Tempo mollied off. It's going to create a lot of real estate for Ents to work with.
Yeah. We mentioned it several times. This is where Glaive done so much work in regulation when they were on the T side, so we'll see if they can do it again.
And remember too, like frequently in the first half, when Ents got this position, the A defense got aggressive and tucked into A main very, very deep. Vinny is there again.
Glaive, he gets out.
Oh my God, you can't give up the double there.
And if he had, it would have opened up this crunch towards the B bomb side, but now instead, it's very flat. It's very one-sided. They're all going to be trying to come through main here. You see
The shadow.
showing on the ground.
Oh my God.
The first kill might get more than that. It's a huge double for him, and that's going to secure that.
Oh my God, bro.
Toma fake passa aí, caralho.
I need translations right now.
Oh my God, dude.
Up, and I love it.
Sou eu, caralho.
He said, I'm the shit. Don't
Yeah.
test my spot on the map.
I love the attitude. That's exactly how you should be playing.
Oh my
That's a nice
goodness.
double kill here as well. Glaive and Diha can't handle business, can't find the trade. Even No Way at B main sees the shadow, but just holds his nerve, knocks him down. Imperial rattle off 3 of their own, and we go double OT.
Double overtime. Okay, let's go. Glaive. A couple of tickets into the
This time they
lottery
got
middle,
2 towards mid. Wow,
get
I
what he
can't
wanted on the
believe it,
other side.
dude.
Now thinking about it, it's Goofy that's going to be moving forward.
This has turned into a game.
They haven't really had many clean fights
Ugh.
on the A main entrance. Sometimes you get that. Teams that are really good at
Oh,
just
the-
taking those fights.
Oh,
Usually
oh,
it's
oh.
move forward in. That's the one way we talked about earlier, and it's No Way again. Remember right at the start of regulation they did this and it
Yep.
worked? And it did it once again.
Oh, and you can see Diha looking for it, and then the smoke gets blown open, and the fight's actually in dark itself. Glaive finds an opening. That's decent to fall down.
That's crazy, bro. It's like if you don't hit the headshot there, you lose that fight. Pro play in a nutshell. They don't know about Vinny though. Oh, but he's bad. He's terrible.
Better, honestly. Ents starting to pull back into the double setup over here. No way. Bit of an off angle here, but the elbow.
Oh!
I can't believe he's still alive. He's gonna get traded.
All right.
And it might not make a difference at the end here.
All right. There we go. This is the one you needed last time.
The wall bang or something like that, but failing that is probably not going to be enough.
Probably not, no. And remember, the overtime rule is a little bit different at the majors as well. Money can be an issue, especially investing in the AWPs.
What do they get 10K, right? I think they get 10K.
He's just going to stay far back. He doesn't get any of the peaks that he wanted, any of the mistakes that might have activated him to move forward. And while Ents, if they had just won this round in the first overtime, the map would be done. But they do find it in the first round of second overtime.
It's a classic, isn't it? Kyla, let him go, and Hades both at 23 kills. Doing magnificent work. I love the fact that they returned to that same potential one-way. You're right, there was a bit of a switch up in the fact that they blew it open, but still like the same idea, using the smoke to move forward.
And it's one of those tricks that can be so effective, it just, you can't bust it out that frequently. I think that might be the second or third, maybe the third time that we've seen it throughout. It happened really early on in regulation, and they've thrown it a couple of times and not used it, and that's kind of the conditioning that they're trying to instill. Is we'll see this smoke frequently, the potential for this runway is there, but we won't actually use it every single time. Dia was ready for the peek over the edge, not ready for the smoke being blown.
Look at that guy, bro. He's got to tee up, bro. If he don't tee up, what the fuck are they doing? That homies.
You do get another timeout in overtime, so get a chance to talk things through. I kind of like that. Org has come out once again for Vinny. He said he's had a tough time playing the CT side.
It's just because he's always been forced into like crappy fights and situations, either like 1v4 being split from two different choke points from camera and main, or he's been forced, as we saw previously, to just play it so passive that you can't really have an impact on holding the bomb site. And that's just by virtue of the way Ents has worked this map from the T side very, very efficiently. Phelps looking for a fight, blows open the smoke, exposes them to the flashbang. Goofy with the rebuttal. No Way comes in second a little bit late, and Dia's like, oh, you want to push B main? I'll slide into dark.
Yeah, instantly trying to take up that position.
Oh, I think I'm mad.
They were throwing grenades from back there. They were ready to set up a bit of a grenade, I think, for Diha to maybe make a move, and he's lucky to be alive behind that one, and he's realized now he's also getting boxed in.
No!
Someone walking up behind him. He's about to be
Bro, this guy's timing is so shit, man. Every time he gets in a timing situation, he fucking fails, dude.
Good, bold push through middle. Hades was even looking for that push. He had his op scoped up on it, and you're exactly right. It was just the timing of the call of when to throw the utility, when to get ready for the execute, and Hades looks away. It started with this, blowing open the smoke. T's turn their eyes to it, and a flashbang comes over the wall, activates that initial kill. And this time, the shift in the defense gets everyone in the right place at the right time, and a victory for Imperial. We're all tied up at 16.
See if they can get one more. This is a little bit more straightforward. Hence, no messing around on this one. They're going to go straight for the bomb site. They got one opening here, and if No Way goes down, it might be the side.
Oh, yeah, bud. That's how you take the fucking site, bud.
This is very, very powerful.
Yeah, go for it. Punish this. Punish this. Punish this. Oh, God.
Glaive is up on the platform, and he finds the spray down. Low on HP, so he falls immediately afterwards.
Yeah, he was trying to get out of that Molotov, so he just had to run for it. Glaive, I'm surprised he even got the kill to begin with. There's no smoke. Sure, oh, there we go. They picked up one. Gonna be throwing it in towards that position. Hyla, a little bit early in the cycle. He just goes straight for it. A missed shot from Hades on the other side. It started to crumble, and he goes down to Henny. They tap the bomb once. If he gets this kill through, it's done. But he's not connecting on the shot. He gets the headshot right at the end. A ridiculous way to win the round.
Oh, you can see just devastation.
What the fuck?
He realizes what happened. I'll tell you what, there's something with Hades and post plants with these op shots.
Yeah.
I was like, I feel
What
bad
the
because
fuck?
PTSD just clicks in immediately, but he gets bailed out by his teammate. What a find. Right around the edge of the smoke, Kyler, first bullet.
What the fuck, dude?
So disgusting. Surely that sets up ends very nicely.
That's how Magic clutches dead homies, dude. The real Magics, right? Not the Magics we were playing with last night.
First to 19.
Cause the Magics we were playing with last night was teeing up, bruh.
They burn up Kyler alive.
Yeah, good nade stack. Nades and a Molotov in his position. Hades has to immediately train his eye towards middle in case they come streaming in. Meanwhile, Goofy and Diha getting aggressive.
Hold it, Glaive. Hold it, you fucking schmuck!
Just backs off the angle. They had to deal with this one early. This
Oh my god. I guess that
equalized at
works.
4. Mid is still a pressure point though for Ence's defense. Nobody's home and nobody's been home for quite some time.
That's fine.
Do they realize? Doesn't look like they're moving a lot across the map at the moment, Imperial there. A little bit nervous to make the next move. Here we go. Grenades.
Oh shit.
Kind of smoke towards the camp position, but Hades is
Nah.
very strong for him. Normally,
Why turn around? You have a teammate!
relentlessly chasing him.
It's the bomb though. Bomb. Oh boy.
You have a
For
teammate!
that fight. Didn't know when it was gonna come in. You get that kill. Maybe it can slow things down.
Do you not
This
trust
is
your
a round
homie?
for Imperial 100% of the time. Glaive and Goofy back off.
I'd love to ask Phelps about this particular round because hunting down an Orber like Hades to me seems like a very, very dangerous idea. He's one of those players that will, you know, come back for more. He'll keep fighting you. So just Phelps saying, you know what, I'm just gonna put the pressure on and you're gonna crumble.
I think he was the second player, right? One player kind of slid out, took some shots, Hades fired, and Phelps was the second player swinging wide after the fact. So just being bold, and I mean that's the style that Imperial have had throughout all their T sides. Is the emphasis is always on that trade.
Yeah.
Hunt down that trade kill.
That's sick.
I think actually, for me, I was watching Hades, and I understood the positioning when mid was such a problem, but when Diha puts that smoke down, it's like Hades was still stuck in that mindset of not having any coverage from middle, so had to stay aggressive. I thought there might have been a timing Hades could have repositioned back to the bomb site, play the pillar, but he stayed at a more aggressive angle that provided less cover on the fallback. 17 all.
Oh, it's gonna keep on going. There's another chance now for even triple overtime. Why not? First ever CS2 Major. Why not get the maximum out of it?
Yeah,
Get
all the
rounds.
rounds.
Might have changed the format to MR12, but it's going to stop us from playing a long game. AVM. Hoping that someone is going to be a little bit careless in the middle.
Well, they're going slow and quiet, right? They're not using utility, so he might get a freebie.
Opportunity at the very least.
Whoever wins this round will win.
Sound
I
off
agree.
that AWP, and they're going to know about it. A lot of grenades being exchanged here in the middle, really, from both sides.
They're trying to bait out a peek, a response from this defense. It's not happening. Kyler's even come back. They're really trusting that smoke in A main because no one's paying attention to it. It's just now faded. And Glaive's going to have to fall back and take up that position. The op has been shown in middle. And now it's 2 M4s defending. Make that 1 as Goofy rotates away.
What are they gonna do here?
They've got to be worried about this beat.
I think they're gonna crunch A, right?
Nope. This is all down to the training and regulation, right? They know
Yeah.
the B bomb site has been abused. They're actually coming mid. They're going to split the A bomb site.
Yeah, they're gonna crunch A.
Smoke is down, but they might just go straight through it. A little bit of an aid. Kyler playing in front. Glaive burns alive. Spins around, picks up the quantity spray. The spray is through. It's an ace.
That is so perfect from Kyler. Did he drop his mouse after the fact.
Oh my god.
That is a sequence and a half. Look at him go. Steps in front of the Molotov, spams down 2, swaps to the AK. Third one.
Kyler has been teeing up, bro.
And trying to force your way through that smoke.
Oh my god.
God dang.
30 kills now on Kyler.
That is quite something. Without him, to be honest, even if he got the triple and then died, they could have still lost the round quite easily, right? That's so crazy.
He does everything. That's given Ents a chance to close this out one more time. They've got 1 round. And what a contrast for Imperial to Regulation. Their rounds have opened up much more calm and slow and passive. Yeah. The pressure of losing this map.
Yeah, maybe it's getting to them.
I think it's given Ents a lot of breathing room. They're loving this. They don't have to do the panicked utility dumps. And fair play. Ents started sort of figuring it out towards the end.
I've got to say though, the call from Imperial last round was really good, right? They had the right idea. They put some pressure on. They killed Glaive before anyone even really shows up with the Molotov.
They're kind of rinse and repeating the previous round as well. Oh, Hades. Is he ready for the flick down? No. Goofy is pushed out. Good trade, important trade. And he can't find a timing to fall back. So Molotov to delay things, but he's fighting to the death.
Yeah. Oh, flashed out from a teammate. If he had the rifle out, he might have got that kill actually. Instead, Vinny will find a way to take
What
him
are
down.
they doing?
Diha alone at the bomb site. 2 versus 4 here. Glaive started to get there ever so slowly. 15 seconds. Actually, the time. Oh, it's not going to work against them here. Glaive
What are they doing, bro?
We keep it going.
They try to push B main every fucking round, man.
It's gonna feel good for the moment.
Just tee up, bro.
Team is a hard one to put away. That's the 4th chance that's the 4th chance that Ents has had to actually close out this map. Imperial had 2 of their own in regulation that they lost up 12-10. But man, Ents is really struggling to find that final round. 18 all.
What the fuck are they doing?
See if they've got any more left in them here.
This is new, this mid push from Ents. We haven't seen this yet. Great double flashes.
Here we go. Something fucking different, man.
It's worked.
And then take B main.
Perfectly.
Yeah, I'm stunned. 32 kills. It's Kyler again with a double opening. Hades not going to miss this shot. Taking down Phelps, who was trying to sneak his way through the smoke there. And fair play to Phelps. I mean, it's a desperate round anyway. You've lost the opening 2-1. You feel like you have to try something. 2-on-4 here. Unfolding. Molotov not going to make a big difference at all. Kind of need a huge mistake to come out from the Ents side, and I don't think Glaive is going to allow that to happen.
Shuffling utility as well. That smoke is not going to do anything. Nobody's in that position. B players for Ents are starting to push forward to get a quick rotation, a quick flank, a quick backstab. Vinny's going to try and do everything he can to open up this bomb site. Hades shouldn't be forced out, but he smokes it anyways, and that's a quick shot. 1 remaining. No way gets the trade, but there's no way into this bomb site.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. They peek him at the same time.
There we go.
Kill at the end. Triple for him. He just
1, 2, 3. They peek him at the same time.
What a time to really come alive. You can see we went back a little bit excited.
A little bit nervous, I would imagine. After everything that's gone down in this game, he watched his team almost crumble under the pressure in regulation, force their way into overtime, watch them lose 3 map points. Never comfortable as a coach. Goofy's gonna go for the push. I think Molotov might have been a little bit late. Henny steps into it. Takes a little bit of damage, just 1 tick, but finds the opening pick.
It's a scary opener.
Aggression netted Ents a huge advantage in the previous round. This time it betrays them. Leaves Diha alone at the B bomb site.
You could see though Imperial are really slowed down. Even if they got the kill, they're like, well, let's just see if they get even more aggressive. And it's not a bad idea because they kind of are in the middle here. Glaive ready in case anything happens and with the fight, and they still can't get away from Norway. This is crazy.
Well,
Like, Kyler needs to get out, bro.
Because Glaive on the retreat ran in front of him to fall back towards double doors, and that made Kyler kind of hold his trigger for that initial battle, and unfortunately Kyler eats the bullet.
49 seconds here. Back towards the B bomb site. Looks like they want to try and do a little bit here, although the bomb is still on the other side, so it might just all be a bit of a fake.
Opening pick.
No way picking up the shot against Glaive.
That kind of aggression netted Ents a huge advantage in the previous round.
But he does take down No Way, but again, the bomb's being passed over on this side, and Hades would have had to get some really stunning kills to even get close to that round.
Yeah, that was all gonna...
Ents is fucking throwing, dude.
That just wasn't possible. Good job from Imperial. They know where Diha is as well. He's gonna go for it. Because they got plenty of money.
Yeah, like, holy fuck, bro.
Good damage.
This is sloppy CS.
He's pulled Vinny out. But again, these kills need to happen right now. And Vinny's going to peak on contact. It's 19.
They're just so, like, I get you need to take some space, but, like, they just keep fucking themselves with it, man. Taking B main, get him fucked. Taking mid, getting fucked. Trying to get out of mid after you got the fucking first pick from aggression. Getting fucked. It's like, yo, what are we doing here, man? We're not on the same page?
Imperial's starting to show in this, especially in this triple overtime and even double overtime to an extent, some more strategic depth than what we saw in regulation, just by virtue of them having so much success at the B bomb site. But now we're seeing them prioritize mid as the first part of the map they want to.
This should have been an easy 1-0 for Ents, bro.
Starting to show the different ways they want to attack different parts of the map. Once Ents' defense really figured out good ways to counter the fast aggression towards B, they've had to throw a little bit more creativity into things.
How much they have left? I mean, you're running the playbook to play, you know, an MR12 now. You're expending all of it. You're into the triple overtimes. It's how long do you stay creative if you're an in-game leader in one of these two teams here? How long before you start recycling something that you thought maybe worked in the past?
They can creep behind these smokes in A main. They have the lurk smoke up. They can actually disrespect the choke point smoke, and Phelps is doing just that. Glaive, oh, you better be aware. Kyler is going to have a big job over the smoke, and he can't do it. Glaive stands his ground, but there's the backstab from No Way, and it's a man advantage.
There it is.
With control of the bomb site.
GG Imperial.
Backstab coming in. The FAMAS making its way slowly, but yeah, Phelps is ready. Guarding the beans with the AK-47. He's not gonna look anywhere else. His teammates got his back. There's no reason for him to ever look away from this one. Oh, I can't believe it. He still wins the fight. That's the first step in the right direction here. Imperial should still be winning this round every single time. Henny, he's quick with the AWP, and I think there's no way for him not to be exposed here. It's Henny to take him down. It's slightly...
Yo, listen.
Going into the second half,
they could tee up CT side. I wouldn't put it past them.
Gonna put a lot on Glaive for calling, and you're right. You talked about, you know, Imperial going deep into their playbook.
T-side.
Glaive has got to kind of, this is the stage in the game certainly where you start improvising a little bit based off how the map has gone already. You've run a lot of the things out of your game plan, but I mean, you have to give some credence to the thought that that kind of leans in the favor of Ents and Glaive. There's no more experienced in-game leader than Glaive, so not exactly going to put him on the back foot. He's been here many times. Deep smoke towards the stairs, no aggression with it. Kyler's going to take control of A main quickly. Vinny with a counter Molotov to slow things down. And this is Ents showing they want to hit the A bomb site. Molotov camera, Molotov behind the pillar. That lures a lot of players to shift away from B.
Yeah, double in middle, double on A. Just a single player on B for a good 5 to 10 seconds there. We'll see what they do with it. The bomb is suspiciously close to the B bomb side though on the minimap, so I guess that is something to consider as well. Seems like they've frozen across the map here on the Ents side, expecting a reaction from Imperial.
It's that next step, right? It's that second stage of map control for Ents. Glaive takes dark, they have utility in middle, presence in middle now to clear out the double doors. AD's looking for this push, and it's coming.
Oh,
But
get
unable
the
to
second.
capitalize. Yeah, he had the right idea. He's got some backup out here as well.
Oh, I thought that was a CT staring at a T. I was like, are they really gonna
Taking some
fucking
big
stare at each
flash
other?
around the corner, but his accuracy is down.
Oh, GG.
Taking down Hades as well. 2 versus 4 now. 30 seconds. He's
Wow, bro.
rarely seen a play with such confidence.
Yeah, that's.
Did you guys have Ansys 3-0? I told you guys, bro. I told you guys, BO1s.
This is going to give Imperial 2 more chances to close out the map. There's only
I
12
told
seconds. This
y'all,
one's
dude.
done.
Yeah.
And it's gonna
I
be
fucking
21
told
to
y'all.
19. It's been a long, drawn-out battle of 3 overtimes in Imperial once again, just like regulation. 2 chances to win the map.
It's kind of sick, like you throw flashes and grenades at No Way, and instead of responding by being pressured, he seems almost just annoyed. He's like, all right, I'm actually even more angry now.
It's really hard to clear him out. Hades created the opportunity, right? When he sees the push, he sees one player peeking from the choke point. No Way's already swung out far to the left. He puts the Molotov down in B main, and that should isolate No Way, but because he has an op, he's got to wait for a rifle to come up, and when that player dies, it's like, what are we supposed to do? The op isn't the guy who wants to get aggressive, and he's not interested in that kind of a fight. And No Way takes it to him.
First to 22. It's Imperial. 1 step away now, all of a sudden. What a grueling match this has been. Glaive wants to hunt it down, and he will. The Senti goes down in the middle, and Henny back here. Flash, Molotov burning him alive in the corner. He got very, very low. Could have been dead, but he sticks around for the kill against Dihar. Maybe a little bit reckless there on Dihar.
Yeah, I guess he might have thought that Molotov would have cleared out that angle. That's what the only thing I can think of, that Henny had no chance of being there because of the flames, and Henny found the one safe pixel to stand in. Equalizing things into a 4-on-4, but they're not done yet. Ends starting to pinch onto this B bomb site.
Wow, No Way. Saw it coming, takes down Glaive. And he smoked off for a minute here, and they're going to take down No Way.
Oh, there you go.
Kyla back in the saddle now, taking down Phelps.
If this Opera gets won, it's scary. It's scary. It's scary.
Henny, close range.
Not anymore.
Out the shot, and they're going to double team. Oh, there we go. Vinny took an extra 5 seconds. Doesn't quite get the flick. The bomb is picked up. It is Anatsa. Vinny, the unlucky AWP player to bring down Ents.
Unreal. A triple overtime victory for Imperial. Ents have got to be shocked and stunned. What a start to the major for the Brazilians. Beautiful work. And they had to do it with a lot of different styles.
I was so confused when he didn't fire the op at the beginning. I thought, what's going on? Like, have I missed something here?
I know. I think Ents slowed down. They got a little bit nervous. They gave Henny a second chance at it, planning on the backside. They never had information of where Vinny was coming from, and they know that A anchor. They're like, could be a canal flank. We have nothing to stop for that. Triple overtime victory for Imperial, boys on the desk. What do you think?
Big hand, Chad. You said the nades were irrelevant. I think that was a shot in the leg.
Wow,
actually.
Recently, we also had some online tournaments after.
Saw versus Koi is bullshit matchups.
Looked like Ents were going to turn the screw when it got to overtime. I thought Glaive was calling a masterclass, and then No Way. What a game.
Yeah, he popped off. Incredible game from No Way. I really absolutely love his ability to take risks. And yes, sometimes he get burned. But that's how you should start as a rookie. That's how you should do it. You should try, you should dare, you should be out there, you should be ready to make mistakes. You mentioned leaders. The fact that Vini was able to kind of find a solution to the puzzle, whereas at the end of regulation, Glaive had everything on lockdown. That itself is incredible. I thought Imperial were done for. They missed the mark in a couple of the rounds in regulation, but they come back into this, and this is a victory that means a whole lot for the Brazilians.
This is his first, by the way, just touching on No Way, it's his first international map ever in his career. He's only 18 years of age, and I have to agree with you, like an incredible showing coming out from him. Because I was looking at Henny, I was looking at some of the veterans to be the ones to kind of shoulder the responsibility. But I do also want to touch upon the more tactical side of things. Imperial near the end of that series, they seem to have the answer. The B bomb site was a chink in the armor of this Ents defense, and then I felt like they let it slip away, heading towards A, where Kylar was the best player for me for the side of Ents. He was shutting it down again and again, and I felt like at that moment, considering how fiery and how feisty Imperial can be, you know, they kind of let it slip away, and they're probably gonna capitulate from this, especially from a round like this.
Imperial survived that round,
and they came back and won.
Yeah, that's how strong like, mentally they were in this game. They
as
survived
I would have guessed
an
it.
ace from Kylar in that situation.
Nerds
They completely
popping off.
fucked
How's
up
my
this round.
fantasy team
One of the
doing?
biggest mistake I've seen today from Imperial, and they
Did
bounced back
Mongols
from it anyway.
lose?
And they push it to a 4th overtime, and they still win it. If that doesn't tell you what they're made of mentally and their resilience, I don't
Mongols
think anything
lost.
will.
And the beautiful way in which they were able to close it out as well, the final couple of rounds, they didn't turtle up when they had the lead. They didn't play scared. No, it was still being a nuisance, just running in. We saw decent T as well. There were times where, sure, maybe some of those plays weren't ideal,
So
but just the confidence given by Vinny to these youngsters to pull it off is right.
I'm not watching that game.
13, unlucky for Ents.
Or
I mean,
Gamer Legion
there were so many
Alcohol.
times he just went and got double kills. He had no right
we'll
to get.
stick
You know,
around
it
for
should have
this
been a
Gamer
one and
Legion
done.
game.
But he was able to get to reposition, sometimes 3.
And then after
and
that,
this
Furia,
needed to
Legacy
happen for such a
Furia
long
should
time.
take
I
this.
think having these new wave of talent come out of
And
Brazil,
that's it
stop
for today.
recycling these veterans that have had all the opportunities, and what are we going to do for the next great generation of Brazilian CS? Players like this are the future.
I feel like today here in Copenhagen we get to meet some of that new generation of Brazilian Counter-Strike, and almost you would think that with all of the talent that there is, surely a team and be successful and be strong. Would it be Imperial? We're gonna have to see, but this is an incredibly good start for them. Ents was not an easy draw to have in the opening here in Copenhagen. You get that +1, you're in the 1-0 bracket now. The Buchholz score is gonna be in your favor as well. Ents is a big team to take down. That's just the best start I get
Look,
for.
because that game was so long, we're probably not going to get a long segment here. So what I am going to do is I'm going to get this one out there, right? There are some players that just seem to evade criticism, you know, they're John Wick in. They just seem to get away on reputation. I don't think DK can really justify that level of performance with the positions he gets in this team.
If you're talking position, he's playing towards a dark position, right? And we saw how on the B bomb side, it was such a mess for Ents on the defense. That's where Imperial able to steal away a few rounds on the T side, take it to OT, and eventually win. And for someone like Diha, if it was just those one-off map, understandable. Everyone has a bad day. But you look at the numbers, and I feel like he has been getting away with this because of the success that Ents have had. It's been kind of glazed over. But I have to agree with you. I think we all agree that if he continues to kind of be flat throughout, Ents making it to the next stage, the questions start to arise.
Final thought?
I agree with you. On position based, the amount of resources he gets and the freedom he's had in this position, this is supposed to be multi-kills. He basically had none in this game. And there is the veterancy aspect as well, right? You're expecting from this guy. He was already at the very top. In fact, arguably, prior to this roster being put together, he is the one that played at the highest level. Yeah. He's in the old Ents lineup. He's having the success. The core of 9 joins in. Glaive is recycled. He's supposed to be a star. He is being put and he's been placed to be a star and has been nothing short of that, or rather nothing close to that in this Ents roster. That is an issue.
Yeah, and we're going to find out how that plays out with the rest of the major. But for now, a break, just a short one, about 5 minutes, and then we'll be back with the next game of the day. So make sure you join us.
The world is changing quickly. Get it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good. And they got no money left for the commercial. So
oh my god, this is corny, Launders.
ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
A wild situation we find ourselves in as Gamer Legion are replacing Nine Pandas. They couldn't get their visas, and Snacks, you're coming into this with not really knowing what was going on until, what, you told me 7 p.m. yesterday you found out?
Yeah, I mean, it was like a first
Snacks.
I was like fully sure about that.
And what happened when you got the news? What was the feeling? What went on inside the team?
It's nice to be on the major. Maybe it's not nice this way, obviously, as well. But life is life.
Life is life. I like the attitude you have there. I want to talk back to the RMRs and when you went through that last chance qualifier and just how crushing, how devastating was that loss and that situation for you guys?
Yeah, I think it was devastated. I think that's a good word for it.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I'm glad you touched on it because the performance we had seen from Gamer Legion was we were seeing improvements. It looked like things were turning around, and then not making it to the major, it all comes to a big close. And then even after the major, we see this situation where you go to Blast Showdown, you lose to Big in the way you did as well. Was it just feeling like hit after hit, things were not working?
I would say it was just not a good time for us, obviously, after the RMR, when we were actually pretty close to qualify from the last chance qualifier and like the main stage as well of the RMR.
How much, though, are you taking into the mentality of this opportunity? How much are you going to try and thrive in a strange situation?
I mean, I would just try to do our best. I think like before the RMR, we were like pretty prepared. So if we can do like on fly some small changes to the things we have and just play our game, I also think like whenever you have small break from CS, you actually go with some hunger to the game. So it might help. Like in all days in VP times, we always have like 2, 3, or 4 days before the tournaments that we are not playing together. It was like some individual stuff, but it's like we wanted to always come to the tournament with hunger of the game and just not to be in the situation that you know, you just get used too much to the players and just the guys we were playing with. So I don't know, like I think it's 50-50, yeah.
Okay, so 50-50 is how you're looking at it. Preparation-wise, is it now just a last-minute scramble? You and Ash trying to do some work and find out what's going on?
I think more Ash and Adrian than me. I mean, obviously I will do my work, but I'm pretty confident what the guys are doing in our team, and it's always solid work.
And how confident do you feel for the whole opening stage? You've now got a shot to perform at the major. A lot of people thought going into the RMR that you would make the major, so is this a proving point as well?
Yeah, it would be nice to go through, and it will be like good proving point that we actually can do something. Like I wouldn't say like we lost badly on the RMR. Some of the other teams being favorites lost before us, and I think whenever we are like fighting good teams like the matches we lost, we are putting like good fights, even with like I would say mostly on some of those matches we had crucial errors on
Let's watch some CS, bro.
So
fuck all this shit.
I wouldn't say we are dark horse to actually win the major maybe, but I think we can just do damage on the tournament.
You can do damage, and that's what it's about. Well, I wish you the best of luck. It's a strange situation, but make the most of the opportunity in front of you.
Yeah.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, welcome back to the
Richard Lewis.
This is going to be one of the fastest death segments you've ever seen with Player Maniac. I hope you're feeling swift. Yes, we've got the next game. Let's start. Gamer Legion. We all know they're here on a wing and a prayer.
Yep.
Weren't supposed to be here, didn't qualify. Let's talk a little bit about the mentality, because I think this is an interesting topic. A lot of people online have said, well, it's a good thing because they get to go, obviously, but the team might have been set to make changes because they weren't meant to be coming. So where do you think they're at?
Yeah, it's much more complicated than that. You know, firsthand you think, wow, it's amazing they're going to the major.
Yeah.
The truth is, obviously the RMR and the defeat here was a catastrophe for them.
Of course.
They probably had in mind possible changes, where to go, and then suddenly you get this invite out of nowhere and you cannot possibly refuse it. Nobody in their right mind would refuse the major.
Of course.
But it is almost impossible to ignore all of the things that led you to not being at the major. So we talked to Snacks. Snacks is talking with Banks and he's having a bit of a somber attitude. I can understand it. It's not that easy to just motivate everybody and just say, you know what, let me do the Men in Black, fucking zap your memory, let's go into the major as if we had won. It's not what's happening here. That's going to be a big effort.
And I completely agree with you. And on top of that, compounded by the fact that there is a little bit of an imposter syndrome coming in as well, right? You're like, all right,
yeah,
we're here right now, guys. You know, we got the opportunity. That's great. We can't say no. But can they kind of mentally reset and get into the mindset they needed to be like?
Exactly.
Like the way they went into RMR with the mindset, hey, we're going to win it. You got to get to that point. Can they do it? That's the big question mark for me.
Well, sure. I mean, obviously, we have no idea what's been said, what promises have been made, what's going on. So they're in a very strange spot, I would say. Taking on Amcal, who, listen, someone tried to troll me the other day and go, I bet you can't name all the 5 Amcal players. And I went, yeah, all right, I can't.
You got me.
You got me in the first half, right? I've been out of the game for a while. But I will say this, I do know the core, and they're a deceptively experienced team, even if you haven't heard the name Amcal and it doesn't roll off the tongue.
Yeah, that's fair. I think Amcal as a name is a little bit unknown, but you have likes of Forrester, Crad, Nickelback.
Exactly.
These 3 have been around for quite a while, and I have to say, a little bit of IC, a little bit of Travis. It seems to be a recurring theme here at the major that we get to have the new players who take a little bit of the spotlight and who actually perform. Loved what I saw from IC at the RMR.
Yeah,
Was it
the other
perfect?
guys
No,
getting hyped.
absolutely not. There's still a long road to go on the T side specifically, but CT side AWP, holy hell, he's ready. He's gonna punish you.
Ancient?
He's gonna clear and make all of these long
Overpass.
distances safe. I like what I've seen from IC.
It's a classic, another CIS
Gamer
offer just
Legion
coming out
likes
of the wood.
overpass.
Number 52.
Number 52 coming out right there. And I agree with you. I will say this.
Look
though,
at that
when
guy,
we talk
yo.
about first, you know,
He's
pick up,
locked
they actually got
in,
9
yo.
pandas to qualify for the major.
He's
in that 2-2
locked
matchup,
in.
right?
He's fucking.
Some of the CS we saw was a little messy. It was a little too loosey-goosey for my particular liking. But they've had a little bit of time to tighten things up. And if they do that, for me personally, I feel like they do have the tenure as well as some of the star individuals coming up, like an IC, to maybe, if not qualify for the next stage, maybe Maniac.
I like
surprise all of us
I like
here.
how you're trying to tiptoe around the fact that the NIP game was one of the worst games.
It was the worst game I've seen all year. Right? It was terrible.
It just is a fact.
It was dreadful.
But within the darkness, there's a little bit of light because
The later games are better.
They
It was
could,
okay.
and the map is
Oh,
going to be the
God.
same one.
Oh, Lord.
So they know what it is to get down and dirty on overpass and play these weird rounds, still bounce back on there.
I'll say this very quickly right now here. Obviously, Amcal would be the favorites coming up against a Game of Legion here, but
you think so?
Favorites? I think so. I mean, I'm not
Amcal would be
favorites. I'm going to be going
I was
leading
gonna
their
ask
way.
that, actually.
I'm going to be
I
leading
don't
their
know,
way.
I'm back and forth
But
on it.
here's the problem: the fact that they picked Overpass or allowed Overpass through against a Game of Legion, who has a very kind of weakish map pool, and Overpass is their map. That's the map they like to play time and time and time again. Allowing that through, suddenly for me, it sways it back in the favor of Game of Legion. I'm a little surprised about this from Amcal because I feel like they have a deeper map pool overall, and they're going to go for somewhere else where Game of Legion maybe are a little uncomfortable on.
You got a few seconds to squeeze something in.
Yeah, I feel like I needed more than a few seconds just to make my choice for a favorite, right? It's hella complicated. I tend to Game Legion. I tend to Game Legion just because the quality of Counter-Strike Amcal was really, really rough when I saw it at the RMR. I have to go with Game Legion.
All right, well, we'll see. We're going to get into the game now. I'll throw you back over to the casters. Can't give me your thoughts, guys. Who's winning this one?
Well. Jason, I've got to say, I, on the Game of Legion side, I don't know what happened during the last chance qualifier or whatever, but I feel like...
Look at this, my 4 fucking A play.
Okay.
I know you love Amcal, so...
They sent Recon, though.
The overpass game against NIP was some of the worst Counter-Strike played. Amcal came out on top of that in a couple of overtimes. We'll see what they've got here. Travis is going to find an opening pick as Gamer Legion tries to get aggressive, and they're going to start wrapping behind this as well. They've already got control of short, so the defense kind of has to back away. Krad's waiting for him here, so Amcal's in perfect position and should be able to punish this retreat. Misses his opportunity and is subsequently punished.
Wow.
Nothing worse than a feeling when you fire your gun. You
Wow.
know, I just reeled myself and I have nowhere to hide. I'm just out in the open. Oh, nice little shot from Kiosk there, but Forrest is going to be able to take him down. It's still the trades going back and forth. Volt will find the headshot. Icy, a little bit.
Oh,
isolated.
Snacks through the smoke.
You really stumbled into that one, didn't you? You didn't even mean to do that whatsoever. Travis is left. I'm taking it from here. I can't allow you to be like that. Travis is going to push forward 1v3. He knows Volt is low, but Snacks has shifted all the way around. This around for Gamer Legion. Pull yourself together, man.
You know what, Jason? I deserve some credit. You know, I was gonna call Kylark and say that he was flying high in the last game, and I didn't do it for you. I said, you know what? It's the first day. Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna
hold it
cool,
in.
Yeah. So I thought, you know, I'm not doing that to Jason.
Well, then you ruined it. Right in the next map. You really took it to a new level. Good pistol round for Gamer Legion managing things. Got a little bit of a gift. The retreat up the stairs. That was Crad who missed an opportunity with the Glock. So look.
I love that NIP game. I've got to say, like, it's one of the funniest.
Stop. In that game against NIP,
Yes.
the real struggle of it for Amcal and their T sides was just everyone playing so passively across the map to start rounds, slow to progress upon it. It felt like there wasn't really the knowledge there for Amcal and even NIP on the other side of the map on their T side as well. Not really the initiative or the knowledge of how to create opportunities for themselves on the T side of Overpass, so it just felt very boring. It was both teams calling kind of like a stalemate for 40 seconds and then pushing forward and seeing what they could get in the last 40 seconds or so of the round, 30 seconds or so of the round.
Yeah.
We'll see if that changed. They obviously had a lot of film to go back and review. Bleb brought up the point that, Gamer Legion, this is a map that they're, of all the maps in the pool, this is one they're going to be comfortable on. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. I just don't have a whole lot of faith in what we've seen from Amcal at the RMR.
Yeah, I think that kind of indecision when you're just seeing a team not make any choices is very, very hard to be excited about that.
And if on the other side of the map is a CT side that takes initiative and feels a little bit more comfortable with timings and start pushing, because Overpass is a huge map, that kind of like slow, patient, like undecisive play is really going to get punished. And with a player like Snacks and someone like Volt as well, and Acor who's so proactive, I feel like that can be a real factor in this game and how it ends up.
Yeah, I definitely want to double down on that. Like, I think, especially Snacks mentioned in that context, like, he's not the kind of player that's just going to let you hang out and do stuff. Like, he's going to come eventually.
Yeah.
And also, like, if you leave space for him to creep in
Snacks
behind,
is
like,
locked
that's one of
in,
the
bro.
wildest thing about the Snacks comeback is that was obviously like the highlight of his career, was like, playing inside and around all the smokes, just being an incredibly hard player to read.
It felt like he showed all the pros how to do it.
Yeah, it really did feel that way. And then, coming back into it, you would have thought, well, that was in the past, like, surely he has to do something. He's done it in, like, at the RMR, right? Like, he did it again. It's really wild.
And never forget, too, the mentality of someone like Snacks, who's won a major as well, who didn't qualify for this major and is kind of brought in on a technicality. The mindset is, I'm going to take advantage every moment I can. I'm going to find a way to prove that I deserve to be here.
That is a wall bang headshot from the other side. That was from the tunnel. They blasted Snacks. That's pretty brutal. How do you do? I was expecting that to do way less damage. Fair enough.
Well, here we are.
Yeah.
The bullet holes perfectly lined up.
But the evidence.
So a little bit of aggression is forced back by the kill, but Kiaz is going to take the opportunity to push forward. He's got two players waiting for him at the top of these stairs. Timing is everything. Good fortune is everything. Forrester wasn't ready for the fight, otherwise Kiaz might be dead, but that little bit of presence is going to force them away from the B bomb site. That's a lot of information. You can see the second B player has shifted over to the other side of the map. Kiaz is just like, I have B. I've got the intel. I've got a smoke for Monster. They're going your way.
I'm surprised by Acor sticking around and trying to take that fight. Like you said, they know that they're not going to be coming B for a long, long time. Feels risky to try and sort of peek into the one location on the map you pretty much know they have to be at.
Well, they're coming back to it now, or at least going to throw out utility. This could all be a fake. Again, they have complete map control.
20 seconds.
Volt hasn't moved. Oh, this is perfect.
Yeah, the time is running out. That's the only thing that can win this round. Maybe Gamer Legion. Volt. It's a good headshot. 14 seconds left now. It's running real low. A flash to slow them down, but Isaac, he just can't find that shot. If he had, it could have been the round. That might have been enough.
Volt needed a double in that position. Needed to be able to clean up that first kill, but good spacing from Amcal in that approach. Really baiting the low HP player, and Kiaz has no business shifting over to try and win back the round in a 1v4. So Amcal pull it off. Moving around the map slowly, just find enough kills, enough trickery. Actually, they didn't even really fake Gamer Legion out, to be fair. That little execute at the B bomb site didn't pull anyone over. Just good trading as the round comes to a close, and first round on the board for Umcal's T side.
Yeah, and importantly, happens really, really early on here, so Gamer Legion not being allowed to build up any kind of money. Could be celebrating that.
Remember, they lost, what, 3 players in the second round? Two or three players? They don't have cash in this one. They're gonna have to sit back on the pistols. They're really hurting for economy really early on in the game, so there's the spam. When his teammate calls out there's aggression, just laying bullets into the wall. And this one right here, that trade from Icy is everything. And that's an important thing to note as well for this Amcal team. We've, you know, obviously we talked about some of the team Counter-Strike they played, but I think Icy's got some talent as a player to see what it's going to turn into. He's kind of like an interesting player on this team to just keep your eyes on.
You're doing that. Forrester, I love that play. No grenades, no warning. Just a clean walk in through to try and get a kill against somebody. It's a particular demo that I watched once, many times over, where Flusher was playing against Astralis on this map, and Flusher would just walk through the monster tunnel, and I swear he killed Glaive like 5 or 6 times over, and like he just kept doing it, no flashes, no warning. He just confidently took the fight every time. Like there's something about players who can do that. It's such a luxury to have.
Yeah, some players just really love that monster fight going out, and you can find timings with it as well. With if you know like the utility tendencies and the angles that the opposition likes to play, get a really good read of how they defend monster and understand where your openings are going to be in the game. Acor's got a Zeus inside the smoke.
Yeah, why not? Shot in the back, unfortunately. Trav is in a good position. He's picked up the Zeus in the meantime, so maybe it'll live on. Still haven't seen anyone get a recharged Zeus kill, have we?
No, that feature has not really come into play and had impact quite yet. But you never know, maybe at some point we lower the recharge time.
Yeah.
Get a little frisky with it.
There's gotta be a way.
First time it happens is gonna be spectacular though.
First time it happens, we'll probably all miss it. We'll be like, wait a minute, what's that? Oh, here we go. No more kills in the round for the CT side. They only lose Crowd there on T side, so that's pretty good.
Queen up, queen.
Definitely in terms of making the money. And Gamer Legion, whatever start they might have had, it's been slowed down. Not feeling nearly as exciting as it did like right at the beginning.
The initial like harsh reset after taking so much damage in the second round really kind of sucks as well. It makes it feel a little disjointed on the CT side. They're going to buy up here, but MP9 on Isaac. Acor has his AWP, but pretty light on utility. No kits across the board for the CT side, so they're still missing a lot of features, a lot of nades that they'd like to have. But Acor's AWP can get him going. Spots one jumping across, missed the timing for the shot, but he's got the information.
That much long spray while standing inside of the flames there for Crad, but
this has gotten scary.
It doesn't really matter, he'll take it.
That's a mistake though from the Gamer Legion side, that Molotov not going as deep as they would have liked to prevent that kind of a peak. Now Acor kind of stuck halfway up bathrooms at Divider and felt like he had to get aggressive to take that fight. No clean escape and goes down.
Yeah, particularly good angle to be held there from Icy. That's good to see. I think maybe Acor wins the battle against the rifle if it's just a straight up 1 versus 1 there, but kind of got lured into the line of fire. A minute on the clock here, so they're just frozen. They're saying, let's wait and see. Are we getting a jump? Are we getting a peek somewhere? Maybe out long. Yep. It's going to be Crad to pick up the kill. No problems here. Defense is not looking that impressive. Nickelback.
Bang.
This is how he reminds them, Jason. It's crazy.
Nice. That one was good. That was your best work. Really well. Yeah, good find. A little bit of miscue on some of this aggression from Gamer Legion. You know, I'll bring it. I like this point that that Janko made at on Twitter earlier. I think he made it on Twitter. A point about Gamer Legion just saying the fact that they didn't manage to qualify through the RMR. You have to imagine there's a conversation about roster changes, a conversation about retooling the lineup if you've shown you're not good enough to qualify for the major, and then all of a sudden getting the call up when you've potentially already had those conversations, right?
Yeah.
There is perhaps a little bit of that element within the Gamer Legion camp that can make it difficult to kind of come together as a team the way you need to have success and qualify for the next stage of the major. So there's a couple different elements that Gamer Legion is going to be fighting against within this matchup.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, that's a really interesting angle. I wonder how that plays out. Probably not something they're going to be able to talk about right now, but in the future that could be a fun thing to write down. These are some great shots. My God.
Yeah, that's a beauty from Nickelback. A little bit of knife out of spawn onto Krad. He's brought down to 70 HP, but thankfully it's P250, 5.7 Deagle on the Gamer Legion side of things. Just pistols, not even armor.
Oh, wow, look at Forrester. He did it in the Monster Tunnel last time, and previously now he's doing it towards the L-bend. They know that he's here, so it's not a complete surprise, but it's a very, very similar theory of how to play the game. Just get up, take a forward position that maybe they're not expecting. This time they definitely were close enough to hear him run, but there are a lot of other rounds where there's so many nades landing at the B bomb side, you don't realize what's going on.
He's gonna call that out though. It's a good piece of information gathered without taking too much damage, saying, okay, spotted 2 players, pushing short. They were trying to be aggressive at the B bomb site. Once again, I'm happy to sit and be patient. Gonna shift around the map, leave the B bomb site entirely.
Just the pistols from Gamer Legion here.
Oh, they're all here though.
Travis knows. Squire's got the MAC-10. See if he's going to get anything for it. To jump it around the corner, not at all. But again, even if he doesn't get the kills, he functions as great bait for the rest of them to pick up a couple of kills here, and they only lose the MAC-10. That's absolutely fine. Amcal, they're doing work.
Yeah, they baited that MAC-10 just perfectly. No one swinging too far to get the trade kills. No one being overcommitted to any kind of a fight. Just picking off the follow-up peaks and staying poised. They've got a good solid lead going in the first 6 rounds of play so far, 4-2. And Gamer Legion have yet to plant their feet. The op is out again for Acor. Got 1 kill the previous time he had it, and that was all. Not able to build upon it.
They definitely don't seem to like themselves here, Gamer Legion. I know they didn't qualify technically speaking, but I'm expecting a lot more out of them here. Volt is a good return. Gives them a one-man advantage. Travis getting taken out early in that round.
He's got 1 HP, Volt, so it'll be interesting to see where he decides to position himself to provide some value to the team throughout this round with very low HP. Acor was pushed out towards long with that op, and he's going to back away. Hasn't seen or heard anything, so over towards highway he goes. But if he tries to shift back towards dice boxes, Icy's got him locked in.
Yeah, one slip up here, you make a little mistake, you think, I'm just going to go take a look, and it could be the end. You know where he is now. It's Krad to go down. He walked into the shot. Acor having a little bit of a save.
Timing.
Good half here for Acor in terms of the map, but somehow he gets found.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little lackadaisical. He thinks Volt has that covered, but Volt's, hugging the wall with 1 HP. So Acor just kind of assumed that he was safe and in the clear. And now Volt's making a very good play. He's found a perfect timing for this flank.
He knows everything. Timing is the only thing that can betray him, but it's going to be absolutely fine. Great
nice
work from Volt. Picks up the triple. And will be Gamer Legion to pick up another round as well, importantly. Guessing somebody else must have saved the AWP.
Yeah, someone else picked up the op, so he shifts back to the M4. Going for a flash mid. Sounds like we're going to get a little bit of a peek over at Fountain early on. There's the trade from Volts in the early stages of the round. Acor with his single kill with the op. And Volt's flank at the end of the day. Round 8. Acor hustling to take an angle. Volt's going to be there with him, both pretty committed. Deep smoke as well.
Okay, I kind of like that from Krad. He's running through the smoke, putting out the Molotov, but not so far that he was going to get exposed to long. Oh, are they going to get flashed in, or are they just going to walk through? Could throw some really mean flashbangs from inside of the bomb site, but no, they'll just take the fight straight up. Icy goes down.
Yeah, an immediate Molotov as well from the defender still inside the bomb site. That was Snacks. Throws it towards short to allow them to have safety to fall back into the site. Isaac takes an awkward engagement. 2 players spamming at him through smoke.
I think Vault got that kill from the sniper position. Wall banging down Nickelback.
Okay.
Yeah, look at how far he is. Like, I think he was up there.
Yeah, a little cheeky. Volt's having a couple good rounds.
Yeah, look at him. Do we have the evidence? Do we have the bullets on the wall? Where's the CSI crew?
Yeah, bringing the forensics team. So things slow down again for Amcal as they move around this gigantic map. Travis going to be out towards long. They've got a lot of space to work with towards the bomb site. Gamer Legion in a 5-on-3 is happy to play it passively. Lure them into crossfires at the bomb site. You have an op at the truck. Bolt behind dice boxes. And Snacks at the headshot angle.
20 seconds. I mean, if you need some of the cleanest entries we would have seen yet at the Major to try and even get close to this one. I think they've realized that's not going to happen. Give up on it instead and tie up the game. It's 4-4.
Yep, they've got plenty of money to replenish nades and utility. They don't want to have to rebuy these AK-47s, so they'll come back into this with a full buy. They got plenty of money to drop an AWP or an AK-47 over to Icy, whatever they choose. And Gamer Legion's tied things up at 4.
Well, there is Vault, who has been instrumental in some of these rounds they managed to pick up. It's Amcal taking a timeout to discuss what is going on. Obviously giving the same chance to Gamer Legion on the other side. They've got Ash behind them, so gonna have a little bit of a say. He's been with the team for a while. I mean, they're doing pretty good, right? Tied up game, it's 4-4. They're on the T side, it's overpass. I think if I'm Amcal, I'm okay with how this is playing out.
Yeah, I think both teams are really kind of okay with how this has played out. Gamer Legion have kind of like stabilized, won a couple rounds in a row, have some money beneath them as well. Getting a little proactive on the map, feeling a little bit more confident. I mean, both teams understand there's plenty of rounds still to play in this half. 4 more to decide what things are going to end up with at halftime. Here we go, round 9.
See with the AWP, smoke gonna make it just a matter of luck if you can find anything through it. There is an op on the other side. It's Acorn. We've seen him in a couple of different places. This time he's gonna be straight in the middle of it. That seems so risky. Even if they blow it open, oh, it's just as it fades. Travis gets taken down at the start of the round. That is unfortunate.
Back-to-back rounds where the plan and monster from the defense has been to exploit the fading smoke.
Yeah.
Last time was 2 players inside of it to pick off Icy with the op. Now it's Acor's op that finds a kill at range, and that is very close. He's gonna go back into it. Too much from Acor. A gift of a rebuttal of an equalizing kill.
Didn't look like he was expecting Acor for there to be an op on the other side. It looked like he was assuming that it was gonna be just some rifle fights.
Well, that's twice now his assumptions have gotten him killed, so he's got to be careful moving forward. That op is a big piece of the puzzle and super effective on overpass.
Nickelback's been waiting out long, just listening in any footsteps, but hasn't really heard anything yet, I think, so that's the best he can probably call in for his team. Look at the rotation coming out here. Maybe even more now that they hear the sound of that AWP out towards the bathrooms. 23 seconds. Well, it's an amazing timing for that smoke. It's going to buy a lot of space. Hard to swing against Snacks when he's in that corner behind him, but they get the kill on Volt anyway. 13 seconds and they trade up Snacks. Forrester with a huge shot. Isaac and Kios here. Bomb's been planted now and they're in some trouble.
Oh yeah, this might be time. They're going to investigate a little bit once this smoke clears here if they can find a gift. Another one's coming in. And that second smoke pluming might be a call to just back away from this. They still have the op at the B bomb site that they can recover. They're going to lose one more. Kiaz goes down. And for sure now, Isaac has no other options but to back away. And Amcal slowly constrict on this A bomb site.
Wow.
And they've got a 5th.
Couple of rounds right now where I feel like it's so close that Gamer Legion should be able to buy a little bit more time. But maybe it's just, you know, we're in that third perspective. It looks like they just need 1 kill in any of these scenarios, and Amcal run out of time on the B bomb or on the A bomb side. But
I mean, that one's really hard. Volt and Snacks probably feel like they should have had a little bit more. That smoke Volt throws right atop of the ledge to kind of help protect anyone from swinging close to Snacks, forcing those fights at like a medium and long range. Also blocks his vision out towards long, so that player kind of gets out for free. Forces Volt to be aggressive on the other side of Dicebox, is a fight that he doesn't really love. So I mean, it could have been stronger.
Well, gives a lead to Amcal. Again, slightly less favored side here, playing on the T side of Overpass, so count to the end. Bolt again, it's a very powerful position.
Yeah, well, Krad knows there was aggression. He doesn't know the numbers. It's a lot of bodies. It's 3 players essentially, 1 in con. They've got 2 pushed up towards Fountain, so this B defense is pretty weak. It's Isaac and it's Acor, and they're gonna try and exploit it.
Yeah, beat the timing before anyone can rotate in. Nicely done from the Swede, and it's Acor down but low. It's a great flick to take down Forrester just as he was crossing into the smoke. Acor keeps it going. 3 kills. It should be enough, and it will be.
Yeah, beautiful round from Acor. That's really most of what we've seen from him has been some isolated kills. This time he's ready. He's prepared. A nice flick up for that 2nd kill, and he just plays it perfectly, hunting down a 3rd. Really well done right here. That's a nice shot as Forrester comes swinging out. Tied up at 5. Gamer Legion not done yet. 2 rounds remaining in this opening half, and finally the money's starting to get a little sketchy for the Amcal side of things. Down to a Galil on a couple of players. Down to a Mac 10 on Travis. This is
like
everything
4 or
invested
5
here in this
match
round.
points.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal, isn't it? Imagine if they lose this one and it ends
I
up
told you all these
7-5 just because they can't actually afford anything.
You know what map
else.
it was?
That'd
It
be
was a Anubis.
disappointing for Amcal, I'm sure. And a lot of forward grenades from Gamer Legion. They're really putting the pressure on. Could have easily been a trade. Icy, he's a bullet away from death here, but accurate as hell with the Galil.
Yeah, 2 for 1 on that kind of a push. Amcal's super happy with that. Snacks, though, we mentioned, he's going to be relentless. He's pushing up behind it. You've got Isaac. You put a lot of faith in him. He's only got 1 flashbang. When that smoke fades, he's really, really exposed. And Amcal's going to try and hit this timing on the B bomb site. Flashbang coming over. Isaac's got to back away.
Yeah, just feel the pressure. Ooh, comes back in maybe a little bit early.
Uh-oh.
Acor got the triple kill in the last round, but this is asking a lot. Snacks is walking up behind to see if he can get even a free kill. Maybe that would be something. Snacks, yeah, he's giving away a footstep. I think Isu heard that right before it happened, unfortunately for Snacks. They're going to be trying to save the AWP instead.
Yeah, and if you're Amcal, I like this. Get on the hunt. 4 players alive. Even though you don't have a whole lot of cash, AWP is a big weapon to take away. Money on the Gamer Legion side isn't that pretty either. So I see an Acor on the other side of the walls. 1 noise, 1 indication of Acor's position, and they will pounce, and they are still hunting. He might get killed from behind.
There we go. All right, you're very measured at the moment.
Yeah, calm, collected. Stoic, even.
I would say so. I would have thought that they would have been celebrating maybe a little bit more. Just again, some great rounds that are being won here by Amcal. I think, got a triple in this round, so yeah, finding Acor right at the end. 6-5 the scoreline going into the last round of the half. Not that much to work with on Gamer Legion, especially not in terms of the grenades. Let's see if that's gonna force them into maybe even more aggression. It's not unheard of. Acor trying to land that flick. And trying to get out now.
That was a really good opportunity to find an opening kill for Gamer Legion, and Acor's not able to pull it off. Second chance, a creative little boost. Peering in at the stairs, Snacks watching the short tunnels as the bottom totem.
I like this forward push outside of the B bomb side. It's going to allow them to have way more people at the A bomb side, and I guess that's the kind of risk you want to have to take here because you don't have the grenades, right? You need the manpower. You need to have a stack somewhere. for this to realistically work out.
Now they're going back B. What the
position that
fuck?
Kios is in is what's allowing them to do this at the moment.
They were all just stacked up A,
As
and
long as
then
it
they're
lasts,
just
we'll
gonna
see if
walk
he's gonna
back
be
B.
allowed to stay. Looks like they are coming back. This could be a really ugly fight for him.
Well, the question is, can he get one, or does he get traded? Forrester's way far ahead of everyone, so if he can get this kill, he can't. Blowing out the kneecaps, not enough damage, and Amcal's got to pick it up. With only 25 seconds, they have to hustle into this B bomb site. Rotation is shifting over, but as you mentioned, it's a little bit late to stop anything. This is a recovery mission now.
Yeah, and it's one with some nades, right? They're not able to get a couple of free kills by just throwing in the right
The
Molotovs
fuck?
and HEs. All they have here are the AWP.
That was a little
and
weird.
maybe some rifles to follow it up, but it's not really that much to work with. Amcal might have found a way to get this one. There is a kit, curiously, in play on Volt, so if they get real close, they can try and do it, but they're not even anywhere near this defuse at the moment. Nickelback and Crad coming up with a couple of shots, and here's just Volt left. Missed opportunity for Icy. That is funny, but ultimately, he's still going to be able to win the round. 7-5.
He gave it like a quick blink as well after he gets the kill. He's like, why did that first bullet not hit? Oh, why did it not connect? Good T-side from Amcal, 7-5.
That was a little.
I think that's really respectable. I think that should make
it's excellent.
Gamer Legion a little bit scared.
Excellent for T-side overpass. I think the big difference between watching this T-side, in my mind, because that Amcal nip game just kind of lives on, stuck in my brain, fortunately. And we criticize them quite a bit for their T-side. I think it looks a little bit better here because we see more aggression out of Gamer Legion on the CT side than we did from NIP back at the RMR. So there's more opportunities for Amcal to find some of those picks, and like the options and ideas almost lay themselves out for Amcal in this game. You're able to get some picks front of bathroom, able to get some picks on some B pushes, able to find some openings that you didn't get otherwise against a very passive NIP defense back at the RMR.
I think it's good. It's good to see that they're improving so soon, unlike NIP are looking to improve in 25.
Nice.
Yes. Second half is coming up. We've got Amcal now on the CT side. We've got Dualies in the B bomb side. Jason, I know you love them, but they're going to get shut down. They don't even get a chance to do anything. The flashes.
There you go,
just
Gio.
too good.
Bro, I don't know what conversation they had during halftime, but it was not about the CT pistol.
No.
They were not prepared for a B rush at all.
Let's go to the B bomb side, guys, and just hang out and just chill. Just
You got Dualies? Cool. I'll play USP. That's sweet. I can get a kit.
Yeah. Let's see what maybe it'll just be a sunny day down here. Nothing will oh damn, there are flashes everywhere.
they're here. Wow.
Oh, surfing into the headshot. Let's go. Crad.
Gotta win it now.
Yeah, you have to.
It's required.
Right back into it. Oh, they double peek him, the bastards. That would have been sick if they could. He almost had it. I wanted to believe.
Yeah, I know there's like no time left in that bomb, but if you're one of those two CT players still alive, or CT players still alive in the bomb, so you're like, guys, not like this.
Don't lose this round.
Why have you put me in this position?
Whatever else happens, just don't do it.
Yeah, there's really not much else to say. They were not prepared for a B rush whatsoever. Everyone was passive. Nobody looked like they were really all that convinced that, a monster play was even going to come in whatsoever. So pistol round to Gamer Legion. It's both pistols in the game won by Gamer Legion.
And that should at least give them a little bit of confidence. But again, we've seen in the past, I mean, not enough to just win the pistol rounds and kind of try and get a couple of rounds to follow that up. One smoke on Crad. That is interesting. See if there's a particular plan in mind, or if he's just trying to make life hard on them, make them use more grenades to try and hunt him down eventually. Smoked up on one side. Try and play inside of it.
Oh, they hear him. They know he's in there.
They know. It's the worst kept secret.
One player's walking around bathrooms, Travis. Icy's getting close up to the end. They didn't know Snacks was here. He'll have an easy double kill. Travis is going to dink him and take him down. And Kia's lost track for just a moment, but no big danger. Nickelback, the last one left. 7-7 is going to be the score. After Gamer Legion plants the bomb, this round is out of reach of old Nickelback.
Yeah, unfortunately. What's your favorite playground equipment, Jason? Slides, the swings.
The monkey bars.
The monkey bars. Yeah, classic. All right, so good choice.
It's a versatile playground equipment.
Yeah, real potential for danger too if you screw it up, which obviously is more fun that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can respect it. well. This is starting to become a little bit of a game again.
Yeah, it's close. We haven't really felt a team like take control, while we saw like in the opening Cloud9 ecstatic, like teams going on massive runs and kind of seesawing. You know, in the Imperial Ents game, you saw, you know, Ents have like tactical advantage, and you saw the brute force philosophy from Imperial kind of come into play as well. This game doesn't really feel like one team has kind of separated themselves in any facet of the game from the other quite yet.
Yeah, you're right. We're missing that team that can really run away with it at the moment. I mean, some of it could come down to the economy here, especially if you're Amcal early on. If Gamer Legion wanted to make a big run at it here, then now is the perfect opportunity. They're not going to have a lot of money to work with.
Keeping things quiet as well. Going basically full contact through bathrooms, up banana towards the A bomb site. You could see this defense is shifting a lot. They don't know really what's coming whatsoever. And now all of a sudden, Gamer Legion is knocking on the door.
Yeah, they're right on top of them. This is a bit scary, but they've got the guns out just in time. And look at the three-way crossfire to shut it down. I think Gamer Legion had a moment there when they had the element of surprise and nobody knew, but once they started losing some of the first duels, it's a different question. Isaac, though, cracking skulls at the bomb site. A-Core coming in at long, and just like that, it's spun around. 1 versus 2 now instead. Travis on his own with the M4, looking to see if he can touch it back for his team, but he cannot. Instead, Isaac to save Gamer Legion. 4 kills for the Swede at the end.
Yeah, that's a 2v4, and that one really hurts if you're Amcal, because you played that just about perfectly. You got a little bit surprised, but you had such a sick triangle setup. Look at this, one at the truck corner, one at Dice, one hiding in the smoke out towards long. There's so many crossfires that get sprung when Gamer Legion initially attack into this, and some brilliant shooting from Isaac, smoke clearing at long for the worst timing for Krad, and man, Amcal lets one slip away. And as you mentioned, that's a huge momentum round considering the economy.
Devastating. Now, I don't speak the language, but I'm pretty sure the coach is saying, just calm down, chill out now, because it's one of those rounds that really can spin the team, right?
Yeah, a 4-on-2 advantage, and those kills come out so quick, you're almost scratching your head wondering how we lost it. Like, how did this occur? Great shooting from Isaac. He's 10 and 7, it's Volt leading the way with 12.
I mean, I've always been a bit of a fan of A-Core, but I think Isaac is a little bit underrated. Like, it's just, you know, one of those players escaped the Swedish scene. I just like him. I think he's got some potential.
Okay. That's fair. Snack's gonna lead the way up short, over by Sandbags at the moment. Oh, Krad gets caught by Kiaz. And this boost up missed the timing to exploit the advantage. They might get it late in the round. I don't think Kiaz and Snacks at this point are going to check for this at all.
Definitely not aware, but they are lucky to come out alive on that one. Hard to get the headshot on someone who's jumping like that, so maybe the only downside to it. Kiaz back at it again.
This is great. If you're Gamer Legion, you're loving this right now, because I mean, this has really been the only thing you've done on the map this whole round, is just kind of get Sandbags in short control quick and let Kiaz have this angle to fight anyone crossing over, and he's found a pair of kills.
And you have time. You can wait it out. Finally gonna send someone towards the A bomb site, but
and that's information too. They know there's at least 2 more at this B bomb site, so that's gonna give Volt all the confidence in the world to just stroll in towards A. And surely now you realize where the last remaining members are.
Wow, it's a very, very secure round here. All right, nicely done.
That's the bomb going door, though. That's a little sketchy. 20 seconds. This is getting weird. It's getting really weird. A-Core holds on. Spam damage, and that should be the kill that seals it. But it did get a little sloppy there towards the end.
Yeah. What a finish, though, from A-Core. He actually got the wall bang through, but you're right. Sloppy. Imagine a world in which the bomb is the next victim of a headshot. That would have been really awful for Gamer Legion.
It could have been really uncomfortable.
Well, they avoid that fate. I guess that's good news. Now they have a bit of a double lead. They're starting to get there. It's slowly accumulating in their favor. Amcal still with the potential money problems, although this round is going to be fine, but the next one.
We've just had the first initial gun round where they were missing some utility. This one should be a little bit stronger from them. We'll see if they can put a stop. And remember, that first gun round was completely in their favor up until the moment where it wasn't. through to Krad and Isaac, or excuse me, Kiaz and Isaac. Krad at the Divider. Icy out towards long with the op. This time Gamer Legion using a little bit more smoke as they take control of bathrooms.
Whoops. Not exactly what they were trying to do, but fair enough. Nobody was there anyway.
Thankfully.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. We'll forgive and forget. Running their way back. Don't know what they saw out there that made them rotate, but...
Nothing. I think they wanted to show Amcol that they were taking control of bathrooms, which they kind of did with that front smoke. No one's really presented themselves, so there's 3 players still shoring up this B defense. Still going to be a tough execute, especially with utility in the choke point. Allows Amcol to remain aggressive behind the smoke. Travis playing anti-flash. Nickelback in support.
Imagine if he had just sprayed that down. It could have been the end of the round right in the near 35 seconds. Travis getting knocked down. It's Chaos on the entry. Keeps it going. Look
Oh
at
my
the pressure that
goodness.
they're putting on here. B defense just cannot hold up any longer.
Oh my
Molotov
goodness.
down on Forrester as well, so you had to try and do something. That is very, very efficient. And again, I've got to remind you, if Travis just commits to the spray, not that he could have necessarily known, but
gets 2 kills.
Yeah, that's it. That's probably a double.
Acor goes for the fight. He's found the position of Icy and still swung into it. I thought he was going to call some teammates over and just keep them pinned down. They want this AWP for sure.
I have to go hunt for it a little bit deeper now. He's hanging around, moving closer to the bomb site, and looks like they're walking the other way. So
yeah, wrong direction.
Fine.
Yeah, Icy will be good with the AWP. So at least there's that. At least there's that for MCall. But with the money the way it is, some half buy armor and pistols around this AWP, and you're really trusting Icy to have some impact and change the nature. This is where you almost want him to get a little aggressive. We haven't really seen them go for any, aggressive peaks, aggressive plays. They've only had 2 real gun rounds, but this is one of those rounds where you take the leash off and you say, Icy, what's your favorite play to get a pick on this map? Like, what do you want? You want to push fountain? You want to take that peak? You want to go down the stairs, try and find someone there? You want to take it to the B bomb site? Give him a chance to have impact.
Whatever it takes. A lot of pressure. Last time I've been called here from Amcal. See if they can find way back into the second half. It's really been brutal.
Yeah, I mean, look, the big round, there hasn't been a whole lot of swing rounds in this game, but really the one that you're going to point to is the lost 4v2 in the first gun round of this half. That's changed the entire nature of this game.
They're going to have...
Come on, Gio.
Couple of pistols being upgraded here and there. It is going to be on that AWP. If they have any cool tricks that we don't know about. Doesn't look like it. Just going to be sending IC forward. We'll push in front of it, okay.
He's taking the risk that someone might have already crossed a playground. He wanted that delayed peek. You could hear him listening for footsteps for someone along the wall for him to take that really deep swing. Opportunity didn't present itself, but the idea was there.
He's still out looking. Do like this, being proactive, actually looking to hunt down the kill instead of waiting around at the back of the bomb site for somebody to show up. So it's risky, sure, but
I have to say, it's also a smart round from Gamer Legion too, in the sense that there's still 1 op on the board. So instead of actually challenging for playground on those angles the op likes, they go for kind of the bathroom smoke and have the presence come from the stairs.
Nice, Snacks.
Meanwhile, Snacks finds an opening with an aggressive push at B. That's forced her to go down. He had flashbang from his teammates. All 5 players from Gamer Legion are lined up around this B bomb site. Icy is alone with the op. And he's just saying, I can't really do anything. No one's here. But at least he's got the information.
very hard to imagine the pistols are going to be holding back this one. Again, the flashbangs are just really impressive.
Good
I think it's
call.
something that worked all the way in the pistol round for Gamer Legion, just having those flashes that touches the entry to monster and behind the pillar. Like, those flashbangs are just so brutal. 11-7 is going to be the scoreline. It's 2 rounds away from Gamer Legion picking up the map here.
Acor could just not win that fight at the end of rounds.
But this time, I think IC's gonna have a real hard time holding on to the AWP.
Yeah, it might actually just straight up be impossible. 2 players in front of him, one coming in from behind. Now he's in T-spawn, jumping around, trying to line up the shot. And Kiaz is just a distraction. 11 to 7.
That was funny.
MCall have yet to put a defensive round on the board.
And that is an issue.
Thanks, Madden.
You have to. Unless you're going to get all the T rounds and play overtime forever. At some point, you will need to win at least one.
Well, it sets it up. There is money for an op again onto Icy. And the half-buy sets up nicely 4 M4s and full kits of utility around that as well. Missed Molotov towards short. And Forrester's going to take advantage of it. He pushes in with an aggressive volley of his own.
It's do or die time, isn't it, for Amcal? Now, if they wanted to change this and have a bit of a comeback, it has to start right now. They have run out of game to play with here. A little bit of a push going towards the birthday party and restrooms on the other side. Oh,
wow.
It looked like that could have worked out, but again, it backfires on them. I can't believe it. Amcal, it looked like they had the better fight to begin with.
Yeah, the drop down and the spam from Travis was actually, excuse me, Nickelback was actually perfect because I was worried. Travis was kind of isolated on his own, playing in that little cubby in the little corner. Wasn't really an angle to double up, but that drop down, I thought that hit was going to get deleted.
Wait, he pulled
Smoke
the
fades and
rotate?
Gamer Legion come out on top, and now it's hard. Because now there's still so much time on the clock, and Gamer Legion has actually done a really good job of hustling over and changing the position of their attack to the A bomb site. No information, no presence at A, so Krat has to be really careful.
That was not the smoke that they were looking for.
No, but I mean, in one sense, it didn't give away the idea of where the hit's going to come from.
Yeah, that's slight silver lining, perhaps. They blow open the smoke and it's Krat to get completely caught with his pants down.
With no information, how do you bring a second player over? Like, you know there's a universe where Gamer Legion is just sat huddled outside B waiting to re-execute. You know there's a universe where that's just a fake, where utility's thrown at A and they hit B. It's so hard to like commit to that cheat of that second player. And funnily enough, I think if that smoke lands, that second player is at least close by.
Yeah, they might hear it bouncing on the roof or something. There's somebody else that can kind of get a little bit closer. That is interesting. 0 rounds on the CT side so far. Amcal just getting blanked in the second half. Snacks out looking for an adventure. Already getting the kill that he was looking for yet. Bolt's about to have the bomb just go off right behind him. That's absolutely worth it.
Absolutely. Another rifle out of their hands. Amcal have to buy everything they possibly can, so we're likely to see some SMGs, some FAMAS. Timeout being gestured and called. That's from Ash. He's got his team in a position where they have 5 chances to close out this map, go 1-0 in the opening stage Swiss system. And he wants to have a little chat first.
I feel like they've had many things go their way on this T side that there's a lot to pick from, right? But obviously winning those fights down at the B bomb side, flashing a way through and just having those flashes connect so hard against the defense, I mean, that in itself is, you can probably keep calling that and come out on top. It's been an efficient run for them here.
And this goes back to the point Blend had on the desk in the pregame as well, is, you know, Gamer Legion doesn't have the most spectacular map pool, but Overpass is a map they certainly like playing.
Yeah.
And in a BO1, you've banned down to give Gamer Legion a map they would absolutely love to play.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised with this map pick.
5 rounds. Amcal, they need to win 5 in a row to get this one into overtime. Gamer Legion know it. One slip up, one little mistake here for the CT side, and Gamer Legion can walk away with their first victory here at the Major that they weren't even really supposed to be at, but which is life, I suppose.
Yeah, you just got to take advantage of what's in front of you. Gamer Legion doing that at the moment. Now, they've been spotted pretty early on. Krat saw 3 bodies, including the bomb, coming long. So he's readjusted and changed his position. He's called 2 teammates over. There's no presence for Gamer Legion outside of B, in short, and stairs. They're going to call this all the way back. They're going to give A-Core all the freedom in the world to find a pick.
Saw somebody jumping back there, I think, and a lot of freedom for the AWP to have. Look at how strange this is. Alone with the orb on long.
He's got utility to throw a little bit of a fake at some point, right? He's got Molotov, smoke, flash, so if he knows his nade's out towards long, which it looks like he does.
Yeah, maybe he can sell it.
And Amcal's kind of been trained to not take any deep peeks in towards Monster. Famas wins out that fight. Isaac's gonna go for the trade, he's gonna get it. Molotov will hold him at bay for the moment, but just for the moment.
He's gonna find Icy, sneaking around. Another good flash lands the bomb side, and one more for good measure. Forrester, he almost got the kill there with a headshot. Comes in, Nickelback to help out. Maybe it could still work out. The grenade will blow up Snacks, and it's just A-Core miles away. They should obviously be able to defuse here. They don't really necessarily know exactly where he is, but they should be able to commit to it. Ooh, inside of the smoke, he had the right idea. Could you imagine
if he got that kill?
That shot?
If he got that kill, man, I would have lost it. I would have absolutely freaked out. 12-8, still 4 more chances. Amcal hold on just barely. Kind of a cool round, but the defense just enough. Initial kill from Travis, the follow-up Molotov delays them. That allows the flank to come down the stairs from bathrooms. It allows the entire rotation over towards heaven as well. And they never found Forrester.
I mean, still a kind of a scary round in a bunch of ways there for Amcal, but great job. Their first round on the CT side, finally. Chaos moving forward, they're going to be boosting right on top, and he catches them. Oh my god, he knew, and he did even more damage to Forrester. I don't know how he expected a third person to be there. Maybe at the jump, but either way, that is a sickening play.
That transfer down is a thing of beauty. Now you just can't lose too many players. This has to be, oh wow! That's a spin from Volt. I did not expect him to get that kill. Krad goes down, Volt's got another, and that's it. Gamer Legion confidently and emphatically close out the map. They weren't even supposed to be at the major, but at least in this opening game, they've taken complete advantage of the gift they've been given.
No question about it. Icy knows there's no way to get back into this round. It's just not possible. Bomb finally getting planted here. Eco needlessly out there hunting.
It feels like he's allergic to killing Icy.
Yeah, you just can't do it. Don't slow it down, Icy. Just, you know, just keep it going. Run forward, keep playing. Isaac to find his skull at the end. 13-8 as Gamer Legion will pick up the victory.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, you have to say, good T-side, obviously, from Gamer Legion. They just steamrolled the defense of Amcal, who only managed to put up 1 round after a good T-side as well. We left that T-side being like, they got 7. That's not bad. That's something to be happy about. And just couldn't put anything together on defense. So well done from Snacks and the boys. They're going to take a victory over Amcal. Richard in the desk.
There we go.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I mean, well, look, we've answered some questions there as well about the Gamer Legion and maybe Amcal's suitability as an upset team. I'll just start by saying it was good to see Gamer Legion do what music fans have wanted to do for a long time, and that's beat Nickelback.
Ah, you had that one in the chamber, didn't you?
I've had that one in the chamber for about 4 years.
Waiting about
10
years.
Get work. So now you know why.
Well done. Well done to Gamer Legion as well there. Look, I had my trepidations because I don't want to be like, I told you so, but I will say
Sometimes
I told you so.
it.
I was right once in a while, and this time I was right. Like, Gamer Legion, we preface this entire game saying, you know, they have to reset themselves in mentally speaking. There are talks of a couple of players being benched, new blood coming in, so they didn't really have much time to prep. And then Amcal allows Gamer Legion's best map through in a best-of-1 right there. Gamer Legion, like, guys, we've had enough reps on this map, and despite the fact that we're just coming in last minute with lesser prep, we should be feeling pretty comfortable. First half, I thought I was wrong. You know, the T-side from Amcal, 7 rounds, especially on the side where they usually struggle, you think the job's done, and then the CD side completely falls flat. And I want to give credit where it's due. I think the T-side from Gamer Legion was very, very well constructed.
Yeah, when they won the game, I just heard them when they stood up, they say, hey, we don't lose overpass. Yeah. That's literally what Gamer Legion said, like, was verbatim put out there. I'm a little bit confused by the frailty of the C.
Two ads. to see if you can... Bro, this is still 11-7? That's crazy. Dang, so you can claim souvenirs. But the stickers aren't in the game. I kind of want to open one. Go for a welcome to jungle. Climb down to static. So this is about to be crazy. Hold on. Fuck. Yeah, it should be fine. You know why? It's because I don't know why it's doing that. Anyway. I should have took the Gamer Legion one just to see it. Let's open it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it, we're opening them all. With a black mount would have been so nice. I'm gonna buy I don't want to leak. Can I just copy this? No, it doesn't like it. Okay. Oh, what if I... What the fuck? Oh, that's right. Game capture. Alright. There we go. What the fuck you mean checkout unavailable? Let's go. Give me something good. Okay. Let me post this on Twitter. Oh God, I got shit. Post this on Twitter. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. I can't play copyrighted music, probably. Or maybe it's... I don't know. We'll see. Okay.
Because he did a lot of really nice, generous things for me. Like, he bought me a house, you know, cars, and paid off my student loans, and, you know, all kinds of stuff. And he just was like, okay, he didn't care. He just didn't care about stuff like that. When he came to see the house, he was like, oh, this is like the place that you used to take me. I'm glad you like your house.
I'm gonna do my own thing. Yeah, I can get 4. Let's have the big spot. Yeah, that's it. No more souvenirs for me. I want to change my P90 though. Which one has better sticker placement? That is Cloud9 on the back. Same sticker placement. Fuck you, TikTok. I want to buy more, but I know I'm not gonna get shit. For real, legacy soon. Probably on the mainstream, right? Yeah.
But at least I'm here.
That's a pretty low
If
bar.
I made a million, then my mommy made a
The heights
million.
K-Star was hitting with his rifle prowess in the past couple of years. And
Alright, we need legacy to lose.
Big, I say.
That's the vibe we're in.
One was the one in Elisa in Finland.
That's the highlight of this roster.
That's the highlight of this roster, which
Listen,
is ridiculous. This is a lineup
bear
which
back.
is supposed to be contending for
5 minutes.
some of the biggest trophies out there, and it hasn't happened. But that being said, while K-Sorado has struggled a bit, I am seeing some few signs of life from this team. Yuri has been stepping back up. He seemed to kind of disappeared last year.
I want to know who's the next name you're gonna put out.
Yuri's
pretty
great. That's about it.
I've been true of Fury for a long time. I feel it's always been them two.
I mean, of course, K-Srad and Yuri, they keep on delivering. And Yuri had a moment where he was a bit more absent, and he's back to life, and that's great.
Yeah.
But there's two issues. One is obviously sort of the collapse of a philosophy in Counter-Strike when you try and play with both Art and Fallen's way, which I think is absolutely idiotic. And then there's a skill issue, because neither Fallen nor Art are really providing huge numbers right now. I believe in Fallen's ability to step up here at the Major. I think he's proven that time and time again. He can overperform compared to where he usually is. Art is not a carry. It's over. If it happened in 2018 through a few smokes, that's over. It hasn't happened anymore. So these two players together, in terms of skill, is a little bit complicated right now. You try and compete against the very best. I'm running out of ways to excuse and justify this roster and the way they go together. I just cannot. Now, the RMR, they did the job, and I'll shut up and clap. But the rest,
are they the best in Americas? Yes, but that is a low bar.
That's fair.
I don't even know if they are the best in America.
I mean, they did a bit of complexity in Liquid.
Yeah. I stand by my statement. I don't know if they are the best in the Americas.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think Liquid is a reference point.
We're going to get the map veto just coming across the bottom of your screens. Don't worry, guys. We're not going to talk about the vetoes. What it is. I want to talk about Legacy. And I want to talk about coldzera. You know, picking up this AWP, coming back. You know, we haven't seen him be himself for a while. I think he's been out there kind of in this almost like nomadic, you know, moving around, lots of teams. And yet this is a guy who's given us, you know, 2016 coldzera, just incredible, you know, one of the best players to watch for me personally. I saw him in Columbus, you know, I couldn't believe my eyes. And, you know, everybody has been rooting for this guy to get back here and prove what he can do, doing it in a different way on the AWP. And, you know, is he going to be able to sustain that here?
I mean, the numbers have been decent so far. Granted, the sample size is small and the opposition wasn't that great.
Yes.
It's just a game of trying to recycle yourself and find a way to have impact. You know who was at the very top at the same time as this guy? Shox. Shox disappeared, and coldzera's trying to find a way to make it work. So I'm not really gonna step on him too much. I think he's got the game sense to be in good positions to grab easy kills with the AWP, but when the flicks are needed, I cannot believe he's got it in him. I just don't think so.
I agree. I feel like if you look at the two offers in the server right now, they're not really at the level you kind of expect from a top-tier offer. But very quickly touching on Legacy, though, obviously the coldzera story is obvious, right? Winning, having won two majors with Fallen, all the legacy behind him, no pun intended. I want to talk about actually Barton, Nekis, Lato, and Jamal. These are names, if you watch Counter-Strike in South American Counter-Strike, you know these names, right? But they haven't really achieved much. Can they go even further, or at least for the very first time in their careers with Cole? That's the question.
We're going to get into it. This is going to be a big pop-off game, so I'm throwing it back to the boys. Anders, Moses, You must be loving this one. It's like with me being back, we're back in the day. It's good.
Back in the game.
Nostalgia.
Rolling back the years, I think we call it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mick up.
Yeah, we really are, aren't we?
Cut off there. Yeah, I want to hear what he had to say.
I love it. Cold Sierra's back. We got Fallen still playing the game like 5 decades later. It's amazing. And we're on Ancient, so we all love that. It's going to be Furia starting on the CT side, trying to defend towards what is attack straight down the middle of the map, Jason. Have you ever seen anything like it?
Yeah, right through the Red Room smoke. They're leaving a lurker as well. There's some utility being thrown from A main, so 3 players have made their way through, including the bomb that's going to wrap around Temple, and it's all on Fallen. He's positioned himself inside the bomb site. They, I don't think, will expect this whatsoever. They've got the positioning legacy, but they can't get the bomb planted immediately.
Yeah, they got interrupted.
And this strategy is predicated on shock and awe, and the shock has been taken away.
Yeah, you're right. They know what's coming next. Art will sneak through, find a kill on Nekker's Lato and Cold Zero. 2 versus 3. Now, there's still a way to get back in here, especially with that P250 in play. You never know. You could see he's hoping for a fight here. Give him a headshot, and we can maybe recover the round a little bit. Cold Zero feeling uncomfortable, but only for a second. He's still going to move forward. Wants to close the distance against the USP on the other side here. Oh, they can't find each other. Finally, it's a kill. And it's Cold Zero getting one. A lot of pressure on Cs2, but he'll stand tall. Get the kill. And now it's a 1 versus 2. 25 seconds here. Lato feeling very uncomfortable.
And Cold Zero just disappears at the perfect moment. Or Cs2 disappears at the perfect moment. Gonna try and get that bomb planted. He's got to force Art out into the open. Art's staying calm and collected. There's the headshot. It's all on Cs2 now.
Well, he's actually done it. He's bought a position. He got the bomb planted as well. That's half the battle right there. Hasn't reloaded. 6 bullets looking for the headshot. He can't find it. Cs2 will take him down. So Furia, sure, they win the pistol, but yeah, you got to do that. Make it spicy for us.
I got a little spicy down the stretch. I thought Fallen killing the bomb planter, I mean, that was a huge factor in the round, but I thought that would have sealed it and made it a little bit more comfortable. The awkward nature of that was in the 3-on-2. I mean, you have Art kind of isolated in Donut. You have, and Cs2 out towards Temple. You have one more player kind of in the main choke. None of them could actually, like, work together. They couldn't find any 2-on-1s, you know? Like, they couldn't find... you have to say, Legacy did a really good job of taking fights against 2 players that really didn't allow Art to get activated from Donut.
I did love the initial, sort of the overall architecture of that round from Legacy. Like, pushing down the middle and leaving lurkers behind, like breadcrumbs, like the Hansel and Gretel strategy here, you know?
Yeah, we've seen kind of like the fancy strategic pistol rounds have really kind of gone away. And that was kind of a throwback to having a little bit of a fancier pistol. You can just tell there's always a lot of things that can go wrong in rounds like that.
Ooh. Speaking of things going wrong, they give up the bomb plant. As a result, they're fighting Galils. In this round, they lose both the bandles in the middle. Fallen and Art get blown up. Cold Zero here. Perfect position for it. Tech9 gets traded, but still, that's absolutely fine.
They find a really good timing coming through that mid-smoke, just as utilities being pulled out to activate the B lane peak. And man, that makes it look clean and easy. Double kill, or excuse me, a kill from Nekkis, Dumao, and Barton all have 1. And you can, I guess, try and recover this if you're Furia. 2-on-4, see what you can get. Cello's close by, Cs2's close by.
I feel like the defuse kit is tempting. If they had a smoke as well, I think you definitely want to try and see if you can get that smoke defused. But again, even if not, you're just thinking...
You have a Molotov, though.
You have a Molotov? Is that going to be enough to block all 3 of them off? It's right down in front, so they should be able to see it at range anyway. Okay, Serato, if you wanted to get a chance, then now is your time. He's going to throw it in deep, pushes out. One person does get the kill there, taps the bomb, but yeah, Barton's definitely going to be coming for him. So a lot of kills going the way of Furia, but they're not going to be able to win the round.
Yeah, that's actually, he makes a really good round out of that Cs2 in terms of getting those frags. And even, I mean, I think his only chance of actually winning it was sticking on that first tap. He would have had to, but obviously felt like the swing was going to come in. That Molotov wasn't going to hold his opposition at bay long enough to get that defused. So nice win from Legacy, but good damage done at the end of the day for Furia.
Yeah, and it's a round where they lose 2 people right out the gate, so it's got to be very hard to be competitive in a round like that, no matter what. The game is tied up 1-1. That one M4 on Art, MP9 on Cello. Oh, and they're going to be rushing straight in the middle. This is where they lost the fight last time. Fallen making up for it, and then some. 2 kills with a 5-7.
Yeah, that's huge, because the M4 hit the deck. That's an M4 provided by the bonus money from Cs2's SMG in the last round. They can now recover it as well. And Legacy haven't tried to take advantage of anything of that mid-push. They haven't gained any space elsewhere. It's 3 players huddled around the double doors.
So much time in the round here. Legacy, a little bit frozen.
Furia doesn't have to be nervous in the sense that they have to go for information peaks. They're playing with the advantage. They don't have to go hunt anything down. Still, Cello's going to get a little aggressive behind the box. SMG, you turn that corner a little bit lackadaisical, and that's going to chew you up. Legacy still have not budged.
50 seconds here. Cello just waiting for his timing window. Going to be a Molotov thrown. Is he going to peek behind it? He'll certainly hear it. It's a big clue. Yeah, he peeks right away. He doesn't see anyone. We'll fall a little bit further back into the bomb site. How do they break through? Sure, they've got the grenades down, and that's cool. They can clear out the tunnel. They can kind of get a little bit of a sense of what's out there. Oh, nice shot. That might open it up even a little bit. Lato going to get the shot on the Yuri. Suddenly, it's spun around. They're not out of the woods yet. Fallen is out here. He's got the Galil. Can he see anything? No, not quite. He's sneaking close. There's the shot, and he was ready. But Cold Zero beat him to the punch anyway. Cs2 now, 1 versus 2. He should try and clutch this, and he's going to take down Cold Zero to begin with. Barton just on the ramp. Looks like Cs2 has the idea, but he's going to check anyway. No kit this time. It's a really, really long time to be sat here. 10 seconds staring at the ramp. Going to go for it.
Oh, he's sticking it.
He's just holding it in. Doesn't come off. Barton, he's going to be there last second to pick it up. My God, it's close. And that's going to be the round for Legacy.
Good round from Barton. Way to hold your nerve as well. He's making the assumption that there's no kit in play, so he's allowing a lot of time on that defuse to go through before taking the peek. In Cs2, he only had really that headshot angle to look at with the AK-47. Good win from Legacy, good recovery. Nice round once again from Furia in a losing effort, and this is all Barton. Even that opening kill, that's the first kill in the 3v4 that really activates things, and the lack of head armor for Furia really comes into play against these Galils. So this time, just USPs.
Yeah, into the middle. A couple of kills here would be nice. Again, just try and make it a little bit expensive with the C side. Bomb is at the B bomb site, so they're going to win the round no matter what here. But yeah, if you can steal something away, if he would have waited another second, Cs2, he probably would have had that kill for free. Nekis realizing where the rest of them are, they can call in for backup, go on a bit of a hunt.
This is really, I mean, look, in these rounds that Fury is losing, I think there's a little bit of information they can gather from him, right? This is 3 rounds in a row where we've seen Legacy challenge that mid-smoke at elbow. Like, you know, the first time they just busted through it in round number 2 to get those 2 kills. But ever since then, they've kind of been exploring and investigating, turning into the corner, looking over the edge of the smoke to the player jumping up ledge. That's information for those mid players once the gun rounds come out of what kind of fights these guys are looking for.
Yeah.
And you're going to be aware of that potential.
And we saw in the first Ancient game of the day how sometimes you can use that to sort of double nade that, you know, if they're going for those really fast pushes.
Yes,
on
off the
CT
wall,
side. Yeah,
damage him in the run-up. Well, Fallen's got the op now. Deep Molotov from Art. Instant smoke is already there for the CT side. Molotov is extinguished. And Cs2's just going to jiggle with a molly out towards A main. He'll have some attention. Cold Zera being boosted up.
Look over, right. Cs2, he's been studying. He knows what was coming, but that seems like a very cheeky way to take that fight. All right, that's all they wanted. They were like, let's try and see if we can get the boost up.
That's also utility taken out of Cs2 if you want to eventually, if the mid-run works out that you can go back towards the A bomb site or go through Donut, you know Smoke Molly has already been used there. There's not a whole lot to delay in the late round if Legacy ever have to call an audible.
Doesn't see anything through the middle. Fallen, can't really call it clear, but get the kill that he was looking for. Smoke towards Donut. That's suspicious if you're Fallen. You've just rotated back through CT spawn. Now you're towards the Donut position. You're going to be like, all right, they smoked it off, so probably something's going on in the middle. I just can't see it.
And with the setup that's being run at the B bomb site, Furia can't afford to have any of these players drop back and cover middle from behind the cube. Art, ooh, a little bit high on the aim initially. Nekaz has that kill, traded off by Cello. Yuri's up next, he's in the open. B-Ramp is smoked off for the moment, so he can't get spotted, but he's in a little bit of a dangerous, awkward position, and here is that adjustment in towards Donut, and Fallen misses the shot.
Yes, you needed to hit that one every single time. Cs2, he's gonna try and make up for it here. It's still a 3 versus 3, 10 seconds. What a flashbang and what a position to take. Cs2 surely has won the round based on that.
Yeah, they can't plan anymore. It's done. It's over. What a heroic flashbang and swing with it. As he's swinging, he has to turn from the flashbang as well. And that is an individual effort from Cs2 that nets Furia a second round.
That is a really, really impressive maneuver.
And it's really the only option he had.
Yeah. Yeah, because once if they get the bomb down, they can air around Donut, they can fall back to that position. Very, very hard to dig them out of that one again. Okay. Got a real game on our hands early on here. 3-2.
Tell you what, though, even in a victory, it's worrying seeing Fallen miss that initial up shot.
Yeah.
That's when you expect to someone with his history and an offer of really any quality to be able to nail. Cello gets into a bit of an engagement. They're challenging at B ramp, and he steps forward through the smoke. Very dangerous. A lot of pressure on this B bomb site, and now it comes in full force.
Speaking of Fallen, he did hit that one through the smoke. Neck is going down. Might be hard to put the ult back into use here, unless they come right through. They're thinking about it. There we go. Cold Zero as the smoke fades in a flash. We know and love about him.
All right, all my concerns will take him away. Nice shooting from Fallen. Triple kill in the round around Cube. Negating a lot of that danger. And it's all tied up at 3. No bomb plant, no bonus money for the legacy side of things, and they're going to have to sit back onto pistols. So Furia feels like they've gained control. Smoke blown open. Nekaz goes down easy. That Molotov was thrown by Legacy as well. It's almost like the spread prevented them from pushing around that corner to putting Fallen in any kind of a danger.
Yeah, it worked really well. And Cold Zero there was trying to, I think, play with the timing. Oh, grenade on top, and Cello! That is devastating. 3 kills, 2 of them, and then the wallbang at the end. From Art's back here, because why not?
Nice utility work. Nice and easy with that rush on armored opponents. At least Legacy got it done with quick. Yeah, bad feeling. Bad feeling as you're running through a Molotov to catch a grenade like that.
Okay, well, these are some really quick rounds.
And I don't think, Legacy did obviously losing the pistol, but winning that second round and winning, the one after it as well. I don't think they did enough with a kind of early economic advantage over the CT side. I don't think they got enough production out of that kind of early advantage that they gained.
Yeah, that's maybe true. Oh, it looked like they wanted to do it again, but slowed down temporarily. This is still a really sick position to be in on the C side. It's also dangerous, but if the CTs make one mistake here, you find one entry, that's it. Like, you're through on the bomb site. Right on the lip of it. But slow down behind that smoke. Now that it's fading, let's see if Furia are going to be keeping an eye on it. Yeah, they surely are. There's a real opportunity, but it goes the way of Cello instead. He's stolen that AK on the CT side, and he's going to win out against Barton.
Yeah, actually a pretty awkward engagement. Extended fight. That Cello was probably getting a little bit nervous that he was going to be the one catching the headshot. Art just hanging out. A little bit of damage back away. Art peeks, gives away his position, but all is not lost. Held the attack at Bay, and that smoke can cover his fallback.
Just a guessing game here on either side, but it's at the cost of Legacy because they're running out of time. 27 seconds at the moment.
And they have no flashbangs. They used a lot of flashbangs to try and activate Barton from his position on B ramp, so they only have the 2 smokes.
Speaking of fascists, that's a really nice counter grenade coming out. Cello's absolutely wrecking them on approach once again. They just can't make their way through. A little bit of a sloppy spray there from Art, but it doesn't really matter.
That's actually disgusting from Cello. That first engagement was a little extended. It's almost like that got him lined up, that got him calibrated for the ramp peak, and those two follow-up kills are absolutely beautiful in contrast. 10 and 5 for Cello.
A 5-3 lead for Furia. Also denying some bomb plants here, which again is taking a little bit of extra cash away from Legacy. Speaking of money, my God, there's a lot of money on the CT side. It's actually disturbing.
Yeah, they've had some very clean wins in the last few rounds. B-Rush again, this time with Tech 9s. Nade again is going to soften them all up. And another nade kill for Cello. Yuri's blinded, but into the smoke, Dumal loses track. And this is no problem for Furia. They'll handle this kind of a push all day long.
How much utility damage does Cello have at the moment? I feel like it's got to be so much. Somehow, inexplicably, the bomb got to get planted. I don't even know how that works, but at least they get the $800 bonus on each player for doing that. 6-3 in favor of Furia.
Utility damage for Yuri is the highest. He has 496 utility damage on Yuri, 200 on Cello. That ain't bad.
It's not bad.
Well, you know, in fairness, too, they have gotten 2 B-rushes. One with unarmored Glocks, one with armored Tech 9s.
Yeah, that's how it works, I guess.
It's going to pad the utility stats quite a bit.
Round number 10. Tactical timeout being called here from Legacy to try and salvage things a little bit. I can't really blame them. I felt like they were doing a good job winning some of the mid-fights early on. Maybe it's worth going back to check if you're going to be able to do that now. You need something. 6 rounds here is... It's looking pretty decent for Fury at the moment, isn't it?
In kind of the early rounds, like rounds 2, 3, 4, the ones that Legacy won, a lot of it was trying to exploit some of those aggressive mid pushes. And I feel like those opportunities haven't even been there ever since Fallen's gotten the AWP on board. He's kind of taken that responsibility in the early going, and obviously with the AWP, he's not going to be the only one pushing down whatsoever. You can see even him and Art playing behind the red room smoke at the moment. Yuri does fall at the B bomb site. That's a push down B ramp. And Furia has got to be really cautious about what their next decision is, because K-Serato's now been pressured, dumped his utility to block the choke point upon spotting an opponent. Yuri's fallen at the B bomb site. They need to be very careful where they position their players, or else they're going to be spread way too thin.
Yeah, that's always a big risk, isn't it?
Priority's got to be on getting a player in towards Donut, which is where Art's headed right now. That way you can keep eyes on middle at the very least, have information of when they're smoking off Donut, when Red Room can actually be crossed and exploited. And he's also close by to help K-Serato, so a strong position for Art.
Yeah, looks like they are putting some pressure Legacy on middle with the intent to go towards the B-bomb side eventually. They're just clearing up the entire lane outside of it. Fallen quite far forward here. Cello as well. Dumal trying to sneak right under. There's a second player there, but they still haven't run into Fallen yet. Oh, it's so close. I think that shot went right over his head. Fallen unable to get the job done, and I think that should be enough to persuade the rest of Furia to walk away from it. 2 versus 4 here. They do have a lot of money in the bank, obviously, but still.
Yeah, maybe if Art gets that kill, they can build upon it. They feel like they have some standing. Maybe he can get some information, but it all falls flat. But you're right, with the money in the bank, the risk isn't the worst thing in the world. Legacy find a way to get a 4th round on the board, and that's helped out massively. Remember, they picked off Yuri in this round. He was the first death. That was through smoke, so they get a little bit fortunate with a smoke kill on the aggression from Furia initially. But good mid-round moves to force this defense to split on each bomb site 2 and 2. And with complete control of middle, you can just shift whichever way you want.
Finally, something that's worked out for Legacy. My God, it's been a minute. They really, really struggled to get anything going for them. Barton, not the most impressive kills. I think Nekis is top fragging
In terms of numbers, yeah, but remember, Barton had that really, really big clutch against K-Serato. The 3v4 they recovered. Barton was the main man who got the entry kill, who got the final kill in the 1v1 as well. So the impact of his frags have been pretty massive for the Legacy side of things, even if the volume isn't there.
Fallen is good to see him hit some shots. Nobody in the server with more experience than him.
It's fun seeing him play off against coldzera, obviously, and coldzera had some words about Fallen in his opping and kind of I think it was on the Thorns podcast, Reflections. Just kind of mentioned, the question of Fallen's kind of drop off, and his big thing was, Fallen's a player who really needs a lot of individual confidence and needs, to know that his teammates have a lot of trust in his decisions, and sometimes if it's not there, individually it can be a struggle sometimes for Fallen to get into his groove.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's been, I think, a question mark ever since he joined this Furia roster was whose philosophy we following. A-Rush, hold the thought. Cs2 stuck on the wall, just backs into safety, but the A-bomb site entirely overrun.
Yes, it is. It's a good job. They're making good headway at the moment. Bomb being attempted right now, and they'll get the bomb planted, but it almost cost them everything. Art with a double spray down. Cs2 to follow it up, and it's Cello to take down coldzera. Dumao, he's the last man standing here for Legacy. And they need to win this round. They absolutely need it. They've already fallen very far behind here, and the retake is looking solid for Furia. They're eliminating all the possibilities, and as a team kill, it doesn't even matter. They've got so much money, they're not going to care about that.
Nice round from Furia. And all the chaos, who else but Art to send him through a smoke, through a Molotov, and he gets a double kill. A last bullet double kill.
Yeah.
Right before he goes down. Didn't even see the second player. Saw him jump back into smoke, but lost track. And that activates everything. This is like deja vu to the Cloud9 game and the retake they had in a 5v5 at the A-bomb site. This time, once again, it's the CT side that comes out on top. Cello's got the shadow advantage in that fight against coldzera. And nothing Dumao can do at the end of the day. Last round of the first half, it's 7-4 in the favor of Furia. Ooh.
Serato, he's not coming in pre-fire at the corner, but it is dead. I can't believe it. What a disgusting play.
Yeah, that's a nasty little transfer over. And Cello, we saw his prowess on this kind of a fight. Deep nade is going to do good damage. Not as much as I thought it would, but Cello swings out wider and this time punished.
Okay. Fury back here, Molotov on top of him. Burns him alive, and he's going to have to try and get on out of them. Art sending some shots through, but nobody connecting with anything. And Fallen all the way at the back. Hoping for a mistake from anyone, but so far no one's given it up.
coldzera's going to wrap around and take down Yuri if this takes too long to come to fruition.
Runek is going to get traded. Couldn't get back in time. coldzera, like you said, long flank around, and they did spend a little bit of extra time. See what they could do. A last round here would be huge for Legacy. Get a fifth one on the board. They know that coldzera is here somewhere. Doesn't even matter. He's still going to be getting the kill. At least Cs2 goes down from behind and Fallen. He can't find that last bullet. So it will be a 7-5 first half in favor of Furia.
Really well done from Legacy, I'm going to say. I mean, losing the pistol round, you convert the second from the T side. Getting 5 rounds in that fashion on Ancient is nothing to be unhappy about. Well played from them to scrape together what they can. Fury with the lead, not going to be super comfortable. They get to switch over to the attacking side, or they have to switch over to the attacking side and see what they can muster up.
It keeps it competitive. You know, this is a huge showdown. It's a Brazilian battle, so we want to see them go toe-to-toe. When you see them go all the way, I'd be sad if they just got completely wrecked here on the Legacy side. Fury, obviously, with a lot more name power behind them, but that's not always going to make the difference.
A lot of name power behind him, but let's be real about this Furia roster. It's never really felt like it's gotten clicking the way they would hope for it to. And I mean, that's been true of a lot of Furia lineups over the year, but obviously bringing in Fallen, bringing in Cello, like this was meant to propel them to newer heights, and it hasn't kind of gotten them there. This is a really big event for this Furia lineup as well, much like Cloud9. If this is a disappointing run at the Major for Furia, there's going to be a lot of questions to answer and kind of figure out internally about how this team is geared for the future.
Yeah, really, I don't disagree. Big testing ground for both NA teams.
Why have you done that to yourself?
Just making memes, Jay.
Oh, that was a thing of beauty from Cs2. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize on it. I think Cello might have been a little overconfident from his fights at that angle earlier. And you have to say, that's a pretty heroic death from coldzera. knowing he's going to die inside the fire, but wanting to just turn that into a 1v1 for his teammate. Here we go, pistol round second half.
So much on the line here. Best of one. If you want to cause a bit of an upset, if you're Legacy, it's a pretty good position to be in. Cello looking towards the blue skies up there, setting up the smoke, I think, towards, yep.
Whoever discovered that smoke for the first time is a nerd.
Super nerd. We're judging them right now, but also it's beautiful.
It is kind of cool, but nerd.
Wow, there's nobody here. 5 versus 5, with a pistol round for the retake. They do not have a kit. They do have a Molotov. I don't think that even helps them that much. Obviously, in certain circumstances, it could, but the problem is the time that it's going to take to defuse here. They need to be really fast with the kills coming in on the CT side, or it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. It's a good headshot to begin with. They just need to buy time, but Barton is just powering through the bomb site. Already getting 2 headshots like that. Cancelo gets overrun. Dumal goes down, and it's just fallen. Barton keeps it going. I still think they might not have enough time for it, but my God, Barton's made a great case for himself. 3 headshots. Has he really got it right at the end? I can't believe it.
That's one of those retakes that I want to see about 3 more times before I can confidently say what went wrong. But I will say 2 players on Temple defending that for Furia, and I think they only netted 1 single kill.
Yeah.
This little off angle behind the box is so strong, but once you swing, in fair play there's a Molotov, but once you swing it, I feel like it gets so weakened. Some fantastic kills coming out of Temple, and that allows all the other players to come through the smoke. That is a brutal way to lose a pistol if you're Furia. That's the 3rd 5-on-5 we've seen at the A bomb site. Those executes that get him in so clean, and none of them have actually been won by the T side. They've all been retaken.
It's crazy. I mean, again, if they'd spent a little bit more time hiding, anything goes wrong there for Legacy, and the retake is going to be too late. But I mean, well played. They understood that it was a question of time, right? They didn't really waste any. They just went straight for it. Good to see. Barton, the hero of that round, no question about it. All right. Smoke up towards the donut position. Investigating what's happening in the middle.
How different it is from Legacy's second round in the first half, where you don't have the gift of a double kill right out of the gate, taking control of middle.
Yeah.
Instead, you've got Cs2 with the MAC-10 at 3 HP. He's basically useless in this round. You don't have a lot of utility. Legacy is playing it far back behind the bomb site, behind the cube. And Cs2 with that HP is just praying they don't clear this angle.
Did he not see it? I guess he didn't. Cs2. How much of a gift is it? We don't know yet. There's also a push up from the CT side over at the A bomb side. But yeah, range, he actually wins the fight. He just keeps it going. Finally, they're going to be able to hunt him down, but it's not done yet. Look at the C spawn position here.
Yeah, this is huge. Cello, almost looking for it, has to transfer over. Wasn't at the exact angle, and Noel falling with the Tech-9 inside the site.
Yeah, big issue now. This time there is a kit in play. They're going to be a lot quicker with it now with the defuse. Lato does go down. Fallen traded immediately, and now the double setup here towards this position. They do get the wall bang, and even a think on the Cold Sierra. My God, they could have won that round with maybe 1 more bullet on the Cold Sierra, but it's not going to happen. Legacy will win this round.
What a retake. Nice attempt from Furia, as you said, so much damage. That final dink from Art. Even Cs2 finding a way to have impact with 3 health in that MAC-10. He found a perfect timing on the flank, just listening for footsteps. And I'll say this too, good on Cold Zera for aggressively going and hunting down that kill. Could have been very easy to just kind of sit and wait for the follow-up peak, and Cs2 might have had a chance to toy with you and delay things, but getting that kill as quick as possible and allowing all their focus to be on the bomb site. Furia's bought up again. A big risk. They got 3 kills in the previous round. They know the money is low. The winner of this economic struggle is going to be in such a prime position.
Yeah, that is surely worth keeping in mind. Think about the money that's behind either team. It's not really that much.
And I mean, Furia have done a pretty good job of keeping some money in the bank. 1,900 on Cs2, 3 other players over 1,000. And And still having weapons to make this dangerous and actually controlling the aggression, but the counter flash is perfect. Barton with a perfect flashbang sets them up to clear out Cave.
And it's so smart because even when they hear the Mac 10 pushing through the smoke, it's probably pretty tempting to go and fight it because you're like, I have a better weapon. Like, what's going to happen? We all have helmets. Like, it's going to be fine. But the added step of falling back, calling in the flashbang, and then absolutely clearing it out takes it from being probably still like an 80% chance to win to way higher than that. Tied up game, but it looks like Legacy are about to take the lead.
This is really the only play you have is allow Cello with his AK-47 to try and get something going. Smoke out towards long. Fallen leads the way with a Tech 9. There's the kill, there's the follow-up. Cello and Fallen have cracked open the site, but they've still got plenty more to contend with. Cello does eventually fall.
Oh, what's another thing? Fallen, he actually finds the kill, and now it's just Cold Sierra left the bombs getting planted. Last couple of seconds, there we go. Fallen up against Cold Sierra. And this time it's the student coming out on top. Legacy with a one-round lead.
And how good he is in clutches all throughout his career. Cold Sierra brings out another one in 2024, the Copenhagen Major. That's a well-done 1v2. Fallen and K-Serrato doesn't even let him get off the bomb. I was waiting for the world in which they just double swing on each side of those boxes, and there's just not even the time for it.
Yeah.
Again, though, this is another round. It's got to be so tough for Furia. They get a ton of kills. They get some beautiful shots. But how many times in this map? That's like the 4th time we've seen them get fantastic kills and so close and just lose the round at the end of the day. But here's the thing. They're kind of committed to this economic war. Like, they have to go for it. Losing bonus is building up. They get the plant bonus. They've gotten 4 kills. They're buying in the next round. They have to eventually break Legacy or else this all goes to waste.
Yeah. For Legacy, it means there's no real ability to sort of relax in some of these moments, right? Like, every round is a struggle.
And compounded because you're playing with an MP9, a FAMAS. Now, this round is one of the better buys we've seen Legacy have throughout this half.
Yeah, it is.
But there's still nothing left in the tank. No money behind this.
Oh, there's a little bit of a nade landing on some of the quick boost in the middle. Dumao gonna get the kill on Yuri, jumping down on the other side. So another strong start here for Legacy.
Yeah, that's a good way to jump over onto the railing and negate that Molotov that's thrown on the boxes. So Furia might have thought they wouldn't have to contend with the player peeking lane from ledge, and it's just not the case.
Bangs coming out. Feel like it's worth it every once in a while to give it a shot. This is actually starting to look a bit worrisome for Furia. If Legacy can win this next round, deny any bomb plant for Furia, maybe they can start to convert and make a little bit of bank. Dumao getting a kill there, but Nex does get checked really hard. K-Serrato takes him down. Still a one-man lead for Legacy, though. 45 seconds. Is he walking through the smoke in the middle? Not yet, but he might just take a look.
They're doubled up over in Cave at the moment, and no one from Furia is heading there. So when they get in and see no resistance at the bomb site, nobody peeking out towards these long angles, I think that's got to be the alarm bells that Cave is going to be a point of contention, that there's going to be some danger if they turn this corner. So while Legacy aren't stopping them from planting the bomb, they're in position to wrap around in this retake.
3 versus 3 as the wraparound is been called upon now. Cold Sierra coming in from the back line here. He's got the M4 in hand. Look at to see if he can find an opening. Low kit. Oh, there is one on Cold Sierra. He's going to get found right away. So Martins picked up one in the meantime, but he run right into K-Serrato. He got 4 kills in the round. He's playing lights out at the moment.
Yeah, he took off the flank as well. That was a 4-on-3 in the favor of Legacy, and K-Serrato evens that into the 3-on-3. And obviously, fantastic cover of his teammate who's stuck inside the bomb site, just playing by sound cues. Wonderful round from K-Serrato, and that's finally the breaking point. That's finally the round that Furia has been searching for this whole half. It takes all the money away from Legacy, and they have to force up 5.7s, P250s, nade stack coming in. But Furia now have economic control, and as long as they don't stub their toe in this round, they should have a huge advantage to get up towards 10 or 11 rounds before there's really a whole lot of fight back and resistance from Legacy.
Tied up game. The money just breaks immediately for them. Yeah, this round is almost done already. Double setup towards the donut position, but FAMAS smokes are going to be coming up here. They're going to try and see if they can run their way through. It's a pretty interesting headshot, but it still shouldn't be enough, really. Clearing it out. Bomb's going to get planted. They're not able to find anything through the smoke, unfortunately.
I don't know, we've seen some pretty crazy retakes, and there's only 3 players here. Art better be fantastic, but he gets distracted. What is happening? No, 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 no. And they know Yuri's position as well. This is a catastrophe.
Absolutely so. How did they give it away? This should have been no way.
Bro.
This is a certified bro moment. I can't believe what we just saw. Oh no, Furia, they're gonna remember this for a really, really long time.
Dude, they worked so hard to get this economy broken, to finally win the round. They do it, and they lose to 5-7s. First of all, there's a MAC-10. Cello's going first with the AK. Art, like, turned around to look at Cs2, and then gets swung, not prepared for the fight. Yuri's on a long flank that all of a sudden has to speed up. He has to give away the advantage of surprise because his teammates have all died at the bomb site. That is a disaster on about every single level you could think of.
Timeout called, unsurprisingly.
They probably wish they had another one.
Just to talk everything through.
Figure
out whose fault is it?
Well, the importance of this timeout is this round right here. Furia's in so much trouble if they lose this.
Oh, God, that's...
I mean,
that was hard to even watch.
I highlighted the mistakes, but give some credit to Lotto with that 5-7. Look at these rounds. 4 to 5 rounds have been diffuses. Furia's just been banging into these bomb sites, desperately trying to overcome. They finally do, and it's not relive it. Let's move on.
Yeah.
This time, MAC-10's going to lead the way. No one's home at the A bomb site, but as we've seen, getting a free A bomb site is not exactly a guaranteed victory.
No, it's a big step in the right direction, but still need to win the rest. Fallen, taken down, Cold Zero. Headshot through the smoke. And running wild, aggressive as always, taking down Nekis.
Time to save.
Yeah.
They're going to win it with that aggression. The good fortune of Fallen to get a kill through the smoke, and then the push through with Art with the MAC-10. Off that gap that's created, and Legacy have to just back away.
Yeah. No chance. I mean, again, the money in the bank, just making it. If they had a little bit more, maybe you try and go for something. Maybe you try and make Furia pay a little bit more. But finally, Furia actually doing something with these bomb plants.
Loss bonus isn't built up for Legacy at all. They're only getting 1,400, so it's going to be a real crappy buy. You're going to have to drop over some MP9s or FAMAS over to Coldzera and Nekas just so they can buy up with armor and utility. So Furia, despite that hiccup, that rough round, we'll call it, still have a chance to take a pretty commanding grip of this map.
Here's the kind of back and forth. This is the kind of slug fest that we're excited about.
It's these regional matchups, man.
Yeah.
They always get weird. Throughout all of Counter-Strike, it feels like, you know, sometimes no matter what the level of the two teams or how much they seem like one team is 5 steps ahead, 4 steps ahead, they always get a little bit grimy and close.
It's true. Oh, he was banking on the reload, or at least the retreat once the initial burst was coming out from the AK on the other side, but couldn't find a player back there.
It's a lot of utility spent by Fury to get this mid control. Out of flashes for the rest of the round. 1 smoke to work with.
Yeah, they are on thin ice when it comes to that stuff. A lot of corners here to clear that you can't flash your way out of. Boy, look at this mid. Okay, Serato, he's waiting for it, and he will be quick on the trigger. My God, he's been playing well in this matchup. Now he's locked in, and he can't really get out. That's where, you know, if they had a flashbang, someone else could have maybe thrown it for him and helped him out, but They just don't. Instead, they smoke up towards the B box.
Miss smoke.
Oh, it's a huge miss smoke, but maybe it doesn't even matter. Fallen will take it as an opportunity instead of an obstacle, and will take down a player. Cello drops next, still a 3-on-3. Another bomb plant here for Fury, and and a grenade onto Lato at the corner.
This flank is everything, though, especially with that grenade kill. Fallen's not aware of it just yet. Back turn, coldzera's got that. He's found another one on his former in-game leader, and now the retake is on. Art steps out of cave.
Fury ready for coldzera, but didn't get the kill anyway. Now it's just Art left. Playing around, the smoke comes out, but coldzera gonna be able to find him, and they have the kit as well. They're gonna be able to get the round. Legacy up to 10.
Homeboy's clutch as hell, still. He's got the clutch factor still.
He reads it so well.
What a wild triple kill to do, and coldzera keeping Legacy alive in this. A deep breath.
Yeah,
it's not done yet.
Flanks Fallen, reads Yuri coming, catches, was it Art coming out of the smoke?
Yep.
That's so many things.
Won a 1v2 as well in the first half. This is, he's playing such a fantastic game. Excuse me, actually earlier on in this half.
Yeah.
10-9.
Lost his sidekick in Taco, but still doing great work. 17 kills on coldzera. 1 round difference. Legacy. They're getting there. The money's not great, but somehow they're keeping toe-to-toe with Furia anyway. Mid control in favor of the CT side here. Probably that's a big problem for Fury if they want to go for this B attack, right? They kind of probably need to clear out some of the middle at least. Yes, feeling uncomfortable. A little bit more time has passed now. Out of the slip out of the mid position in Furia. Are they just going to go straight up the ramp? I feel like at some point they have to check the middle. Yeah, there we go. Molotov's in the middle.
Just throwing a little bit of presence there. This time the smoke hits. Cello's poised and ready to be activated. Art spotting a jump. It's tense. Furia are dedicated to this B hit up the ramp. Cello blinded. Lato swings out. A double kill from him. Cs2 finally trades it off, but the damage is done.
Nice. Barton back. Looking for another headshot here. It's a long spray. I don't know how, but Cs2 comes out on top. Not just to get Barton, but to get Zumao, who was right behind him. He should have been traded right then and there. coldzera wrapping up behind. Look at it, see if he can maybe hunt it down. It's Fallen on the other side. Let's see if coldzera can go 3 for 3 in terms of beating his old captain. He may not even need to help. There's Fallen on what? coldzera! He's got him again!
Tá correndo, Falenzão! Tá com medo de mim, tá?
Yeah, I got some words for the old boy, and he should. That's clutch after clutch after clutch from coldzera. And this one even spotted out. That's such a tense situation to be in. When an Opera peeks you and sees you with that little jump over, it's really hard to work into that. But again, gave his teammate time to activate. Just recognizes when it's his turn to be the aggressor. He's been spotted. He knows he's a distraction. He knows there's, they're considering his position, and he's got to let his teammate play. And just a perfect peek after the op shot. 11-9. coldzera is being the difference that Legacy needs.
11-9, you're right. They're 2 rounds away from doing this. Furia wants to put some speed behind this round, but they've been slowed down. I think the grenades have persuaded them otherwise. Smoke goes up. They're going to try and throw in all the grenades that they possibly can to the bomb side. It's Cello with the opening, taking down Barton. That's what they needed. Dumao here should be able to catch the kill on Cs2, and he can, but look at the pressure that's being applied anyway. It's going to be another bomb plant here for sure.
Yeah, but they've won a lot of retakes. Oh, maybe not this time. Nekis tries to come through the smoke, and you can see all of Legacy starting to back away. coldzera with that op. Gonna tuck himself along the wall, look for someone to push into his position. He's got the first. Furia not giving up just yet. They're gonna hit double digits, 1 round back. And coldzera can't make it.
What a catch. That is huge. Lato, not enough health to really do much of anything here. Otherwise, I'm sure he'd love to fight for the AWP, but I don't think that's going to be very successful at the moment. 2 people waiting on the other side. Furia will get a 10th round. And they steal away the AWP. So, yeah, Lado, probably the best that he could have done here. Just stay put.
Furia's having to work hard for this one.
Oh, yeah, they are.
it's actually quite funny. It's so tense at the moment. And the nice thing about it is because of the style of game that they've played, constantly buying, there hasn't been any real save rounds in the second half. It's just been Legacy holding on with what economy they're given, isolated round wins. The bomb has been planted in every single round of this second half. 6 of them have been retakes into diffuses.
What a game to have between just 2 Brazilian teams. And it just drags out this long.
And think of the implication of that too, because it's like Furia keeps having the economy low, but Legacy has to buy every single round. But because Furia's still losing them, the losing bonus is built up. They're getting bonus money from the bomb plants. They're constantly being able to buy, constantly getting fantastic chances to actually take control of this game because they have the most money. It's just this clutch factor of coldzera. You cannot underestimate or understate how important it's been for him to have these late round performances.
Get a witch. Are they going to hear him? Use roof farm really into it. Yeah, K Serato is going to be found as well. And Nekis lands the shot against Art. Now, luckily for them, the bomb is on the other side. That would have been the real disaster here. And maybe Lato can secure things. He's going to get a couple of kills. Another spray down, a triple as Legacy pick up a 12th round.
The snake in the grass. I think Furia, they made a big assumption there with all the pressure, the push in middle, the push in A main. They did not clear their corners as well as they thought they would. Oh no, Lado, that is soul-crushing. Triple kill with pace and quickness. And a 3rd timeout called by Legacy. Furia has been out of timeouts for like 5 rounds. They've got 2 chances to upset Furia.
And they need to take them right now. Obviously, you don't want to go into playing overtime here. There's already been a grueling matchup. I haven't seen coldzera this laser focused in years. You can tell.
In all this conversation about him becoming an AWPer, he hasn't been able to afford it. I think we've only seen him with it once in this half.
Yeah.
His work has all been done with rifles, all been done with SMGs on flanks, and all definitely been done in post plants.
I'm counting on the Portuguese-speaking community to translate a lot of this stuff for us, because I need to know what's being said and yelled back and forth. It's very exciting. A couple of grenades in the middle, and a little bit of posturing outside the B-bomb side once again. Legacy, 1 round, 1 domino falling their way, and they're going to be good to go, but Furia, they must be thinking the same thing. Like, we need a little bit. They're not going to have a lot of money in the bank. Those 2 rounds could go quick. Fighting for overtime. Oh, he's finally got the AWP out. So it's got Fallen on the other side. Double setup.
Oh. Good wins from Yuri. And Art with the opening kill. coldzera's going to step up. Said we haven't seen him with the AWP. Well, he missed his chance there. And if your Nekas and Dumao, you have to save.
Surely, yes.
You have to with the money that you've got. You're going to need to drop over a weapon to Barton and Lado. Both need one.
If you're Nekas, you could try and defuse the bomb if you're feeling super crazy about it.
No way.
I think that's the only reason I think he maybe could be here. There's a bit of a kill.
Okay, if he'd cleaned up that kill, things could have gotten a little interesting. I think Dumao is too far away to get involved even at that point, but who knows what weirdness comes out if that second kill goes in his direction. 12-11.
I love the idea from Nekas. Fair enough. Fair play. But you're right. 12-11. It could be overtime here for Furia. Not impossible. They can fight their way there. Looking at the money. They can buy a little bit there on Legacy. It's not as terrible as it could have been. They're still going to be able to put out a bit of a fight here.
Well, this round is everything. For 2 teammates, coldzera and Fallen, who won won 2 majors together, who established a Brazilian dynasty in CSGO. There's no bigger stage for this head-to-head matchup. The major. And it all comes down to this one round. Can Furia force overtime? Or does Legacy cause an upset?
That'd be quite the headline for the day, wouldn't it? It's Coldzera taking down his old captain. He's certainly doing everything in his might to try and get that result through. A bit of a trade early on here, but Cello and Fallen fighting their way back. Takes a lot to try and get rid of the legend that is Fallen.
I think Furia is so happy they just got that kind of an aggressive push. So very happy that the Legacy came to them on this CT side.
Got a 5-7 pushed up forward into the A hallways. That leaves Dumao lingering around the middle of the map.
Well, they're coming back to Coldzera. If he holds his nerve,
he can't beat Fallen again. He's already done it 3 or 4 times in this game.
Fallen's waiting for an AK.
Right on the edge. And feel it on the other side here. Coldzera. He wouldn't, would he? 3 people coming his way. Oh, they've already seen the shadow and Fallen this time. He comes out on top. Oh, that's got to be a satisfying kill, having lost that many battles to Coldzera. It should be enough here. 1 versus 4. Dumao has been playing a good game, but this is asking more than you could expect. Shot in the back, and it's overtime.
All right, Furia barely managed to keep it together. Here's the nice thing if you're Legacy, though. Here's the conversation you have if you're Coldzera leading this team. You just say, we just played that entire half essentially to a stalemate with Furia. Head-to-head, we were struggling with money, played rounds with MP9s, with 5.7s, with light utility. We go to overtime where everyone's got cash. We don't even have to worry about the economics of it anymore. Where we've struggled with that all throughout regulation, now it resets. And let's prove we're the better team. Op is out in the hands of Coldzera. Kits, Molotovs, smokes, every nade you could want if you're Legacy finally in your grasp.
Control outside of the bomb site. Bit of a forward position for Barton in this round towards A on the CT side. I kind of like that. Dumao, it is risky sticking around once you've been exposed like that, but yeah, he's going to get away from it there. This position for Barton, and he's got Coldzera behind him with the AWP.
Yeah, which is interesting because we haven't really seen Furia give a whole lot of love to A main in the early rounds as well. Now, what it does do, it sets up Barton to be able to go for like a mid-round push. If it feels like there's no presence outside A main, if there's a lot of attention elsewhere, he can have a fast flank. It's being watched at the moment by Cs2.
Wow, more people keep streaming in. That was pretty aggressive. Barton's going to get completely caught there. 3 people taking it on themselves to try and clear out the cheetah cave and coming out short. Furia looking real good to take the first round of overtime.
And now they're just paused and waiting for any kind of response or rebuttal. Fallen with his shoulder peek, sees one in red room. They know Coldzera's alive as someone who plays the A bomb site, so just going to shift immediately into attack B. And it's all on Dumao, and he gets nothing done. Cello, beautiful headshot. He's up to 21 kills on Cello. Bomb planted. Furia's going to take a 13-12 lead.
Yeah, Coldzera, best he could do. Unfortunately, it's just to save the AWP. There's nothing else to it.
Can't even do that.
That is going to be, yeah, difficult. Cs2, he's got 26 kills. And he's been playing like this the whole game, right? It hasn't really dropped off. That in itself is quite impressive.
No, he's as we've come to expect out of Cs2, just playing so fantastic.
See if they can finish what they started here, Legacy. They had 2 chances in regulation at a 12-10 scoreline to close it out.
Fallen and Cs2 are combined 7-0 in opening engagements.
Damn,
that ain't bad. We take those. Oh, Art's in some trouble. Molotov extinguished by a smoke might have just saved his life, but he got caught in a trap of utility.
Yeah, as kind of often happens outside of the bomb site there. It's a bit of a haven for grenades raining down really on all sides. Bomb being brought back on the Fallen. Looks like they want to create a bit of noise towards A. Just try and sell the idea. See if they can keep the two people on this side of the map. Still need the entry over at B, but we'll see. Giving up. Yeah, it's close, but
there's not a lot of like utility. You have to like sell this with a body, right? Like there's one smoke, there's the one Molotov spended, so they're showing that they're just progressing to take A main, a little bit of a lurk smoke to cross over to big box. But no one from Legacy biting. In fact, they just drop a piece of counter utility at the B ramp, which completely negates what Furia want to do, is build off this A fake with this.
Blowing it open right at the end for Sierra. It's a great kill and an even better follow-up. They line up for Dumao, and at the time it looked like should have been a double kill as well. Taking so much damage, Fallen. No chance to escape. The bomb's on the ground here.
That's such a sick round from Legacy. That's such a perfectly timed smoke at B ramp. And I mean, you can just see it stalls Fury out to the point where it's like Legacy who get to make the play. Like Fury just have to wait for that smoke to fade, and Legacy's like, nah, we're gonna spring the trap a little bit earlier. We're gonna blow it open. We'll be the ones to be proactive on the map, and that like little limp fake doesn't do anything. 13-13. I say keep the op out of coldzera's hands. he's doing, keep on the rifle, man.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with, but guess he's got to roll the play. A timeout has been called from Furia. They get a chance to discuss a multitude of rounds that have already been played.
Well, remember, they used their third timeout, like maybe 4 or 5 rounds into that second half. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Where Gary hasn't been able to be involved in the conversation. Double kill from coldzera on the breaking of the smoke. Dumao not deterred at all by any kind of a fake at the other side of the map. Then we run it right back.
Nekus is kind of been overshadowed by all the conversation about the battle between coldzera and Fallen, but he's been playing really well. It's been a good game for him too. That's a lot of grenades at the start of the round. Towards middle, outside of the B-bomb site. So far, Legacy haven't really got anything out of it, maybe except for a bit of map control, but Dumao hoping to change that. He did see somebody up there, but nobody spotted him. It's unbelievable. Grenade will land way behind him.
He's in trouble if this smoke fades before he can get a chance, though. He's going to go down. The question is just how many he can take with him if he sticks here. There's the first. Fallen just switched to a grenade, but Yuri's there to cover it. And the spam comes through from Lotto to clean him up. But Furious punching right back with Cello. Cracking open the B bomb site, but it's Lotto once again in response.
Yeah, he trusted in the flash that was coming over there. That's really sick. Okay, Serato and Yuri, 2 versus 3. Bomb. It's on the back of Yuri. A little bit low on health, so he's picked up the AWP, hoping to get a quick kill on somebody. He's no real target here that he could easily find. I do respect this from Legacy. They're really far back. I mean, obviously, you're stuck in the middle there if you're Nekus, but the rest of them, they're quite far away from the action. They're not trying to get involved in anything early on. Ooh, except for Nekus, I say it. He loses a bit of patience.
That's going to force Lotto to make a move, and that one's well-timed. Okay, Serato looking the other direction, and they obviously know the position of Yuri. Lotto just has to survive. His teammate is hustling to get involved. P250 is out, and Yuri now has the safety to plant the bomb.
Yeah, some shots ringing through, but it's not quite enough here. coldzera's coming in from the other side, and he does actually have an HE, so there is a chance to find him with that alone. AWP right in the smoke. It's coldzera to find him.
And think of how many times they've seen coldzera wrap around to ramp room, right?
Yeah.
Or not ramp room, but just the ramp in general. He's gone down B lane, he's come from T-spawn, but he's always sort of flanked towards that ramp, and this time going in towards cave, Yuri's just trying to find an escape route in an impossible situation. But once again, an integral frag for coldzera in a post-plant scenario. They take a 2-1 lead in the first half of overtime.
Another heartbreaking game that we might have here. Every time it goes into overtime, the stakes just get that much higher. Legacy. They need 2 more rounds. They're on the T side now. They've tried a bunch of different things in regulation. They had some really fun, aggressive plays towards the B bomb side that were fast. Potentially catching Fury off guard in some of these rounds. Trying to do it here. A little bit more slow. Do like this boost up from Fallen though. The kind of trick that probably works like, you know, once or twice per map.
We've seen him use that with Fury a couple times. I think that's got to be, when you play Fury on this map, you kind of have to know that boost is going to come out once or twice. You got to be well aware of it. You could see coldzera just jumping across, more than happy to bait out the shot. Fallen's come back towards middle. Smoke is blown open and broken open. Nekaz just gets into cover. But mid control the way of Legacy.
$50 seconds. Bomb over this way. They've got some mid control. Nekaz. If he can stick around here, then all they need is a distraction attacking the B bomb site, and he could either catch a rotation, he can walk up behind them. A lot of ways to play this.
This isn't going to be a commitment though. There's another player, Dumao, just waiting outside of A main. So they've just thrown the execute and the utility, listening for footsteps, and they're coming right at Fallen.
Yes, they are. 20 seconds though. He clips Lado, takes him right down. Oh, this is a big problem for them, Legacy. They don't have the time to find him. They need to go right now. 14 seconds left, and they will get the kill. They open up the bomb site anyway. It's a bit of a shot. 9 seconds here. He wants to swing to try and stop the bomb from getting planted, but he can't. Instead, Barton takes him down. It's on Yuri. They're very low on health, so there is a way for him to find this clutch here, but he's not quite sure where Barton's gone, and he doesn't check the corner. Barton takes him down instead. A triple for him, and Legacy, they're 1 round away.
Yo, that's a huge kill, because Dumao was taking the long route all the way around to Donut to kind of confuse Yuri. If that kill doesn't come in quick, oof. But again, it's like the first layer of that defense was fine from Furia. It's the fallback and the reposition. Legacy just breaking open that A bomb site. 2 chances again. They had 2 in regulation, 2 now in overtime to close out this map. Furia have not had a shot at winning the map. It's always been recovery. It's always been about forcing overtime.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do again now. See if they get into double overtime, but wow, taking down On, it's a big start.
There's that fight over the edge of the smoke. They've tucked into that corner a number of times throughout their T-halves to find kills, and once again, it nets them an opening. 5 on 4, and look at the nades left for Furia. That's their last smoke being thrown right now. Deep towards the double doors, trying to keep Legacy at bay, trying to posture like they have aggressive control.
Bit of noise. Fallen keenly aware that something could be happening out there. Quite silent outside of the B bomb side still because the smoke is down. We'll see if Fury are going to get any information. They really are quite blind on the map, maybe except for the middle. Got Caserado jumping around, trying to see if he can see anything at the bottom of mid, but he's going to get smoked off in that mid position. If they hear that, yeah, he has to come back. He has to think about it.
Yeah, they got to be worried and concerned about the donut split. That one smoke has just pulled so much of the defense away. I like what Fury has done, though, at the B bomb site between Cello and Yuri. They've shifted in towards Cave and Jaguar. They realize they don't really have enough resources to actually defend the bomb site. So in a man disadvantaged situation, they're going to play retake. And that's a good find from Yuri.
It's absolutely huge. Before the bomb even gets planted, brings it back a little bit more evenly. A 4 versus 4 now. Good grenades landing on Caserado. This one could be for the map here. Legacy. They're close now. The defuse has to come in for Fury. They don't got any choice this time. Lado swung into it. My God, what a spray down.
That's
it. The instant headshot. That is absolutely it. Yuri, 1 versus 4, and coldzera. He's clutched so many rounds. He'll miss the shot on this one, but he's been instrumental in winning this upset against Furia.
Oh, that's gotta feel good for coldzera, letting out a yell. He's taken down his old in-game leader, his partner to establish the original Brazilian dynasty, and with some young guns, he's overcome Furia. The hands-down strongest players in Brazil fall in ancient. And you're right, coldzera, clutch after clutch in this game. He's the only reason they survived it to get into overtime. A monumental performance from one legend over another. Down to the desk, Richard, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. How's my pick'ems today, dickhead? I've been absolutely wrecked by coldzera in 2024.
Who would have thought?
Believe it. What a game.
Now, who would have thought coldzera at this stage? Like we were talking about, this legacy team. They had a pretty good run at the RMR. They make it all the way here. Surely this is where they fall. But it was incredible. Like coldzera just rolling back the years, the man, the myth, the beast himself, and even decided as well as screaming at Fallen, why are you running away from me, brother?
That's beautiful banter.
He was just yelling at him straight up.
Great banter. The banter of the day, no doubt. But I mean,
absolutely.
Look, lots at stake. We're going to run these. Let's just talk about, first of all, what Legacy did well here. I think that's fair because, coldzera did drag those players, I think, through some critical rounds with some clutches early on. But they all started to raise their game as this match continued.
Yes, I agree with you. I don't think we should make this segment only about coldzera, although some praises have to be given towards his clutching abilities and his late round abilities.
Sure.
We know that from a skill standpoint, he might not be the coldzera of 2016 who was winning major MVPs. But the fact that he knows exactly what to do in late rounds, he doesn't flinch, he doesn't stress, he plays the clutches very well, very cleverly. He had a bunch of those 1v2. We're looking at it right now as well. He knows how to decompose his angles, stay calm. He punishes the swing from Fallen, who was screaming around. The late round in general, these post-plan from Legacy, they were having ideas. They were having well-thought-out initiatives. In the last 20 seconds, the nade into the smoke for the coldzera multi-kill. That flash right here to allow Lado. Like, this is what great Counter-Strike is made of. Good decisions, good timings, and keeping their nerves, beating what is supposed to be the superstar team of Brazil. But what about today?
I mean, look at this. If you look at the second half, the 7 CT rounds that Legacy were able to win, 6 of them came down to defuses. The bomb was getting planted by Furia, but the retakes every single time, 2v3s, 3v3s, and as Maniac pointed out as well, sure, coldzera had some huge moments individually, but as a whole, they were so proactive in his late round situations, which is what I expected more from Furia rather than Legacy, which is crazy.
I mean, while coldzera, you can see all smiles on your screen, as well he would be. Less smiles. Furia fans, turn the segment off now.
It's time
Furia, it was the story of what Furia did outside of the RMR. They have Cs2 popping off, right? Great. But then it's like over the course of a game, they just break down and their fundamental problems become very, very clear.
Yes, and I would say it's even worse than that because Cs2 popping off at this point in time is pretty much a given. Like, we know he's going to deliver, and he does again here.
Yes.
He had a bunch of late round clutch situations a la coldzera. I think they are two generational geniuses of late rounds, right? He after a little bit coldzera. But the problem is, you have Cello, who's actually delivering you a better Counter-Strike than usual. Super strong on his B anchoring. Multi-kills after multi-kills. Quick to 15.
As well.
This is supposed to be it. Fallen is doing great. Cello is doing great. Then Yuri decides to have a little bit of an off game, and Art is in trouble anyway. It's like, I can't make it stop. I can't make it up. Like, this is another game where Furia disappoints, although you have stars delivering.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, even some of the ideas they had. Okay, let's take away the individuals, right? Sure, Yuri had a bad day. You could be like, Yuri just had a bad map, so to speak. Fine, take that away. You're talking about some of the rounds in which, on the T-set, for example, the way they're approaching it. Legacy had the read. That's such good reads on what they were trying to do. For example, an AFA coming in with like one smoke or one molly. That's not convincing at all in any way, form whatsoever, and they weren't falling for it. So overall, yeah, sure, the individuals couple didn't show up, but I feel like Legacy just played that little bit better overall as a team, despite the fact that Botan and Dumao, even they struggle as individuals, right?
Yeah, and look, it's not good enough. I mean, they are the #1 team in Brazil. And
okay, I'll let you have that one.
Yeah, you wonder where I was going to go with it. And obviously, people rightly expect a lot more from them. So for me, I don't know, tough start for Furia.
Yeah, absolutely so. I don't really know where we go from here. We're going to have to see the draw and what kind of opponents they get. But I think their story hasn't changed. It's just gotten worse. That's how I see it, right? An elimination at the opening stage would be, I don't even want to name it. I don't even want to go there quite yet. But this is not how you want to start your campaign with that regional matchup. You lose to Legacy, now you're in the 0-1, and there are some contenders out there. I mean, are you playing the Magician with the Vectors?
No, I'm not the Magician. I'm just looking at
here you go. Well, let's look at the other results before Blair starts doing magic tricks on the desk, right? Like, I don't know what's going on. We can see here, we had a crazy day of it. We were, like, really trying to keep up, and you can see these are our Koi Saw game. why are they playing Sora on Nuke?
Yeah, that
That's
is a little bit complicated. It's a map where recently they've had so much success on it. They have a very diversified sort of strat book they can use. They have individuals can pop off. Mutir's outside is great story, just style on them. And yeah, like he's style on them purely.
They could have been playing on Ancient. It just blew my mind that
They could have gone any other map except Saw's best map, which is kind of nuts.
You mentioned the Pain versus Apex. I think it's one of the upsets of this round one.
I agree.
Definitely Apex showed up as favorites, and Pain Gaming, another team that has been sort of finding new talents in the Brazilian scene, right? We're here trying to do CPR on Furia, trying to make them work. And then you have teams out there who are trying. Imperial is bringing the No Way and Decency, and you have Lux and Cow is now in Pain Gaming with Biggers that are helping them out. Like, there is a next generation of capable players, and that feels great after having tried to make it work for quite a while.
The irony of us, you know, just talking about the woes of Furia. The other three Brazilian teams have won. Legacy, Imperial, and Pain. The three teams we thought was going to be 0-1. They pulled it off.
Legacy and Furia, they had to be a Brazilian winner, right?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Keep taking that aside, of course. We had Imperial and Pain pull it off as well.
Let him have it. Let him have it. Right, okay. This is the other results that we had in the mainstream. These are the ones that we talked about for about 4 minutes. It was great. Just to cast your mind back to the start of the day, Cloud9 struggling against Ecstatic, and in many ways our assessment was Ecstatic kind of threw that one away. Early heartbreak. Ents Imperial for me, the game of the day.
Yep.
Out of all the Counter-Strike I saw, a calling masterclass between Vinny, Glaive, back and forth. Imperial winning in that overtime situation. Game of Legion Amcal, not quite as spicy, not quite as much.
Just lower quality. Let's put it what it is. It was a lower quality game, but the consequence of which isn't any different. It's still a 1-0 situation for Game of Legion. They weren't even supposed to be here. We're going to have to see the draw, but this could be the beginning of a miracle run a little bit for the Game of Legion side. Yeah,
and then obviously confirmation of Legacy Furia. I'll pick your thoughts just about Game of Legion here. I mean, you know, there's a lot of speculation going in that they might have took their eye off the ball because they weren't meant to be here, and then they were, and then maybe someone's getting kicked, no names, but are they not? And then actually they were pretty clinical in how they dealt with Amcal, and they got up and they seemed happy and said, we don't lose on overpass, right?
That's the one I want to touch upon there.
Are the jitters over now? Like, can we look to Game of Legion?
I don't think the jitters are necessarily over, in all honesty. But, you know, we've said this about a couple of best of ones we've seen so far. The Saw, Movistar game, this Amcal game. I think Lawrence made a tweet saying, I wish I believed myself as much as Amcal believes in their overpass, right? I think they got gifted a bit of a freebie there for Game of Legion. It's a map that they have so many reps on. They're very, very comfortable on it. They said it as well as soon as they won the game, that we don't lose overpass. And I kind of feel like they got handed a freebie. I don't think it's quite over yet. I still don't want to talk about his team, because all the points we made before the game, I think it's very valid, despite the fact that they won their match.
Yeah, what about score? Are we believers?
Ooh,
I have them going in.
Yeah,
I had them going through as a. This is what I had saw at the beginning of this event. I had them winning against Koi. I just think they are a better team overall, and they have this momentum. I do want to see best of 3s against higher quality, right? Because some of the wins rather that they've had at the RMR, no disrespect, but being NIP doesn't jack to me. Beating Enterprise, not exactly a lot as well.
Doesn't mean anything to NIP at the moment either, mate.
In fact, so I'm waiting to see this confident, momentum-filled Saw in best of 3s. I want to see what they're made of, because there's definitely interest. They've peaked it. I have them going through, but it's going to be a battle.
And I think Movistar are better than what they showed in that game. I will say this. I think it was just a bad veto. And I think that...
How can you have a bad veto in best of 1? Like, is this doing the veto for them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
He's just catching strays, poor guy.
We know. Strongest man. Is that okay? It's like, exist, please. Stop doing this. You're killing me. For years we've been saying it. Anyway, we are getting ready to show you the schedule of what we've got. Which I'm excited about. Hopefully we haven't had too many different permutations.
Because we were all playing playing Magicians thinking Fury was going to win. So we were all like, we were discussing matchups like, okay, this is how we can attack. And then suddenly Colzera said, no. There's going to be different matchups coming up.
It's really thrown a wrench in for things for me. So I think, do we have that yet? Not yet. They're telling me they're literally building it.
They're creating it right now.
Well, that's fine. We can continue to rap about some of the other teams that we saw. I mean, you know, Amcal, I kind of think in retrospect, a disappointment. They're better than that.
Are they really, though?
Yeah.
Do you think they're really better than what we've seen against Legion?
That core has been around.
Yeah, I agree. Look, here's the thing. I think they're better than what we saw from them today, but better doesn't mean much. I did not have them going through to the next stage. I'll be very blunt about that.
I think they're one of the weakest team that we have here at the event.
I agree.
Wow.
I think they are.
You didn't even put them 0-3, you've fraud. Right, let's look at the schedule now. We've got it ready. They've been building it. I'm excited. Here we go. Yes, Ecstatic versus Mongol. Oh dear, Blair, are you going to be okay?
I don't know. I'm going to sit this one out. I'm going to sit this one out, lads. I'm just going to sit this one out.
Yeah, and Apex Amcal. I guess we'll find out. You know, Maniac's been, he gets a few right.
Apex cannot lose that one.
Apex looked very rough in the first game today.
Then Ents versus Movistar Koi. That's interesting.
Yeah, but it's a good matchup to bounce back for Ents. Like, let's be real.
Should be a freebie for Ents.
It should be, but then should is the operative word. And then Furia versus Linvision. Okay, so how can Furia lose this? Like maybe playing Anubis?
When was the last time Furia or a Brazilian team beat an Asian team? 2021. I'm lying. I don't know. I don't even remember.
You're supposed to have
shouldn't have closed that question, right?
It's been so long, no one remembers. So I'm just saying, you know, anything can happen.
It would be a disaster. Like, I mean, talk about getting a gift. No disrespect to Linvision. You know, they were very good. To even be here, you think about some of the teams they beat out in that region, to be here, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, look, best will in the world, enjoy the show, enjoy being part of a major. If Furia were to lose that, you know, we've used the word twice today, catastrophe.
Yeah, definitely. Isn't there, though, a little bit of a history with, like, the IHCs and the Mongols and all?
That's the Mongolian team. Listen, no matter how much
I know it's not the same country, I'm aware of that.
Hopium and Copium you inject to my veins, I'm not going to put Linvision over the side of Furia, right? I don't think they have...
I cannot believe you would turn your back on Asian CS.
I'm not a lunatic yet, Maniac. I'm still a little sober. If it was Mongols, I'd be siding the Mongols there. But Linvision, I feel like they don't have enough of an experience against a team like Furia when you're talking to people like Fallen and K-Strata, despite the loss they had right now.
Yeah, and look, just quickly to talk about Mongols, because we haven't really touched upon them on the mainstream yet. You know, look, people are always... These guys are good in flashes. I see them beat people in series and, you know, on these online games, and they always seem to make it to the tournaments now, and they go through the regional qualifiers, and then people are all hyped for them, and they just never deliver. What's up with that, Blair?
I don't know.
Why is he like represent like?
Yes,
don't let him put you.
He's got a t-shirt on underneath, like, you know.
Maybe. Anyway, look. I really like what I saw from them, the Asian RMR. I think they were just so clinical. I know the opposition wasn't of the highest caliber. Let's be real about this, right? But taking that aside, they were playing such good CS. They've been boot camping in Serbia, getting more looser, feeling much more confident as well. Coming to this day, I was just watching snippets of the game earlier today. It felt like they just didn't wake up. They were playing a little scared, a little nervous. The individual Senzu, Blitz, all these guys weren't really starting off on the right foot, so to speak. They did kind of wake up near the end of that game. So hopefully we see the Mongols, which I wanted to see, because I came to this major for the very first time saying we will finally have an Asian team making it to the second stage, and all those hopes are in the Mongols, not Linvision.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and EF is a hard team to play in a best of one. Like, EF can definitely handle these moments. Like, they can have the quick stars if Woxy catches on fire, no pun intended. Xantares, we know what he can do, and I think they were mentally very ready for that. So I'm right there with you. I also think Mongols are a team that are sort of betting on the future, right? So many young, very young players out there. You have Blitz and Techno, who are definitely the veterans, and they're very young. They're still kids, and that they have to take...
Youngest team at the major.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a fact. They have 3 players below 19 years of age.
The average age is 19, and Furious players are playing a major for the very first time. Even though Mongols, IHC, have been in the majors for like the past couple of years, it's only Blitz and Techno 4K who's been there since the beginning, right? So the core, actually, they're newbies.
All right, well, look, we got the other schedule coming up now. I'm leaning in, as you can see. I'm off my mark. Everyone's tripping about it. It's Eternal Fire versus Pain Gaming.
Okay.
That's another spicy one. That's a great matchup.
And I'm very glad, because I have Eternal Fire as a 3-0, so...
No one cares, man.
We're scrolling towards it.
Yeah, and Heroic versus Imperial, that's made interesting by what we saw from Imperial earlier in the day. Cloud9 versus Legacy. They're going to give it to them, aren't they, Cloud9?
Why don't you have that lingering feeling that hold on a minute, something could be happening here? Is it just me? Like, do I share that feeling with someone else in the community? Like, hold on a minute. Cloud9 wasn't clinical against Ecstatic. Couple of rounds looked a little bit shaky, a little bit iffy. I mean, listen, it's going to be the first time around that the sniper from Legacy Coldzera is better than his opposition. He's got the footage to figure it out.
Yeah, I'd back him to beat newly appointed Orpa Perfecto.
And one of Gamer Legion saw is going to be 2-0.
Yeah.
One of Gamer Legion saw is going to be 2-0. 1 game away from making it to the elimination stage.
This is what I mean. People don't realize how crazy you know, the first day of these things is with the best of ones, because suddenly you are in you're primed. It's almost like you can't fail at 2-0, you know, right? It's like you have to really mess it up badly.
Well, you have two great chances. The 2-0 game is an amazing game. It's euphoric. You're having a good time. The 2-1 game, you can still play a little bit relaxed. But if you make from 2-0 to 2-2, this is the stuff of nightmare. The absolute stuff of nightmares. But you used to have these two free cars, like you had to get the visa.
What about the 0-2 games?
The 0-2 games. I mean, listen, when your back is against the wall, it's just like, yeah, it is what it is. Forget about it.
Some teams do it. Like
Saw did it at the RMR.
There we go. Saw did it. We've seen Guild Eagles or Battery Seagulls as called back in the day do it as well. So it's never like impossible, but it does get way harder, Richard.
Yeah, well, listen, not for me. Call an ambulance, but not for me. But I'm off. Like, this is great. I love modern esports. Like, I used to do 18-hour days. I'm getting half a day off. So I know you guys will carry the torch for me. We are going to take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to get into the round 2 of games. And as I said, I won't be here. We'll be tagging in the Sensational Shocks. I'm sure you all give her a big welcome for her debut at this major. And guys, it's been great talking to you. Great talking to you. Hope you've enjoyed the show so far. And we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC-2 technology. Fast TN panel, with its faster native response time, can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC-2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC-2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto-apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Ecstatic are coming into their first major for all players, the most important event in your histories, and it's also in your home country, and I guess maybe some of your home cities as well, being Copenhagen. Just tell me, how does that feel? Because when we first spoke, when you qualified, you know, it was emotional, there's a lot of emotions going through you. Now you've had time to go through it all.
Yeah, it was an insane experience qualifying for my first major, the first major for the entire team. And the first major, and also being in Copenhagen, is just bonus, just so nice being on home soil. So it's definitely like extra motivation for qualifying for the arena and playing in front of the home crowd. So just really nice.
Now, what can you say about the lack of experience for you guys as a team? Like, it's a wonderful storyline. You're here at the opening stage of the major, but what does that mean your mindset is like coming into this?
I mean, yeah, we're like very inexperienced team. We're like, kind of young team.
Yeah.
But for the expectations here, don't really have any expectations. Like we're again the underdogs, and I think qualifying for the major itself is like, I guess you can say it's like enough for us. But of course we want more. We want to go to the arena for the home crowd. But we are, I don't want to say satisfied, but we are okay with just being at the major. So everything from here on is just like a bonus, and we'll do our very best.
Do you have that same drive and motivation? Because I do hear this from a lot of teams. It's like they know maybe I'm not going to be the favourite to win. I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to that arena. But they are so happy with qualifying. Do you still feel the same hunger and passion now coming to the major?
Yeah, for sure. It's still there, and we're all super pumped. We're ready to play. Like I just want to play now. I want to play. I'm so excited. So it's still hungry and still hyped. But again, if we don't go through, that's okay. We already made it to the major, and I think it's more than what everyone expected of us. And even ourselves, like we didn't expect to go to the major. We of course hoped for it and we knew it was possible, but I don't think it was like something we expected, to be honest.
And talking about that expectation you have, I want to talk about you personally. You come on July the 16th last year from Astralis Talent over to Ecstatic. You are an in-game leader into this new team, and then you do qualify for your first major. If I told you that when you first joined Ecstatic, would you have believed me?
No, not really. I would not. Things went so fast, but that's how it is sometimes in this in Counter-Strike. Sometimes if you have a good period and you play at your peak at the right tournaments, then all of a sudden you're in the major.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just super happy to be here.
And do you feel right now that you guys are still improving quite a lot? Have you been able to improve a lot from the RMR to this major? And how's that time look like? How have you spent this time? What extra work have you done?
And we have done, as we always do, we practice and we again practiced some extra hours, like 2-3 hours every day, as we did up to the RMR. So we've just been playing a lot. We had some few days off because I was sick, but except for that, we just played a lot. And yeah, I felt improvement. And as I told you before, we have very high confidence after qualifying. And that's where I feel the biggest difference. Like we are winning some more duels, people are taking more initiative, we're being more aggressive, like people are not so scared. Because we have like somehow a lot more belief in ourselves after qualifying. So that's why I feel the biggest improvement. And we have obviously we've been cooking some new things here. So we're prepared.
Would you say though you guys don't have anything to lose here in this point, right? There's not that pressure on you that other teams might have.
Yeah, I think that's that comes with being an underdog. We have like nothing to lose. But I will say from the 16 teams that are here, I think for myself at least, I kind of expect to go through to the next stage.
Okay,
I think that's very possible. I think if I'm not wrong, we're like seed 9, and obviously the eight teams go through, and there are some teams that I think are very, very beatable. So I think I definitely hope to go through to the next stage.
Good luck going through this. I hope you can achieve the next goal of going through to the next stage. Thank you for your time, Paddy.
Thank you.
And welcome back, everyone, to the CS2 Major live from Copenhagen, Denmark, as we get some more images of now the night has fallen almost over Denmark. I was trying to see if there was a fallen joke in there, but I think I'm not gonna wander there just yet. Hello, my name is Efi Schogsupportere, taking over from Richard, who, by the way, did a phenomenal job with his panel. So I have actually kept a bit of the panel. Maniac is still going to be here for a few games, and I'm really happy to welcome you to the desk as well. Pimp, in Denmark, I think you are really excited to get stuck in.
Yeah, obviously the first ever major in Copenhagen, first ever major in Denmark. I think it's been a long time coming, so I'm excited. I know the players from Denmark are also super, super excited. But as much as I want to make it about Denmark, make it about us, you know, it's about the Counter-Strike and about the teams at the major. And I think so far what we've seen has been fun to watch. It's been some exciting games back and forth, and there's been the occasional surprises in there as well.
Yeah, Denmark has come a long way since Copenhagen games, right? By the train station.
True.
That's a throwback.
Those days, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, these were the days, right?
The needles and everything, yeah.
The needles, oh my God, it's moving on swiftly.
Yeah,
Never mind.
not immediately. I want to take a look at, kind of, you said it already, we had a whole bunch of games already. We will be covering the winner game, so the 1-0 ones here, but I do want to look back at what we saw already when we were looking together, and I want to know from you what jumped out, and ideally mainly something that personally jumps out that maybe isn't what comes to mind for everyone else.
The Imperial Victory event.
Okay.
For me, very clearly, a highlight of round one, not only because of the shape of the game, a lot of momentum back and forth. There was the crazy ace, obviously coming out, but the reaction from Imperial is immediate. I'm falling in love very quickly with the new recruits from Imperial. I gotta say, Noe and Dissenti, if this is supposed to be the biggest stage ever in Counter-Strike, then they're not shying away from it. They're making the plays. They're very brave in their Counter-Strike. That's enough to get my interest, I can tell you that.
Could I follow up, perhaps? Pimp, we were talking about it already, but in terms of kind of Brazil being so dominant in the American RMR, and then the question what they would do here. Yeah. 3 wins on the board, of course. One was a region kill, but I think overall that's really interesting, and I want to see how that evolves.
Yeah, I agree. You know, they did play some good Counter-Strike during the America's RMR, and we were questioning whether or not that was, you know, locally they could perform at that level, or if they could come into the major. You saw on your screen right here as well, Pain taking down Apex. That's not an easy game at all. Apex have been looking somewhat decent, I would argue. They've established themselves as a decent European team, so for them that's a massive win. I would agree with you. The way the Brazilians have played so far has been great, but it has only been one round of best of one, so I'm not fully ready to make any conclusions just yet.
Of course not, and what is really cool is that now we'll get to see those teams who have made those initial impressions on us, and they could win again and then be one best of 3 away from getting into that next round. In a second, we'll take a look at the matchups that we have both on the B stream and on the A stream, but I think overall, how do you feel the crop fell in terms of the matchups we were given for the second round, Maniac?
I think these aren't exactly matchups that I had foresaw or seen coming. I'm going to be real with you. It feels like the contrast is pretty stark and clear, but also I could be completely wrong. I have a feeling that favorites, it can happen every now and then, you know. I have a feeling that some favorites are very clear and it jumps out intuitively. You talk about Mongols, Apex, and Furia. That's just first degree, just my brain is analyzing what's happening here and I'm seeing favorites. But then again, there's been some signs. I think Ecstatic did a very good job, if you allow me to say that, even though they lost against Cloud9. They came back into the game from an 0-6 sort of deficit at the beginning. I know I have nothing for Amcal, sorry, moving on.
That's all right.
Koi, not at all either. So actually, you know what? Maybe just Ecstatic can be the one beating the favorites in that
They gave it away, right, versus Cloud9 almost?
I would argue they have a decent chance against the Mongols. They also did not play well against Eternal Fire in that opening game, weren't on the server whatsoever, didn't really check in at the major. So I feel like out of all the games right here, I would agree with you, but the one where there could be a potential upset lurming would be the Ecstatic one.
Yeah. What about Furia Lin Vision?
Wait a minute, are you really that far back?
I'm not. I just
down?
heard you in your last segment, and I really love the assessment that you made. You said this doesn't change anything, it just makes it worse, and that makes me afraid, especially in the light of kind of a lot of the new blood on the other Brazilian teams that we've seen so far.
Well, listen, other teams have taken the risk of welcoming fresh green members in their ranks, and it's seemingly working better. Now, as I said, I think if you're a true fan of Furia, you sort of weirdly maybe want them to fail so they can truly reassess what is it they're doing, and not just keeping on life support and oxygen support. What is it you're doing here with this roster? We all want it. We all want to see a bit more success from them.
We do, and it is, of course, you know, it's nice sometimes to go into what could happen for the teams that's already not going well for, but I want to be a bit more positive and look at the teams that could book a berth very, very soon to the next round if they get to a 2-0 already. These are our matches, and it starts off, I think, with it's a fantastic one, you know, with an Eternal Fire that had a monumental performance versus the Mongols earlier.
Yeah, for sure. They played some decent Counter-Strike. Again, it was an easy game, so we didn't really see them being tested at any point. I think they will be against Pain Gaming. I would argue Gamer Legion saw as well. To me, very, very interesting. We all know the story with Gamer Legion coming in instead of 9 Pandas. Saw us on a win streak. They won 10 games in a row. They started out by losing their first 2 opening games at the European qualifier, and ever since they haven't lost a single game, which is in itself a crazy history. So that game to me is the one that sticks out as the closest one.
It's almost like a definition of the word momentum in the dictionary when you look at SAW, you know, that watershed moment in the RMR where they made it, which was so incredibly huge for that lineup, and then something unleashed in them. The question is, how high will the ceiling be, and is Gamer Legion kind of going through a, well, we were separated as a couple, but now we found something to rally behind together, so let's do this?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird one to assess, right? If you do the analogy, it's like you're on the way to separate from someone and then you get like a free 1-week paid vacation.
They were just on a break,
like, hey,
you know. They never separated. We're just
like
on a break.
Reference. Yeah. We were on a break.
We were on a break. Calm down.
Absolutely. Also, for Gamer Legion, it's weird to know where the atmosphere is at. I will slightly disagree with you on the Eternal Fire versus Pain. I think it's going to be as easy as the Mongols one. I think Eternal Fire are cruising to the 2-0. I have them as a 3-0 anyway. They're a slam dunk here at the opening stage.
Yeah, we've. I think a lot of people have had that thought because they were so close. I think even they were in a really stacked RMR. We have to say that as well. Even their match versus G2 was super, super close. It really is that ceiling is there, and sometimes they're even kind of already through it.
Yeah, well, I love that you use the word ceiling because there is only a type of team that's beating EF right now. That's the FaZe and the G2s of the world.
Yeah.
Like these are the teams that beat Eternal Fire as they currently are playing. Last time I checked, Pain is not part of that category quite yet, although they've been impressive. So yeah, Eternal Fire are poised. Very well negotiated their entrance at the major. Plenty of teams have failed in this first step, you know, taking it maybe a little bit easy or having some jitters. Not the case at all. We know that Woxic is a little inconsistent, but when this is the Woxic that shows up, what are you going to do? Kaddish.
See, that's the scary part for me. We spoke a lot about Wycadia during IM Katowice. He was the breakout player. He was the new guy coming in. He was the talent doing well. All of a sudden, he's at the bottom of the scoreboard, and then it's Woxic taking over. This is a player that if you're watching Counter-Strike 4 or 5 years ago, you'd know his name. You'd see him playing mouse sports. You'd think, wow, he's one of the greatest AWP players out there. Maybe never the best, maybe never a top 3 guy, but definitely up there in the conversation. That hasn't been the case the last couple of years. He then came back into Eternal Fire, and he's slowly but surely finding his groove. That match right there, sure, it's a best of one. We talk about consistency, but if that's the Woxic we can expect at the major, then they become a very dangerous opponent.
Listen, we were going to follow on this friend's metaphor because I feel like this roster being put together is finally Ross and Rachel getting together. Like, we wanted it for so long.
Are you going with the friends analogy?
So long. We wanted Woxic and Zentaris and Calix and Major being there. It's finally happening. We've been patient for years. From the Space Soldiers days, we're waiting for that to happen.
Oh, for so long, but it doesn't always work. Even if it's like the thing that was written in the stars, it's not always the thing that works. And I think this is why this major cycle is so incredibly important if we look at the trajectory that Eternal Fire has been on for a while. Also, Wycadia, as you say, his very first major cycle in that regard, and to see how he can be activated now that it feels like, Pimp, everyone is very comfortable in their roles, and they have would you say they have a pretty complete package in terms of kind of aggression, but also the by-the-book CS that they are able to play, etc., or not?
I think so, because I think a year ago, you'd look towards Eternal Fire, you'd think that's just chaos, you know. Whenever you're joining the server, it's chaos, it's all over the place, and you can never really imagine them finding any sort of consistency. They've changed a little bit. I think they've gotten into a place now where they've seemed, you know, to produce consistent results. They're playing some good Counter-Strike. It's not always about taking the duels and making it, you know, chaotic on the server. I would also argue that, you know, with Wycadia coming in as well, that's sort of like that untapped potential. We know what Woxic can do. We know what Zentaris can do. We know what Calix can do for that matter as well. But Wycadia is still the one player that we don't really know where is at yet.
He's fresh.
He's fresh. We saw him in Katowice have good games. We saw him crumble a little bit under the pressure. The first one right here at the major wasn't great, but you're winning 13-4, so it doesn't matter. So that's still the one question mark for me. How good is Wycadia, and how much can he help this team to become a real contender for the playoff?
Yeah, I really think we shouldn't shy away from giving praises to Major for the Counter-Strike they play. Because you can very easily get sucked into the Zentaris void, talking about like how incredible he is as an individual. You can talk about Woxic and his peaks, but I think it would be doing a disservice to the Counter-Strike that they play, because fundamentally it is good. And you hear about Major in interviews, he says, I'm talking every single day on WhatsApp with the coach, we're trying to come out with new ideas. You can see that. You can see they're not just resting on their laurels, they're trying to be innovative with the CS they play.
Absolutely, realizing what they have and what they want to do with it. You know, we take a look at the performance as well, no slouch. And as said, a lot of the work is done off the server as well when you are in that position, right? As an IGL.
Yes, and also you have to realize this guy was given and then taken back and then given again the chance to be an Eternal Fire. It's been complicated, it's been back and forth, but now you feel like he's earned that respect, that trust to play the Counter-Strike that he wants.
Yes, let's move on to their opponents as well and contrast that to what we have seen in Pain Gaming then, where I mean, let's start with the BigAzera story because I think it is so beautiful ever since the qualification and the road he's been on and choosing to do it and having to do it with some new blood, which is a completely different skill set you have to apply than working with super experienced players.
I would say it's easy to feel a bit sorry for BigAzera. It did feel like he was, left in Brazil with the leftovers.
He was robbed.
He was robbed a little bit of his best players. He didn't necessarily have the guys around him that you thought could be the game changers for him. As an in-game leader, as a player, I think he stepped up massively, not only from an individual standpoint, but also in leadership. I saw him during the Americas Armor, some of the answers that he was giving in interviews as well.
Yeah.
Very well-rounded, reflective, and knew, okay, these are our conditions, this is the player material I have to work with, let's make the most out of it. And so they've done at the major. They won the first game. The man himself had a fantastic showing on the first map as well. I'm very positive when it comes to Pain Gaming because on paper, you can't really allow yourself to have too high expectations.
I agree with you. You say he was robbed of his best players. I'd say he was robbed of his entire career. He should have been in a much better team for a long time. It's been at the very least 3 years that he could have been an interesting signing for people looking to have this new IGL.
Yeah?
I mean, he was right there. Not only having good calls, as you mentioned, but just individually being strong, and he remains strong, even though he's having these duties you're talking about. So great for him to sort of reap a little bit of reward from all these efforts and sweat he's put into that Pain jersey. More than 5 years he's been wearing it right now.
It's crazy. He's kind of synonymous with Pain now as well, right? And he's spoken on that. And it's really funny when I saw, or it's really interesting rather, we had that famous quote from him after the RMR about like the piano being on his back and then it fell off. And after their first game today, Lux, I believe, said to HLTV, he's really like a father to us in terms of what he can give. And I found that so interesting to contrast it with kind of when we think about Brazil and Padre, we think about Fallen, right? A lot. And it's just really cool how BigAzera is also that for these young guys.
But I think that's an excellent, point you're bringing up, right? Because with all due respect to Fallen and Art for that matter, and Cold Zero now coming in, they've been gatekeeping that spot as an in-game leader within Brazilian cars, right? You spoke about it, 3 years where he was for the taking for Furia, 3 years where he was for the taking for what was supposed to be the second best Brazilian team. So it's a guy that time and time again have shown that he has the abilities not only to elevate himself on the server, but also make the players around him better players. And I think that's a great example. NQC is another one coming into this team. He was within Legacy. He was playing with Cold Zero, couldn't really find his footing. Technically speaking, as an AWP player, I've seen stuff from him on his stream, highlights, etc. He's very skilled. He's a mechanical, very gifted player. Now, slowly but surely, he's now getting into a rhythm where he can actually produce results on the server as well. And as much as I want to give NQC credit for that as well, I think it's down to BigAzera. He's helping him, he's becoming the father figure, and he's making sure the players around him is getting significantly better.
Is there, or is it there, you think, lies the biggest challenge then for Pain coming into this specific matchup versus Eternal Fire on the opposition?
Yes, again, as I said, when you look at the team, when you look at the player material he has to work with, sure thing you can make certain players better, but there's also a ceiling to Pain Gaming. I must admit, I don't have them as a team who's making it to the next stage. I'll be honest, even though the first showing right here and the best of one was great, it does feel like there's a ceiling to how good they can be right now.
Did you have Furia going through?
Yes, I have Furia going through.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, Furia,
it's okay, you're not the only
on paper, is supposed to be a better team, and I think that's the difficult for Pain Gaming right here. You're going up against a team who I think have more firepower on the server, and who I think in Major, that head-to-head duel between the two in-game leaders, I don't necessarily think BigAzera is a much better in-game leader than Major, so where are you looking for the win conditions when it comes to Pain?
Yeah, it's pretty complicated to draw this picture. Also, because of the Eternal Fire that we saw against Mongols, right? I think you would be remiss to think that Eternal Fire now have set their sights on the FaZe games, the G2 games, the Vitality games, because that's seemingly the ceiling that they're fighting up against. But they are not losing track of what they need to do to just dispatch of whoever's gone up against them. And that is a great quality to have as you're trying to make that step from T2 to Tier 1. Major said, I want to be in the ocean with the best teams out there, but you cannot lose that game, for example.
Yeah, and ideally a bigger fish as well. I think this is something you brought up at the top of the day as well, right? When you're a team that was hanging between that Tier 2 and Tier 1, and now you found yourself in a position where you can be very close to a higher level, then all of a sudden these best of ones do become a little bit more dangerous because you're now expecting to win them, but you're saying they are staying very realistic and really focused on what is in front of them.
But that's also what made them in the first place, right? That's EF, you know, playing all these online qualifiers, playing all the open qualifiers, playing all these different tournaments where best of one is more of a normal thing for them to occur compared to some of the tier 1 teams. So I think when you're making the move from tier 3 to tier 2 to tier 1, you're also being made up in a scenario where you're used to playing those games. So I wouldn't necessarily worry on behalf of EF going into a best of one. If anything, I think they're comfortable playing in this scenario.
No, I'm right there with you. I think it takes a certain amount of mental energy and clarity, and this is where the coaching staff has to come in, to at the same time work on why are we not able to win these Phase G2 games, and also just make sure we keep ahead of the pack, we keep ahead of the teams that are trying to catch up with us. They seem to be able to do it right now. This Eternal Fire, I have to say, since Pro League, and that was the last CSGO event, haven't exactly given me reasons to worry about playing below them, playing against teams that are worse than them on paper. They've seemed very authoritative. We are going to a little bit of Anubis action right here. Wait, what is the map that Pain played against Apex? Didn't they play Anubis as well? It was on the B stream. I have a doubt for a second.
Vertigo.
It was Vertigo, so don't mind me at all. I'll be here all day spewing lies.
That's okay. I've got HLTV.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it. I didn't remember.
With Pain Gaming, right? They're playing Anubis quite a lot, and they're doing it against domestically teams from Brazil, and they're losing quite a lot. So one thing is playing the map a lot, but when you're losing against teams that you're supposed to dominate on a map like Anubis, you're then coming in against EF, who, let's be honest, they've only played it twice the past 3 months. Once against FaZe, which they won at IM Katowice, and one against Na'Vi, where they got absolutely smashed. But we do know Na'Vi is a different beast when it comes to Anubis. So for my money, I'm not worried on behalf of EF at all. Again, they've only played it twice, but they've already shown us they have high quality.
And the context of that loss that you mentioned against Na'Vi, if I'm not mistaken, was the last map of a best of 3 where EF, they ran out of gas. Quite literally, just they didn't have the energy, the endurance. The loss of the second map kind of took the wind away from their sails. And that is the next step, if you will allow me to use that term. We are not in this scenario right here at all. We're talking about playing one best of 1, you had a little bit of time to relax, and now you once again have to go on a sprint. It's not a marathon. You're on your tactics bike, you're going maximum speed for an hour. That's all they have to do right there. And I think they are much more than equipped for it. They're going to cruise through.
Oh, you're not on camera. It's too bad. He's making the most insane moves, Chad.
Yeah, I see it.
I didn't know you could move like that.
I'm just teasing the crowd. You have to look at the desk when you see me move.
I have seen you on the dance floor a few times, and that does compute. But what I gather from you is that there is actually a lot of faith into Eternal Fire. I think also when you look, the RMR, they qualified, quite quickly. They had more time. The RMRB was after that. And then here, if they would be able to go immediately to a 2-0 in terms of kind of looking at the other teams and looking into that best of 3 they should play, it would be great for them. But crazier things have happened, in fact, just an hour ago. So
yeah, just an hour ago. That's true. And the Brazilian players so far have shown that they're coming in shape as well. For my money, if Pain can make this game competitive, I would be happy. I have EF winning. I'm thinking Pain is good enough to make it up to 9, 10, maybe even 11 rounds. Really apply pressure to EF. You're not with me, and I get you because EF have been looking great so far.
I respect. He's giving Pain a better fighting chance than I do. Personally, I think EF is 1, 2, or 3 leagues ahead of the opposition.
Okay, let's see if they make quick work then of Pain Gaming, or if we get another upset and another win for the Brazilians. Let's find out who will move on to 2-0.
Let's find out indeed. We've got a bit of a banger here. Eternal Fire taking on Pain Gaming. Eternal Fire on a bit of an astronomical rise right now, looking lights out. It feels like, it's only really top 10 competition that looks to take them down a peg. And on the other side, Big Azera's boys in Pain Gaming surprised us all with that opening win over Apex. But is this, where they get brought back down a reality, Hugo?
You'd like to think so, right? Their biggest task yet. This is a team underrated mainly because of their RMR run, Harry. Beating 35 in the world, 50 in the world, 51 in the world. It wasn't an impressive run, but an opener over Apex. Well, now anything's possible. We'll see if Pain can seize the moment. Eternal Fire on the T side of Anubis. Not a regularly played map for this squad, but still one with a big scalp over FaZe. They're going to run it down mid into B.
Already up and into Temple. Wakadia leads the way. First man, he's going to go running into his Lux, who will open up, but there's Wakadia head on his swivel. Zantares helping out from back at main, and that bomb is going down. Pain left a man down in the retake here.
Yeah, Zantares, great reposition as well. Plays that bomb late from main. Doesn't need to die in the site for no reason. The advantage is heavily in the Turkish side.
Azera's been able to get out. His teammates moving in behind him. But they're not being given a single fight here, and instead it's Major in with the backstab. Ooh, will be being held.
Nice flash.
Picks that up.
Oh.
They're able to pressure Xantares, but they're not able to deal with him, and that might be the downfall of the round here.
Oh, you
hang
sure?
on a second. Xantares gives them the fight, and the bomb, it's not open here. You've got to move in. Woxic tries to close the gap. Oh, he gets off the defuse. Woxic will secure the round. And that's a little bit of madness to open up in the pistol.
Yeah, getting off the bomb. I mean, there's no way you're getting the kill and you have time to get back on the defuse.
Woxic was missing,
yeah,
man.
You're playing for the frag at that point, and you just got to hope at this level. You got to hope they whiff, but it's so rare. It's so unlikely. And that's with, yeah, sure, Eternal Fire playing, you know, all single positions, all individual positions, but they get wiped out, man. That felt like it was right there for the taking for Pain Gaming. It's close. It doesn't cut it. And Eternal Fire come through with a pistol round. Man, a little sweaty to start. And hey, if you're going off of officials, sure, Pain do have more experience, right? The depth is a question. The head-to-head on players is a question, but the experience is far more so in their pocket. Eternal Fire, this is their least played map with the exception of their Instaban.
They've gone for the attempt to get out here in a B, but a force back from Pain Gaming. Still leaves a bit of intrigue on this round. Oh, that's devastating smoke spam. Lux rings out with one from down in dark. He's got a 1v1 here right now, but not able to win it. If he gets that kill, it gets very exciting. They knew that Calix was over towards A, so maybe that one still had some legs on it, but we're not here to talk about maybes. They brush aside the force buy, they deal with it. Comes at a bit of a cost, but still, they get that 2-0 on the board.
And I'll say this nice and early. I was saying it in the green room. I stand by it. Eternal Fire in the form that I expect to see them in this tournament and what we saw glimpses of across Wycadia's debut back at Pro League last year and at the RMR. I think this is a top 8 team at the major for Eternal Fire. I have expectation they're making a run to those playoffs. I hope we get that level throughout the competition, but a requirement to me is just this clean 3-0, especially with favorable, opening game over the Mongols. A game they have no excuse to lose against Pain. I want to see Eternal Fire 3-0, and I want to see them in the top 8.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's kind of, I feel like we talk about this whenever we cast this Eternal Fire squad. But you and me, man, we grew up on a lot of the old Space Soldiers games back in the day, right? We were always kind of fans of these guys, and it was always like the forbidden fruit of Turkish Counter-Strike was being able to have Woxic, teamed up with the kind of core of this Eternal Fire squad. He was stuck in Dark Passage. They were in Space Soldiers at the time. And then they bring this band together. And then where it gets really juicy is that inclusion of Wycadia, right? Is that now young, capable fifth gun within the squad. It's very, very cool. And so I do like that we have, expectations. You saying how you think that they can be a top 8 team and how that's what you're envisioning. And it feels like they are bridging that gap into the realm of top 10. I mean, hell, they're sat at, 11th on the rankings. So, hot on the heels of it.
This is a core that we're only one match away from making it to the top 8 of the major. That was Boston 2018 for Xantares, Major, and Calix. So they were so close, Harry. But this might be the time for Turkey. We'll have to see. Gun round coming through for Pain. Got everything they need. NQZ on the AWP.
What you're saying is it's kind of like Christmas.
Yeah.
Time for Turkey, man. Here we are.
Nice. Tuck in. Who's hungry?
Hang on then. Look, Pain Gaming coming through with their first proper buy. Now, there is a big gap over here in mid. And Eternal Fire, they spread out. They play a bit of a default here to open up. But over time, they're piecing together where this gap exists. So Xantares, taking all this space over in middle. Ooh, Big Azera playing the little pixel angle. I was worried he'd crashed there for a moment, but then I realized.
He's spotting a pixel so he can reposition, drop the smoke. And the reason he's turned is so his head is difficult to hit there. He still has the FOV in his favor, and you can't headshot him.
They won't go through mid, Hugo.
Just a just
this B exec. But that is where 3 players reside for Pain Gaming. That's like your upside to leaving mid open. Sure, you're a little more vulnerable there, but you get to leave more resources over here towards B. Some of those come out now. There's a smoke in main that Eternal Fire have got no choice but to go through at this point in the round.
Not again!
There's the openers from Woxic. They don't know about NQZ on this ult, but I don't think they're ever going to get the chance to find him, man. It's already a done deal. My voice just cracked.
2 smoke shots for Woxic. Pain Gaming had everyone here. They knew what was going on. Kawes even made a nice move to get ahead of that smoke, but he didn't commit. The flash pushes him back. And Woxic, 2 smoke shots has won the round. This is a formality for NQZ, just trying to escape. But I do enjoy how passive Eternal Fire start these post plants in, right? 5v3, no one's even in the site, no one's even facing. NQZ would have run away, but he's expecting more resistance. Eternal Fire are not overplaying their hand in these post plants, favored or not. 4-0, dominant start. Remember, this is the one map in the map pool that we could say solidly T-sided right now.
It's sick that it's Woxic to do it as well, right? Doubling up through the smoke on the entry. I think he's a super interesting talking point when you look at this Eternal Fire squad and the kind of journey that he's been on.
Yeah, because this was a team that wasn't even sure they wanted to play with him, Harry. He came in, he left, Emor came in.
It was the hokey pokey, you know, you're exactly, in, you're out, you're shaking it all about.
And now they're, I don't know how that song goes, but they're doing the hokey pokey, Harry. And Eternal Fire, it's turned around. That is what it's all about.
Yeah, wow, there you go, there's the link, it nailed it. No, it is very, very cool.
Yeah, but for Woxic, right, last 3 months, highest rated player, eclipsing Xantares. A lot of that was the RMR, a lot of that was Katowice, as well with the play-in looking dominant for Eternal Fire. So, Woxic, higher rated than Xantares, if that keeps up, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we all remember how good Woxic was in that Mouse squad, right? Like some of the peaks that he reached there, that was like the best team he was ever a part of in terms of the achievements that they were able to get. You saw the heights that this guy could reach. And then past that project, you know, he had that brief stint, in Cloud9 that was, I think, so forgettable, you know, like the whole reason he's bought in there is because you remember the peak that this guy was able to reach. And it didn't feel like he could ever get back to that. But since the release of CS2, since joining this Eternal Fire squad, it feels like he's really started to up the ante. You can see there's a lot of effort going into this. And I think that's all showing in the stats and the numbers that he's able to put up. And it makes you think, man, like, you know, if he's able to outperform that form that you got from him back when he was in Mouse, oh, you're blessed. You're onto a winner.
I mean, his ratings last year were higher, or this year rather, and while we're early, are higher than they were across, you know, the peak in Mouse in 2019. Yeah. Obviously, that's with the caveat that, you know, in CS2 ratings are a little inflated, so it's not a huge surprise there, but essentially it shows that Eternal Fire are finding success, and Woxic is a huge part of that. He finds a crucial mid pick in this round that extends Eternal Fire in through mid on an A split. They've planted their hunting. This round was only half and half Pain. But it's been a hunt for Eternal Fire that's come at a bit of a cost. A couple of kills on the exit. Still a 5-0 though. Numbers are good for the Turkish. Running away with things right now. We need a response out of Pain.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we've been hyping up Eternal Fire a lot. That's with the 5-0 scoreline. I want to see a bit of that grit out of the Pain gaming squad. I want to see Big Azera cook something up here. I mean, he is kind of one of the big draws of this Pain squad.
For sure. I mean, he was the only player left in that we were really interested in, right? This team felt like it was ready, you know, the old Pain team felt like it was ready to make, you know, deep runs of tournaments, or at least have players taken into bigger and better rosters. But with the exception of Skulls, those pieces kind of faded into nowhere. Zevi, you know, like players, Hard Zao, going to Red Knids. Like, we never had these Pain players upgrade into tier 1 teams where it felt like they had the chance to. A Big Azera, as the desk we're talking about, was a huge piece of that. You know, could have been a replacement or at least an addition to Furia. There was a conversation there, but we're ready to write this team off, Harry. We're ready to call their RMR run uninteresting, but a win v Apex in the opener, we've got to have our eyes on Pain here. So can Big Azera stand up to when they need him? He did in that opening matchup. He'll need to again today.
Eternal Fire have done a lot over here towards B at the start of this game. You might see a bit of a different look now. The bomb's still left outside of this B site, but there's worlds where they can change this. Eternal Fire lobbing a bit of early util, hoping to instill a bit of paranoia over here towards B. Now they look to take middle.
Just no info, no idea for Pain what's going on the map. They've got a main, they don't even have dark really, so this is super uncomfortable. They are in the dark. Eternal Fire are going to be able to set up on this A split, and a lot of utils getting lobbed in from Calyx.
he's kind of teeing up Eternal Fire to go and take this mid space, and even though there's some counter util from this, just to try and hold them back, it's not going to stop this A play. Calix nails Nissim with the flashbang and some missed shots from NQZ, and that will seal the deal on the round. You're seeing a lot of this right now, just a couple of kills in the right place, and the round is over.
And that's not like Pain didn't know what was going on, right? They opted to give away mid completely, but it's not even like a full A split. Calix doesn't even take A main. He stands outside, he throws great supporting util, Temple smokes down, and then the key is, as they come camera, he completely flashes Nissim out of the round. That's the one fight that essentially wins it for Eternal Fire, and once again, they go hunting.
Yeah, I hope that the way that this round, you know, because in the past, whenever mid's been left open, Eternal Fire have just exec'd onto the bomb sites, right? It hasn't been like a big issue yet. I hope for Pain that the loss of this round can at least lead to a bit of adaptation here, right? They spot the problem over in mid. Now they know that Eternal Fire are aware that there's a bit of a gap there. And so I hope either we get a bit more going on in the mid fight, but it's quite hard with the util that Eternal Fire are throwing, or we get Pain pressuring the extremities, right? They've had 3 players over towards B in the bulk of these rounds. There's ways you can look to open up fights there. You can do the smoke out towards, you know, B main and take that control with flashbangs. You can try and nade open the dark smoke and pick players on the cross. There's a good few little gimmicks here, and so I would love to see Pain pull out some of them now, because they've been flying blind in these first 6 rounds.
Yeah, it's something you don't want to do immediately off of spawn. You don't want to just be calling B rushes on CT, but when you hit that mid round, when you realize that Eternal Fire have numbers in middle, you've got to take something. They didn't even really have a main, and Calix wasn't even fighting them for it. Pain can't afford to play scared right now. Matches not. He's running in through with a flashbang, and finding a 5-on-4 like that is a one-way attempt. Calix denies it. This ain't go. He sends Lux home for a 5-on-3 for Eternal Fire. Attempts at moves getting made, all denied by Pain.
And the rest of the round just feels like a formality here for Eternal Fire. You know, they walk in a B, and it's theirs.
Done and dusted. Pain with another save, and this only feeds into the confidence that I have for Eternal Fire. Sure, this is definitely a team they should be beating, no questions asked, but I think this team is finally ready to take on Tier 1.
Yeah,
and that's the difference for me.
I mean, you know, when you actually go and look at like the teams that they lose to, and this is something even echoed by the desk, you know, it's G2, it's FaZe, it's squads like that, you know, they're very tippity top best in the world. And even then, oftentimes they're willing to take them the distance, right? Back in the RMR and the BO1s, they had that OT loss to the G2. Then they had an overtime versus FaZe as well, only to get blown out in the second map a little bit more. But, you know, we're seeing those improvements versus the very best. So a performance like this, when it's a matchup that you're supposed to be coming out on top of, is super reassuring. And they even knock out that AWP right at the end.
Yeah, there's money. Really, at this point, the economy isn't playing a huge factor for Pain in this game. They are getting hunted a lot. They can still buy the orb. But right now, it's just about how clean Eternal Fire look. And you know, that was a different phase. It was Pain coming in, trying to make some plays, trying to rely on some individuals. And, well, both come up in favor of Eternal Fire. It's not much to do.
I'll say this, even though Pain was certainly moving around the map a little bit more, that initial play over towards main was just Major, like holding W and getting the opener, right? That wasn't really Pain making the move there, even though they were set up to do so. And then the reaction through Dark was just that. It was a reaction. So now in this round, look at this, right? Nissim has gone deep all the way out through A main. They're collecting that info ahead of time.
Doesn't matter.
But it might not matter, because Wycadia running through B main has put a stop to this. The aggression dead out towards A. And so Pain, they made some nice moves in this round, but the individuals just shine through it for Eternal Fire.
Oh, and he missed the timing.
He should still get it. He'll, you know, this is fine. There's no way, if Calix is ready for this, Eternal Fire are winning the major. Thank God.
Well,
all right, there we go.
Turkey hates you now, but they're loving this game. 8-0, another save for Pain, and yeah, explosive double entry. Woxic did it, Wycadia's done it. And as you said, that aggression was nice. It was info gathering, but it feels like this game is already slipping through Pain's fingers. Oiled up.
Yeah, I think the problem you're going to have now is, like, sure, the info is great and whatnot, but you've kind of lost the respect of Eternal Fire, right? They're not playing slow enough for you collecting that info early to actually get to play into the round. They took it super aggressive out through B main.
It's off the back of that A stairs smoke, which always feels like a bit of a... It's nice to take space,
the A play,
but
though.
it really makes it clear. That's why Eternal Fire rush B, because they just see, oh, they've done an A main, A stair smoke. They're at least one, if not two, pushing A main. We know we have room on B. Let's explode. And you know, when you're 8-0 up, you're believing in every call you make, and they're certainly hitting the headshots to back it up. So Eternal Fire, some great calling for Major has been a lot of this team's success. And when you add in the firepower pieces, man on your screen, Xantares not even needed yet, Harry. 4 and 4. Not been a problem, not been required. Save him for later.
7 and 2 on Woxic. Yeah, man. I mean, just all across the board, everyone's looking solid. And like you say, the kind of usual danger men haven't even really had to rise to the occasion yet. Arcadia had that really nice round in the last one, right, with a double kill out through B. But other than that, it's kind of been the rest of the gang. Guys like Major and Calix getting involved. Calix has been cool as well. I think he's got some really nice util up his sleeve. He'll often kind of get left to his own devices, and I think he's very capable there. All right, Payne. Just keep throwing things at the wall and hope something sticks.
Here we go. Do they flash it? They're just going to walk this smoke.
I like that contact.
Yeah, go on.
Straight out. You don't telegraph it this time, right? That was what let them down in the last. Now, Eternal Fire know that B's been taken. They flash it like they want to try and retake this, but you can tell this has caught them a little off guard, right? Now they're going to try and flash back in for that re-aggro, but they don't get past Cowes. Missed shot from Woxic AWP. This is looking a lot better for Payne. They've locked down a huge piece of real estate here outside of B. They've restricted Eternal Fire's movements, and now they start to free up some players on the rotate.
Important shuffle, just sending players back to middle where they know Eternal Fire are re-aggressing. Flashes will make this very clear. 1 minute and one headshot. We said we'd wait for him. Well, he has arrived. Xantares finding that entry. 4 on 4. Do they really go back to a B retake? Knowing, reading, guessing maybe that Payne have repositioned back into the bomb site. It's the AWP leading. That's how confident they are. Arcadia taking it. Xantares putting on a bit of a fake in middle, but that smoke has signaled it, and Bugazera's rotating beach.
Oh, and life might be a beach here for Payne Gaming, man. Like, they've just up and left this double hold. Now it's only NQZ and Arcadia donning the AWP. Deals with him swiftly. Oh, Payne, they were nearly there. They nearly had something going. But once more, they're looking down the line and they're saying, boys, we've got to save.
And you know Eternal Fire will come hunting because that's all they've done every single round. They're already getting ready for it. Leave someone here, but yeah, go punish that money. They have so much, they don't need to think about their own finances. Stay in group for now, ensuring this round is theirs, but there is no problem presented by Payne in this game. A nice entry kill on the B push. Eternal Fire read the reposition perfectly. That's what I mean when I say it's great calling, right? They don't get scared of the B main the whole round. They know Payne can't commit to 3 players sat in B main for the rest of the round, and they'll probably make concessions on the B bomb site. Eternal Fire sneak right back in. 9-0.
Plus, I mean, you know, you touched upon it already, but like the moment that I think it was Bugazera drops in that smoke over towards A, like, you know, in the minds of Eternal Fire, they know they're getting the reaction they wanted out of that mid lurk, right? Like, it's just these little snippets, these little droplets of info are more than enough for Major and the gang to know what they're doing here. And just think about how this map started with the pistol round coming down to that almost like sick recovery from Payne where they're on the bomb and they just fall short. You imagine, even with a handful of rounds, this could be a lot more competitive. This is a T-sided map after all. But it's not going to be that way. This could end up being a crazy dominant, maybe even, and I shudder to say it, but maybe even the 13-0.
He said it now, folks. You know who to blame. Fast through mid, Xantares does not give a damn. He's hunting these kills. The AWP's repositioned, and on the side of the smoke, Calix finds his. Back in heaven, stuck alone as NQZ. Where can he go? What can he do? He's fired off a shot. Xantares is not hurrying on this mid-lug. He's still looking at Temple side, but he needs to group with his team. A minute on the clock, and Eternal Fire running back. They're going to leave him here for later.
I mean, with Xantares here, he can control the rotates. They're still freaked out about middle. And so even as these footsteps come back, Xantares really trying to play with the hearts and minds of Payne Gaming. Now he hears them leaving. He hears a rotate out of that first man. And as he gets involved over in middle, There's even more doubt in the minds of Pain. They're going to hear the bomb. They're going to hear this rotate at least, and they catch Woxic. Eternal Fire don't go overcooking this one. They're split up between B and A. 2 players inside of the B site. Arcadia and Major have got to get this bomb down. Xantares a long way away. Xantares will not save them here. 2v3, and there's Arcadia's AWP. NQZ responds. He finally had a chance to get involved in this round, but now Xantares is here. Quick as he arrives, he's nearly deleted by that nade. NQZ looking over his shoulder at all moments. They don't know where Xantares is. They don't know that he's down in dark. That's where both players are, and they'll go swinging out, and then it becomes all too clear, only to snatch that away. 10-0.
They got a little cooked in the mid because Xantares is saying, guys, I have A, I've got this entry kill, I've heard them rotate, come to me. But then that spam comes through in middle and they still commit to it, but you know, Pain hear everything on the rotation down in water. So it's a little awkward there. Eternal Fire could have just committed to B. They knew there was max 1, and in fact there were 0 players there. But it doesn't matter, they don't overcook it. They commit with their gut, they commit with their initial call, and they keep it clean. 10-0. Double AWP, whatever you can do at this point is enough for Pain.
Yeah, at this point you're just saying like, okay, like whatever we need just to try, you know, salvage anything here, buy an AWP if you're not feeling it, try get the ball rolling, lock out some of these angles and try to deny that map control.
Oh, that was a nice angle, but Xantares wiggles his way into it, gives you nothing. NQZ getting smoked off as well. They might go back to what the pistol was, a fast tempo play through the smoke.
Nice counter util here out of Pain Gaming at least. Smoking off Temple does slow down this pace out through middle.
Calyx doesn't know. Not for sure.
Holding on to this from CT, but low ammo in the M4. Only good for that first kill. Here's that second AWP, but ooh, that's just an ugly peek.
Hear them running your way. Arcadia looking for more, nading the smoke. Woxic cutting off mid. It's just everywhere. Eternal Fire, they're in your nightmares.
I mean, you can see the paranoia that Pain are under, right? Like every rotate, you've got to do a full 360-degree clear of mid. You know you're not winning the game. If that's where the mindset's at, if that's how far you've kind of lost grasp of the cooling at play, the macro.
Now there's a kit, there's a smoke, and Eternal Fire love a hunt. Harry, I'm sensing something scandalous from Nissim. He's sneaking in, they have no idea. He needs to get on it quick, jumping the bomb.
It's not
he
mine
might
for
have
anyone.
got it.
He's got it, he's got it. This is a ninja. He's on the bomb and they're too far away. They're suffering from success, man. Eternal Fire, they get that one wrong.
Laugh it off. Laugh it off. It shouldn't matter. But that's a lovely round to make you feel good. You're first in the map and a sneaky defuse in the smoke. I can't blame them. Oh, that's a good way to get on the game. But is it too late?
I mean, if you're Eternal Fire, you were really not expecting anyone to have like the balls to go for that with how all these rounds have gone. Okay, so maybe that brings it back down to earth a little.
Yeah, reality
Eternal Fire are going to screw their heads on now. All right. Last round, we will not hunt ever again. We are sorry.
Oh yeah, now they have
the
no reason.
13-0 is ruined. Courtesy of Nissim.
Oh yeah, blame him. Lurk Smoke at B getting deployed for Major. They're gonna take middle, it seems. He's keeping attention on this side of the map. Dogfight coming in. Pain even making a play. I like this, making a push. Nissim gets his shot off. It's Calyx up top, dropped. 5-on-4 for Pain. And they make the mid-round move. This is what we wanted to see 10 rounds ago. They're going to get a lot of info, and they're going to get the fights they're looking for. Maybe too many fights.
Yeah, this might be more than they bargained for here. No kills out of Big Azera, just the dink. So that brings us back into a 4v4. Nissim, I mean, he's like, well, you know, I want to surround with the A aggression once, so why not try it again? He's already up in rugs and coming in on the backstab here.
Great timing.
Now, Xantares is ready for this. Eternal Fire are winning the major, but
Not
Of course, back turned. Nissim plays the trigger discipline for a moment, clears all this out.
Clean.
And it's a kill. Woxic will recover. 3-on-3 now as they explode out into this A site. One man here, NQZ, puts up the first. Is there any more from him? It's just the one and done. Woxic and Wycadia in the post plant. This is not good for Pain, and Woxic's just going to farm them up as they move in. Eternal Fire are going to do good on a dominant half here. 11-1. They lose one to the Ninja defuse, but other than that, everything comes up Eternal Fire.
Yeah, this was always meant to be the case for Eternal Fire to win this game, but the way they're doing it is the best aspect, I think. It's dominant, it's clean, we're excusing the one round because everything else has been very well put together, and yeah, the stars are shining. Centaurus on your screen, the king of Turkish CS, looking for that crown here in Copenhagen, and Eternal Fire doing everything we wanted to today. Starting their day off, looking for a 2-0 lead, leaving them only 2 more maps from that elimination stage, Harry. It's essentially halfway there.
Yeah.
And even further,
The
maybe.
maths checks out.
Of course, it will be a BO3 in that 2-0 deciding game. But right now, making this best of 1 quick and clean. Pistol round for Pain. Is there anything left in the pocket?
Well, you can't win T-side with a Ninja anything.
Especially not in pajamas.
No. No, then it would be done before you even get there. So let's see what they've got on this little B exec. Util coming out. Woxic in at the back of the site. Will get flashed a handful of times here as they just stream in over the top. Xantares blind, still good for 1, but that leaves the B site with just the 1 kill. All he's now retrieved for Big Azera as he posts up down in dark. He's going to have bodies coming his way, and he is able to deal with them. Arcadia sent out of there, and this one looks to get away from Eternal Fire with Major dead on the flank. They know where that last man is, and Big Azera will finish the job. Pain Gaming, this time, get the pistol.
Something to celebrate, finally, right? It's been few and far between in this map. A map that Eternal Fire, I mean, they've got a great map pool. Obviously, 1 insta-ban on Ancient, I think it is. But if you're going to be pulling this through their least played map and looking this good, that's just something else to rely on in this major. Of course, a force at 11-2. Can barely blame him. That's going to give Pain the weapon advantage for now.
That's really all the util used right there for Eternal Fire. Two players over towards B. Well, they've lent a little heavier over here towards A. That and a 5th man over in middle, swinging between the 2 right now while the freedom is there.
This could be nice, but they back out just in time. There's another, though. Oh. Guns jumped. And A-main taken back. Pain. They could flash their way back in
I
if
like
they
that,
please.
though. Good awareness from Major, right? He chases it down as much as you reasonably can, and then he sees them holding it, and he's like, okay, well, there's no point giving them the opener. You know, compare that to Pain's kind of holds over here towards main, where they were a lot more die-hard in these fights. And oftentimes, it would be a hard death for him.
Eternal Fire with 1 smoke have dragged this round down to 30 seconds without a kill. Like, Pain should still win it from position. They're about to split B, but this is already a good show of restraint until the backstab comes in, and now they know what's up.
And everyone in the right place at the right time. Woxic now responsible for main as Dark has given up. Big Azera and Kawes kills a piece. MP9 at range keeps this one even. There's the backstab, and there's one more where that came from. Wycadia tucked in over at Ivy. Not to be known about from Lux, who goes back to grab the bomb. And with so little time left, it's a done deal. They do it on the force buy. Eternal Fire run away with just the pistols and those SMGs. And they move on to match point here and now.
That's a Pain Gaming who is scared, Harry. They're scared to play. They're scared of their opponent, and they let the clock decide it for them, forcing a plant in a one-on-one. Around Eternal Fire had no business winning, even with a force buy. No util to block that play. A couple of flashes at the perfect time, and Pain play themselves set up to close in quick succession. Eternal Fire 1 round from 2-0.
I mean, they just have such a good read over, how this game is flowing, the timings that they need to hit. When it comes down to the individuals, you more than trust them there as well. Over towards this B site, Zantares has been brought down low, but he's going to fall back, try to buy a bit of time for his teammates to rotate in. Boxy gets caught down in dark. 3-on-3 as that bomb plant moves through for Pain Gaming. But more chance spam out of Zantares looks to tip the scales back in Eternal Fire's favor. Pain Gaming at one flash, but they don't go peeking with it. Not yet. Out from behind the pillar. It's a one and done from Lux. And so NQZ, a lot to do here. And swinging it wide was not the answer. Eternal Fire, crazy dominant to go up 2-0 after day one of the major. They've got their eyes set on securing that elimination stage, and they want to do it cleanly. They've made a real case for that there, with their 2 opening games both being dominant wins.
Yeah, smashing the Mongols, a team that many have had high expectations of coming into this tournament. We'll have to see more from them later. And the same for Pain, who have already come through impressing, but not in this game.
Indeed, and I feel a bit bad for Hugo and Harry, who started off the game by so many superlatives about Eternal Fire, especially Hugo in terms of where he wants them to go, this tournament, etc. And then they just had to repeat it over and over. And I feel like that's kind of what we also have to do on this segment, which is, of course, fantastic for kind of the goals that Eternal Fire have this major.
Yeah, if we don't want to overblow the situation, this is still the beginning of the opening stage, but if there ever was to be an incredible run from Eternal Fire, this could be the start that you want to. Like, a lot of authority, super serious about any games, not disrespecting or underestimating opponents, playing full 100%, good calls on major, good individuals showing up. Like, that's the whole package so far, at least on day one, Jacob.
Yeah, you couldn't really put a finger on anything Eternal Fire did in this game. Sure, they lose one round, to a Ninja Diffuse, which in a sense is a little bit, unacceptable. Yeah, in a close game maybe, but they were having fun with it. They could laugh it off, and then, of course, go back to winning ways afterwards. For my money, there was no competition right here. I know I said that I thought Pain Gaming was going to be able to make a fight out of it, and I guess you have to be an idiot to think that, because that was not the case at all. Pain Gaming seemed to be, yeah, well, I guess a bit, but it just felt very flat from the get-go. The pistol round was a great example as well. The very first round in the game, it almost felt like when Pain lost that, where they were supposed to win, it was just game over them. There was no resilience whatsoever.
No, and you do think now that Eternal Fire moves on to the 2-0 pool, they're going to have those best of 3s to play. What are you looking at?
Yeah, it's just the scoreboard. Look at that. The amount of kills coming out from no one within the Pain Gaming camp is a bit rough.
No, and I think also in the terms of Eternal Fire, just very efficient in what they did in terms of killing the rounds very, very quickly.
Yeah, and listen, just handling the map, like the calls for Major, and I'm not just talking about like what strategy he chooses at the beginning of the round. I'm talking about understanding where in the map are dangers, where can we retake information, what is our opponent most likely to do. They were a step ahead of Pain Gaming the whole time. Like how many times we've seen the Brazilians trying to go for information, trying to have a little bit of proactivity, and then you would have someone from EF or the pack just retaking that part of the map, slap in the face. They did that a couple of times. This wasn't a competition at all. EF strolled towards the 2-0 as we put it out, and a fantastic display of performance.
Nice.
Yes, and here we have it displayed. Oh, Maniac, you're so great. But look at it. Isn't it absolutely beautiful? Of course, very high quality metal posters. I'm sure you've heard about it before, but listen to this. Would you not like to have
They pay you a lot of money on that for Twitch. The ASMR section is pretty good in there.
Would you not like to have a poster of your own choosing, whatever you want? Also, really important, I rent, and you can't really do a lot to your walls, so this is really, really nice the way you can mount these. What do you think of this one specifically?
No, I was just thinking about the sounds. It took me back to South France, the cricket, at night when you're enjoying a little glass of rosé in Provence.
Yeah.
That's the sound, yeah?
Yeah, you never heard cricket?
No.
You've never heard of cricket?
Yeah, but not a cricket that sounds like that.
Oh, okay. Anyways, as you can see, you can take it off quite easily, put it back on quite easily. This is, in fact, the first time that I do this. I've been looking at these a lot specifically because I have nothing on my walls, and there's a couple of movie posters I want to hang up. There's so much you can choose from, by the way, but most importantly, if you're watching this broadcast, the deal with Counter-Strike, so you can choose whatever you want in terms of the game as well. If you don't want to have a team, it can be an AK.
Yeah, also one made for all the noobs out there, so you actually get to learn the spray transfer of the AK-47 with your display. So there's a bit of educational content into that one as well.
So that's how I was supposed to spray. spray.
Yeah,
That's what I was doing wrong.
exactly.
I wasn't doing the thing.
No.
I was doing the other thing.
That's why you're here, not there, you know.
Yeah, well, you're next to me, buddy, so...
Well, that's my problem as well.
You know what I mean?
Anyways, you of course can choose whatever you want. If you don't have a lot of room, hang this one up one day, the other day another one, depending who you have over for tea. I don't really care. You can choose whatever you want. And also, most importantly, you can use the discount code PGL. I believe you can click on the banner, or you can just go over to displate.com/PGL to get your discount code.
Of course.
And then you can get cracking.
I'm going to get used to that. You should stop about it.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Anyways, we'll be going over to the break right now while you can take a look at the wonderful catalog of the displays, and we'll be back with Heroic versus Imperial.
Jesus.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
The grind continues for Heroic, and they're now entering the major here for the first stage. Kicksan's joining me, and I want to touch on this grind you guys have been on, because I look at Heroic, you're always entering things, you're always playing officials. How's the energy coming into the major itself?
I think we have good energy. We've been playing a lot recently. We also had some online tournaments after the RMR, but I think we like to play. We can see that we keep improving, so we have good energy right now, I would say.
When I see Heroic, I always see you guys together. I always see a strong, united team for sure. Is this something you've been trying to focus on and work on? Because it's such an interesting mix of players and personalities that have come together.
Yes, I would say that we've been working on it a lot since the first day we founded this team. And I think we've been doing pretty good when you look at the mental part of the game and how we behave outside of the server. I think even in some rough moments when we were losing games or even tournaments, we were still, nobody got tilted or... I think we've been doing good when it comes to the mental part.
And inside the game, I want to see how much you are learning and how much you are trying to adjust still and how much is set in stone, because I know you guys will have the fundamentals worked out of how you want to play and how you want to lead this team, but how much is still, because you are a new team, I need to change this a little bit, we need to do this. How are you going through this whole process?
I think in the last few weeks we've been changing some little things. So I think we have like a good base or a good idea of how we want to play, and then we just adjust few little things depending on the opponent, on the way we've been playing the last few games. So yeah, I wouldn't say that we changed too much, only some little things that can sometimes decide games.
And in terms of deciding games, the major you'd need to perform, but Heroic as an organisation, before you were part of the team, had a lot of success when it came to majors. Deep runs, playoffs, right? Do you have the same expectations for this version of Heroic, that is where you guys should go? Because when I hear, I've seen Nertz's interviews, we can win this event, we can do it, it's very confident, but what are your realistic expectations at this stage?
We're trying not to think too much about the end result. We're trying to take it game by game, but I think we haven't been a team for a long time, but I think we already showed that we can beat some decent teams and do some great runs at tournaments. So I would say making the playoffs is like a minimum for us.
And what's that like for you, right? Because your first major, you hit top 4. Now, I would say you're coming in with a stronger team by looking at the names and the players. How do you personally feel about that? Like, I need to do this again? Is there a mentality change on it?
Yeah, I think with the experience we have in our team, I think we shouldn't worry too much about it. And if we just keep playing the way we want, we will do it.
A lot of people are thinking, okay, 3-0s in the pick'ems, Heroic are through, there's no problems at all. Do you feel that confident?
We feel confident, but at the same time, we don't want to underestimate anyone, any team, because we saw, for example, in the online games, we lost against OG, for example, and I think, for example, in that game, we didn't go too serious, like always, so that made us play a bit worse. So I think for the major, it's important to just respect every team, and if we just play like we always do, we can beat anyone, I think.
And what would you say for you as the IGL is the one thing you haven't had enough time to do with this team, the one thing you haven't had enough time to work on to get you to where you want right now? Because we have to be, yes, we're looking at the name value of Heroic, but we have to be honest that it's only been a few months for this team.
Yeah. I would say maybe the map pool. We didn't have enough time to prepare all the maps like we would like to have them. But even the map pool, I think it has been getting better lately, especially after the RMR. So it's still not perfect, but we can do much better than this.
Do you feel like it's actually good that you guys are going through this first stage? Because the officials you'll get to play and getting used to this whole scenario again?
Yeah, I think it's been good to play a lot of officials and also some online tournaments, because I mean, I have some experience playing some online tournaments before this, but some of the other guys have only played LANs recently. So having these online grinds and playing different kind of qualifiers, I think helped us a lot, and we've been improving and learning a lot from it.
But do you expect the same? Do you think it's beneficial you're starting here in the opening stage and not the next stage, for example? Do you think it's good for this team?
Yes, I think so. If you get through this stage, you'll get a lot of confidence going into the next one. So I think it's important for us.
Well, let's hope that confidence comes through for you, man. Kixan, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're going to dive into Heroic versus Imperial, who had both had a great start. I think, of course, we were immediately thinking back to ENCE versus Imperial and all of the overtimes, but I do want to start with Heroic just because we saw that wonderful interview with Kixan there and Banks, and where he says, of course, for his personal expectations, if we think back where he got to in Paris, I can understand it, saying playoffs is a goal and anything less than that would be a disappointment. What do you guys think of that statement?
I think that's fair, you know, to say if you're a player of his caliber. I also think it's a fair statement given how well they've been playing early on in the season. When they first came together, I think a lot of people, including myself, were looking towards Heroic thinking, what is this? You know, what is this lineup? There's some interesting pieces, you know. The Shoes and Tesses being the leftovers from the old original Heroic. Then you bring in Nikodas, who's always been a player that has never really fully broken through after his Copenhagen Flames days. And then Kixan, you know, an in-game leader that was emerging to be one of the top dogs that potentially could have joined better teams as well. And then Nerds, breakout player of 23, or at least one of them. So for my money, it was a team with a lot of potential. Where I'm surprised is that they gelled together so fast. What we saw in Katowice, what we saw at the RMR, what we see now as well, it's a team that is actually delivering Counter-Strike at a high level already now. And I expected that to be 6 months into the process.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think it's a make or break for most of these players at a very important level. For Nerds, you're talking about the rookie of the 2023 year by HLTV, and we're wondering, are you going to continue on that trend? But I like that you mentioned Kixan. And I think he is a topic of conversation. What he did with Apex in Paris, you could have labeled it a fluke, you could have labeled it a one-time, it's never going to happen again. And now the sort of success he's already finding with this mixed match of a team already, his credit score is just absolute. It's a pump. It is a pump. You gotta buy
dream
the
about a
stones.
credit score like that.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry, yeah, don't. This is not financial advice. Please be careful with your money.
Don't.
But the stonks of Kixan, they're going high, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's cool. It's also such a different story than when you look at Imperial specifically, right? Where you had, of course, Vinny and a lot of players around him, where some people might have said, what is this you're doing? There was a lot of chaos in putting together that roster and a lot of unproven talent. Hell, even people that were just streaming and then got into their first competitive LAN at the RMR specifically, in Norway as well, who had an unbelievable first game here at the Major.
Yeah, you said it, Matt, you're right. You're starting to like him a lot already. I would agree with that. The player on your screen right here, he did fantastically well at the Americas RMR, and he continued that trend in the very first game at this very tournament. Again, we don't really know with these players when they're coming into the first tier 1, tier 2 experience, how they're going to cope with the pressure, how they're going to cope with being on lane. But as you said, he didn't seem flustered whatsoever. Very sharp, very assertive on the server. Even when it got into the overtimes where you may get a feeling that some of these youngsters would feel hindered, you know, and feel a bit pressured by this situation, he was showing no weakness whatsoever.
Let's talk a little bit about those overtimes, though, because not just kind of one overtime, multiple on top of that. ENCE, Kyler got an ace in one of those OTs to almost push it and close it out. I mean, to withstand that and say, you know what, no, we win, that's crazy.
Yeah, there were many occasions in which you would think that Imperial is out of it.
Yeah.
That is it. They're never going to come back from this. They've squandered the occasion. They've gotten aced through smoke by Kylar. Like, what else do you need to give up? And they haven't. And I really think that this roster that I wasn't exactly really familiar with prior to the RMR has sort of, they met at the perfect intersection, which is on one hand, the promise of tomorrow, and that's No Way and Dissenti, and it's trusting in new players, and at the same time, some veterans that refuse to be washed, refuse to wash away, and it is an actual term to be used. The Phelps, the Henny of the world, people that were at the top of Counter-Strike 5-6 years back, we're thinking that's the end for you guys, you know, just right into the sunset, and then they just meet, and then they find success together again, and there's something about it that I appreciate.
I mean, it just goes to show that sometimes the puzzle has to be rearranged many a times. I think specifically in the Brazilian rosters, we have been seeing that, right? Vinny also has played with some of the best legacy-wise in that region, but now that he has this puzzle, it's working out more. So let's see if they can also win this one. Kixon said the only thing that I definitely still want to work on is the map pool. This is, of course, only a best of one.
Yeah, and that's fair. And listen, this is one of the critics that we can allow ourselves to do or to make towards Heroic. The playbook isn't extremely deep, and the map pool is yet to be built. But that is sort of acceptable for the team and where they're standing right now. And best of one isn't exactly where you get to challenge that. Case in point, you go to Mirage, a map where I would deem Heroic to be already expert and very efficient on early days.
And one of the reasons why they are is that they remind us a lot of the old Heroic, constantly moving around, especially on the CT side. They love to re-aggress. They love to take ramp away from their opponents. They love to take middle away from their opponents. They always love to push B-apps in the middle of the rounds as well. So if you're Imperial coming into this game, you gotta be aware that when you're on the T side of Mirage, there's gonna be constant pressure somewhere on the map. And that's what made the old Heroic, the Danish version, so feared on a map like Mirage. And I think they've adopted some of that same playstyle. You're looking towards Tessus, you're looking towards Shus. I think they've instructed Kixon in how they used to play Mirage back in the old days, and they're doing that with the new roster as well. It's a dangerous, dangerous map for Imperial.
Definitely is, and Shush and Tissus, of course, who are left on that lineup, and are not just left on that lineup, right? They're doing what they need to do in terms of what we've seen Heroic build towards already as well. I just want to have that clear. So in the first game, you were unequivocal about Eternal Fire and how convincing it was going to be. Do you have a similar thought here for Heroic, or is it more dicey?
No, I think it's way more dicey. On account of Imperial and what they've shown us against ENCE, I have no reason to believe it's going to be any different here. And even though I have Heroic as favorite, I do expect a very cool game, a very tense and close game. I wouldn't be surprised if both teams make it to double digit at the end, so I'm strapped in, I'm ready for Counter-Strike.
Look at Phelps. Look at Phelps for this map. He's the highest rated player for Imperial, a 1.35 on average when it comes to Mirage. He's firing on all cylinders. If Heroic can shut down Phelps, I think that's going to be enough for Imperial to lose this game. If not, then we have a game.
Okay, we have a task ahead of us. Let's see what happens. Heroic versus Imperial for a chance to move over to that 2-0 pool with Harry and Hugo.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Heroic taking on Imperial. And I mean, this one I think should be a lot closer than that game that we just had, right? We saw one set of the Brazilians fall on down just now to Eternal Fire, but this one I think there's a lot more intrigue on. I think we're still trying to figure out exactly where this Imperial level is at, because even looking back at their RMR run, it was fantastic. And then they come here and they open up with a win, admittedly a long drawn-out overtime win over ENCE, but I think if anything, that's more impressive. ENCE are meant to have the edge in those OT games.
Yeah, they were down, 0-3 in multiple overtimes and still managed to take that dub. So very impressive start. Can it go on? We'll have to find out. A pop for Imperial. Into the site sits Nikodos behind Triple, and they've got to find out the hard way. No way. Dead immediately. The bomb is getting stuck, and Nikodos can do nothing about it. Great shot for Decenty. It's going to be a 2-on-4, though, in that post plant. Not an easy position for Imperial to convert.
Not by a long margin. 3 from CT, but it's this big flank out of Tesses that really looks to seal the deal, and it will. Him and Shush, 2 OGs of Heroic, managed to lock that one in right at the close. And so the pistol round going to go their way to open up.
Yeah, the Imperial story is so interesting, right? And this is the second most played map. They have a lot of experience on it, but this is without a doubt the best team that Imperial have ever faced on this map. And it should show. I'd like to think it will show for Heroic, even though Imperial are punching maybe above their weight with that win over ENCE to start. Heroic are a roster that came out of the gate swinging, and that's really cool to see. A new team with a couple of pieces put together with very little synergy between the majority of this roster you would expect, with the exception of Tessus and Shush, but they've come together really, really well.
I think one of the things that was so cool there is it wasn't a team that showed up to those early events going, yeah, we're just going to see how we do. Like, no, you had guys like Nerds giving interviews where he said, like, I think we're going to make, you know, playoff runs happen. He was very, very confident in this team from the get-go. That, to me, I think probably speaks to the strength of Kixan's leadership in this roster, right? The fact that he immediately was kind of on side with the Heroic camp is a very good sign of the times.
And Kixan saying just in that interview earlier, like, we want to go top 8. We should be going top 8. And yeah, with the caliber of players, I don't see that being impossible. A Danish core in home soil. Heroic hit hard. Imperial with another pop, and well, their bubble, exactly that. Already a 4-on-1 and done. Heroic make it look easy in A.
A clean start in spite of the force buy that comes out against them. They only lose one player, so Heroic are right where they want to be.
And no plant either, so they've got to accept their fate, Imperial, and take a little eco here. Let Heroic build up early in this game. And yeah, like if you look at Heroic's run, it has been solid, especially on this map as well. Wins over Vitality, Gamer Legion, Astralis. So they've got the experience without a doubt recently, and it's only going to get better before it gets worse. Nerds, Mirage veteran in middle, spraying through that window smoke, and they are out under. He's heard them though. Heroic not stressed.
I think there's going to be a good deal of attention as well put onto the AWPers in this matchup, right? Both of them with very high ceilings. They can step up and dominate games, but occasionally go missing.
Yeah, Henny has been known to be streaky, but his potential at the top, well, it was incredible. Like the Descent, refusing to be washed on these Imperial legends. And, well, last time we saw Henny at a major, he was in a grand final, Harry. So you've got to keep that in mind. It's been some time, though, for old Hen 1. But he was the highest rated player of the whole America's RMR. And what's cool, actually, is 4 of these players were the highest rated players at the top 4 exactly at the America's RMR. And that's, you know, partly because Imperial stomped everyone they played. They didn't drop more than 5 rounds in a map. They beat 2 North American teams, and then they, you know, took away a BO3 at the end easily versus the Brazilians. So, yeah, that was a very impressive run. Came out of nowhere, I think. I don't think many people were expecting that to be so clean. But the question is, what can they do now that they're here in Copenhagen when the battle truly started?
The guns are out now, and Imperial going fast out towards ramp. Gonna have first contact here onto Shush as he tries to avoid capture. Out in mid, Vinny will fall this one. Looked like it was going to go back and forth there, but they just can't get these trades out through the connector. Decenty does what he can, and what he can is a hell of a lot. 3 kills all of a sudden, flips the scales of this one as that plant's coming in. Decenty's not done yet, going to get flashed into the connector for number 4. On for the ace is Decenty. And it's all on Tesses now to try put a stop to them. Heroic thought they had this round in the bag. They thought it was done, that they'd done enough getting rid of this mid-play. But one man has uprooted everything, and they don't even catch him on the cross. Decenty wants to start this with a bang for Imperial. And Tesses looks like he's heading for the hills. He can't win this anymore. Sure, he denies the ace, but the round is Imperial's, and it's all on the shoulders of Decenty on that A play.
Phenomenal work, and he wasn't even the star of the series earlier against Ents. He was at bottom of the board. It was all no way, the young gun, but Decenty joins him in that vein, and he shows up in a big way. Nice 4K, some great flashes, and that was after Heroic actually skirted past Imperial mid. Tessa's got behind players at top mid. The whole time they're chaining flashes over stairs, pushing Shush all the way back in connector. He still gets a kill, and Decenty goes on to quad up in a fantastic work for the young'un. And it's this veteranship of Imperial mixed with this young blood that makes this team so exciting. We've already had a taste of it.
I mean, you know, I think when you talk Brazilian Counter-Strike in the current day, you always end up bringing it back to Furia in some way, shape, or form, right? And obviously, you've got Vinny, one of the ex-squad mates of that Furia squad for the longest time. But on top of that, you know, Decenty actually coming from Furia Academy in the early stages of his career.
Yeah.
And so I always like it when you have these academy players, you know, the part they're kind of always that they were a part of there, look further afield, and then they end up being sick. I always love that. It almost feels like, you know, you kind of had a diamond you didn't know you had. There's probably a better way to phrase it, but...
No, I like it.
Great start from him, at least. Let's see if Imperial can keep building. Phelps flashed into Con, but won't get past Nerds.
Flash has been so good, though. This is the bomb. Oh, Henny had to hit that. Crouched in by Kixon. And that's the bomb gone in a round. That's a faraway position. They don't know, though. Decenty has crept out. He might have multiple kills on offer. He takes the shot immediately, but the flick is fantastic for Decenty. 30 seconds, he needs to find Nerds. He's also getting wrapped in spawn.
Should have him.
It's a good grenade, but this AWP is here to play.
Yeah, that mental timer hasn't kicked in yet. Oh, he's just considered it. Just considered it now, but Nikodos, nice angle for him to have.
Should be
for
done.
no way, 1v3, 20 seconds. Bomb dropped over towards ramp, and Heroic are protecting it with the flank from Tesses. There's no way back into this. And the 1-on-3 will fall on deaf ears.
Yeah, no way he wins this. Oh, get out. Want to keep it going. Even a wallbang could be a problem there. Don't love the position, but crouched below. Flusher's not in the server. You're safer now. 4-1 for Heroic. They put a clamp on it. Just that killer ramp does a lot of work. And Nerds as well. Full blind, spraying in connector. You know, you're seeing the experience for Imperial. You know, the maps played, officials logged on Mirage already show just with how nice the util they're throwing is. But Heroic, very active, as the desk was saying. You know, moving around the map a lot, especially on CT side Mirage. You're going to see Nikodos floating, you know, playing his spawns, maybe going for a boost B, a pick window, rotating through CT, just using that back line like you would on ancient CT side to constantly be switching your position, getting an AWP shot, being on the other side of the map 10 seconds later. And Nikodos, you know, you mentioned flashy, streaky AWP, as I talked about Henny, but Nikodos is the same vein.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was kind of the reason why I say we should be keeping an eye on them, right? Is that I think both of them have that ability to step up and take control of the game, but both of them also, equal measures, have the ability to go completely silent. I think, you know, one of the things that's sick about Nikodos in this squad is that he's kind of been given that second chance, that shot of redemption, because, you know, you saw the heights he was able to hit. In the Flames, he looked good. Even in Fnatic, he would have moments where he looked decent.
Oh, how?
So we want to see the rebuild of Nikodos as a bit of an AWP powerhouse.
Nerds should not be allowed to leave there. That's a big blunder from Phelps. He had him trapped, not even considering the kill or the angle, but he lets him go. Nerds gets fishing in middle. And he didn't put it back in the ocean. 5-on-4. Big problem for Imperial. They've got this gun, that's about it. Run boost out mid for the rifle. A nice bait and switch setup at B, but it's got to come through catwalk here, the bulk for Imperial if they want this site. Maybe a boost up. Put the rifle on a late lurk. Going for a kill boost instead, and that's not going to find them anything because Heroic aren't playing window right now. Nikodos edges his way in. Oh, but not enough for a frag.
"40 seconds, Imperial, and they're not being gifted any of these fights. Instead, Nikodos might take some good routing to find this down here in mid. Oh, Phelps. A lot of noise made there, bud, and so that one's free.
This is huge. It opens up the path for the bomb to go cat. They've got to go now. They've lost their B player.
Yeah, that's a bit of a disaster now as Vinny looks to move in. I mean, one kill on him and the round is over, but Tessa's just repositioning into the market. Decency will fall, and now it is just Vinny left standing. He was hoping to get a bomb plant, but not today, not into that double hold over at B. Heroic with a nice clean one, and I'm not sure if the strat of Decency or Broke is going to cut it here for Imperial. They do need some of these other stars to start performing, and that could either come from No Way or from Henny. I'll take either at this point.
Anyone. Phelps will do too, but yeah, it's a bit of an ugly round there with only one rifle, just very split. And will they get a backstab? It all comes a little too late.
All right, Vinny, come on. Give him a good talking to.
I mean, it's cool to see Imperial take that big opening win over Ents, but I think, again, the newspapers will read Heroic. At the end of the day, they should do. And I think it's very cool that we've got, you know, another Danish core and Danish soil here at the Copenhagen Major. Of course, Astralis not making it was a big talking point, but ecstatic. Come through with a win over Mongols. They're here to play. Heroic with a core, despite losing their full Danish lineup, or at least the majority of it. And these are the only remaining Heroic players who made it, Harry. No Cadian, no Yabi, no Stown. But still Heroic, still Danes. Oh, they don't know.
One from Vinny. They look to isolate Nerds out in top mid. Good awareness there that a player could have crossed. They're able to flush him out after just the one and done. So Imperial sit in a 4-on-3. Best chances they've had yet. Kills didn't have to come from Decenty either. Said it's Vinny and Noe forging a path in this round. Shush in window trying to regain a bit of ownership over middle. Even then, as he goes peeking out, he knows they can still be behind the boxes. He knows they can be under the window. There's limitations to how much info he gets there.
It's gambling wrong. It's all on Nikodos.
And Imperial, they just sit back and wait, trying to gauge the reactions from Heroic, see if they are given anything for free.
I like the patience, but they don't want to leave it too long. They can pull no way back to the apartments. They can go for a 3-man B hit. In this position, that should be enough. I'd like to think they don't overcomplicate this. Nikodos would have to put on a highlight reel, and with a player coming up Cat, that complicates matters. A nice smoke on A that's going to stop Shush as well. So Nikodos now has to care short. His triple has been smoked off.
Missed that first timing as well. Decenty's far deeper than Nikodos is ready for. Quick reposition, sees him at the back of the site, but it's one man, one AWP to try and make the difference. First kill connects. Nikodos trying to buy more time here. There's very little left on the clock, and if he can find Henny, that would be the round. Vinny had to get that kill. Will Heroic give this one a go? That kill from Kicksand certainly will tempt them. Nikodos buys enough time, and they're able to deal with these players on the extremities, so a 2v2 now. It's Vinny and Henny to try and keep the hope burning for Imperial.
Get in the site, smoke's available. Even a molly picked up, but these players are sitting on the bomb in the middle of the site. Missed shot from Henny, but he's got a chance to reposition, buy time, and set up for the baited boost player. It's Vinny waiting to win the round, and the time should be expiring. Heroic know it. There's no chance to win this one. They even get the kill on the exit. What an impressive display of trust from Henny to believe that Vinny had his back. With 10 seconds, he's hiding behind backside, waiting for Vinny to come up catwalk and cut down Nikodos, who he was so close. He realized either multi-kill or win it to the clock. But Vinny with the backstab sets Henny up for success. That's a very tight round. I also love the smoke. We didn't see it thrown, but they threw one on triple, which as Shush rotated CT to A, he's trying to watch Cat. He's trying to help Nikodos, but he gets smoked to triple. He no longer has that con line to short, and that allows Imperial to get up Cat, which wins them the round. What a well put together call from Vinny.
I do like how much faith they have in him. He's really down to playing this in like the final few seconds. By the way, if you think about where he came from as well, like the kind of leaders that he had to look up to in ARM on the other side, right? It's a very different style of gameplay. All right, Heroic, this is some nice early aggression right off the top, trying to take ramp control, but Decenty is watching it. He is ready for the Heroic tricks. And so that opener comes for free. Very little work went into getting it, and it doesn't give Heroic a lot to react to either.
Come stumbling and bumbling out from underneath. Shush getting caught, looking the wrong way, given a second chance, but he won't take it. He's committed and connected to fight with his teammate, and they turn Imperial into mincemeat. Oh dear, blink and you miss it. This round is over. Or is it? Decenty and Henny, the two stars. 10 kills for Decenty, 0 for Henny. He's in the bomb site calling for support.
And he's still a long way out, and the rotate's even heard by Shush in top middle. So at this point, Heroic know it's the A play. They know where both players are. Decenty's been able to get pretty deep up into the jungle. This was where he saved the day with that big 4K in their first rifle round. This time, though, it's no Heroics. Kicksand shuts him down, and that leaves it all on Henny. 1v4, got to get the bomb planted. He's being flanked through ramp. There's players in CT. Henny can't win this one. And so Heroic will salvage that round. They lose Nerds early, but every move past that point is perfect from the Heroic squad.
Yeah, again, that's the danger of going slow on these T sides, right? Against a team like Heroic, they're going to find their gaps. They're going to, make risky plays that, yes, sometimes will feed defaulting players kills, but often, other times, will find you big flanks around the map. So we've had, multiple times Heroic have come through on ramp from the B apartments and backstabbed Imperial in A. Some really nice active gameplay from Heroic at the moment. And a couple of glimmers of hope from the Brazilians. But right now, Heroic on CT side Mirage are making this map theirs. You talk about the in-game leaders that Vinny is played under as well, Harry. It's not just, it's Fallen in this very organization as well.
I mean, when he originally joined this squad, right, after departing Furia, the deal wasn't, Vinny, you're going to in-game lead. It was, you're going to get to play under Fallen. But
wow,
look at how it's kind of ended up, right, with him having to undertake this journey to becoming a leader. I think it's very interesting. And I like that he's been able to cook up some good results for the squad. It is a cool journey for Vinny to be embarking upon.
Bringing up the next generation, raising them like his own. Got a Palace pop here, but still a mid-take first. Imperial are drawing a lot of eyes off the A site. It's only Shush here right now. It's a nice re-smoke for Nikodoz, and he gets set up in time. They're coming through silent.
It's just a raw contact play through the smoke, but it might work out for them. Henny's Tech-9 delivers a double for Imperial. That's some of the best results they've had from Henny yet. He finally gets on the board. Are they now going to deliver the goods on the back of it?
Bombs down.
3v2. Over towards the connector. Nerds lies in wait, but he's low on ammo. Has a chance here as Decent. He hops up onto the bench, but back turn. That one's free. Nerds locked out of the round. It's all on Kicksan. And he is far removed. Trapped on the other side of the murder hole. He'll come through it. But he's got a lot to do here. A 1v3, smoke in his face. And a round that many players wouldn't even look to attempt, but he still floats around for it. Kicksan walks through and does, I mean, you thought that was going to be the kill. But Decent, he's looking lights out right now. He's been like the one kind of shining piece of the Imperial puzzle.
Yeah, he's won the 2 massive rounds on this A site already with big multi-kills. And Imperial will take it however they can get it right now. It's the inverse of what we were having earlier. As I said, even in that win v Ents, he was not the guy to look out for. It was, Nowhere leading the show. Henny having some great AWP rounds. But Imperial, however you slice it, they'll eat it.
I like that Henny as well finally gets a chance to be involved there. I think that's the perfect round for it, right? You're running a Tech-9. You've kind of been getting wrecked so far, if we're being honest, right? Poor Henny. But that one, the pressure's off a little bit more. You got a Tech-9. You kind of have nothing to lose. So he just takes an aggro stance through the smoke, doubles up, and that's the double kill that even gets them to that position in the first place, right? So that's a high impact round from someone who's been struggling in the game. And if that can cascade across, if you can get a bit more mileage out of Henny, with the game that we're getting from guys like Decency, this one still has some legs on it to get interesting.
For sure. We'll give it time for Imperial. And at this point, doubting them would be silly, right? Already a multi-overtime win over Ents.
Henny's smiling. It's over for him.
Might be in trouble now, Heroic. Henny
there we go.
Pick.
There we go. It's over.
Finding the first kill in the last round, and now onto 3 already. Shush is close ramp smoke right now. They can spam him. Flash goes over, or rather smoke, setting up this execute. Shush, this gun can take off heads in close position. And it will do exactly that.
Damn, all right. Deletes Decency.
Oh.
Kicksan with one more. All right, Henny. Now's the time out through ramp. Imperial look to make their move. The scout domes Vinny. He is deleted. And Nikodoz wants even more. Tries to swing it wide, but not quite dealt with yet. Shush still on the UMP. And he's putting it to work. Now it is just Henny. Started the round with 1, but he's got to do so much more here. Just under a minute left to play with in a 1-on-3. Henny, the only guy to get kills in this round. And he might have to head for the hills. He's going to go clear the flank. Heroic are a team that love to come in on them. quickly repositioning towards Palace. They know that Shush has been up here. This will just be the save. Henny goes no further. And so Heroic move coolly onto a 7th, and that's on a low buy as well, right? 2 kills from Shush's UMP is pivotal in the outcome of that round. You even had Nikodos with his scout kind of swinging it wide from the spawn side, locking them out.
Yeah, this is a team that just seems very calm, right? It doesn't feel like you have any big tilters. The exception Nerds, who seems like he is very invested and have definitely seen some death slams from the guy. But with the exception, a very good head on the shoulders of this Heroic roster. I think it's a great project to see right now. You know, opening up with a huge signing of Nerds, you knew there was going to be something to follow. And I don't know, maybe I underrated Nikodos, but I think his redemption has been really, really solid. Given another shot at a tier 1 opportunity and seizing it with both hands. And has had some very strong games in the Heroic jersey so far.
Yeah, and I think, you know, even as and he tries his hand at that opener again. We'll revisit this one in a second, because over here in mid, Nerds deletes Vinny on that attempt to get across, and with that smoke in the apartments, this one ends in a stalemate. They just got to back away, look elsewhere.
Nerds is just taking every fight he can right now. He just knows he is the best player on the server, and he is here to prove it. Keeping the pressure on in middle. Oh, almost over the smoke, Nikodos. Spot that bomb, but he has a second chance as he comes through. Tessa sees it coming, but he can't stop it. Maybe a spray through the smoke might be enough. Henny almost taken down, but DCT provides the cover and Imperial the pathway into the B site.
Oh, clinical from Nerds, second kill in the round now, and he's only just getting warmed up, man. Henny moving in, missed opportunity onto Kicksand. Shush with a big flank all the way through T-spawn into middle. And they've got Imperial in a box right now. Imperial don't even know it. They don't know just how trapped they are. And it's about to dawn on them as Shush rounds the corner. There's the double teed up. And sure, he only gets out with 1, but he's done a lot of damage. Phelps left up in this one, all alone. 1v2. He's going to have the chance for a plant, but can he take it any further than that? He gets his first kill of the game in this round. And now he's expected to cook up what was a 1v3. Here's the footsteps. Little bits of information for Phelps to pick up. He's going to dodge the danger of that nade. A good bit of bomb time ticked away already. Heroic moving in. Will they anticipate the CT plant? Nerds looks to clear it, and on that jump, he's managed it. So Phelps is never even given the chance to get the ball rolling. It's just that bomb plant for Imperial. As Heroic continue to find success.
Yeah, what can Phelps do? He's just gambling. They read it wrong. He doesn't want to play hyper-aggressive with 10 points of health, so he hides out and hopes they overlook him in that close position. Great check for Nerds. And Heroic just keeping things clinical right now. 8-3. As I said earlier, we've had glimmers, we've had sights of success for Imperial, but nothing they can reproduce on this T side. And with the exception of Decency popping off, the rounds have not come through for the Brazilians. Heroic looking to make it a 9-3 defensive half. Another mid-take coming in. Lots of utility. But Heroic are here to fight for it. And even Imperial are hesitant in this position. And Molly's nice. It buys more time. It means the top mid smoke will expire before the Molotov does. So Imperial walking out into the unknown. Soon to be. There's no AWP here. Nikodos has reinforced the A site. Right place, right time, it seems, with Decency up in Palace. Imperial relying on the young star once again to find more opening kills.
I mean, they've got the real estate in mid they were looking for. These round losses have often just kind of petered out for Imperial, right? Kind of came to a bit of a weird halt where they get some good map control, but then they can't actually break through. It's not been punchy. It's been lacking that spunk. That's what they need, Hugo.
Where is it, Harry? 30 seconds. Got to throw their load into this site now. That's their last smoke down. Nikados plays ahead of it. He's confident. He's here to kill. He's here to take the round away. Quick AWP shot, flicks back. Got him trapped with a missed shot from Nikados. They break their way in. It's a final second hurrah for Imperial as they look for 4 on the half.
As from the spawn, he might have to be the saving grace here for Heroic, but he's locked out as Decency finds him and kicks out. I mean, we've seen him attempt one of these 1v3s already. Gonna give it another go as he moves in, but he's been heard by this player up close in Con. Decency even a full reposition all the way through T-Spawn. And so Kicksan's hope of winning this should be out the window now. One spot on the player at Tetris, but doesn't know about Con, and that will be his undoing. Phelps finishes the job as Imperial managed to salvage a 4-round T-side.
It's not awful, to be honest. They get something. It was just a shame they could never get a grip of the half. They could never win back-to-back rounds, break Heroic's economy, put them on pistols. They could never get comfortable. It felt like Nikados had an AWP every single time, and because Heroic are in control of that entire half, they're always making moves, they're always proactive, they're always flanking. So that was just a really nice half for Heroic. But Imperial, without a doubt, have enough to make this game interesting. Throw in a pistol. We know what MR12 is like, Harry. These BO1s can be cutthroat. So I don't think Heroic should get ahead of themselves moving into their T side. But they do certainly look like they're here to play today. This is a 1-0 game, of course, on the A stream. Looking for teams to sit a BO3 away from that elimination stage, the top 16, where some of the best teams in the world are waiting. And Heroic want to be in that conversation. They feel they deserve to be there. And more.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that their expectations of themselves is high, right?
Yeah.
And that would be reflected by being able to say you had a nice clean run through the opening stage of the major. Looking to accomplish that goal here and now. And I mean, it's spearheaded with some great names here for Heroic, right? Nerds sitting up top of the board. Those are the performances you want. Those are the performances you expect from the guy. Rookie of the year for a reason. Alongside him, Nikados, looking good. Having one of those games where the shots are hitting, where it's all feeling fine and slotting into place nicely.
And Kixon, I think, has been the most interesting part of this roster with I don't want to call him an unproven in-game leader. This is a top 4 major player, but at the end of the day, a short history of Kixon, but still very high heights and getting to prove it again in a different roster and so far delivering, right? This major will be a huge, deciding factor in how we will talk about this player, but already the expectations are so high because of Paris.
Yeah, I think the cool thing is everyone in this Heroic team kind of has something to prove, right? Nerds gets to prove that it wasn't kind of, this like flash in the pan, hot start, really good out of the gate, but then someone who started to fall down. He gets to keep his name up in the conversation as like a top player in the world. Yeah. Alongside him, then you've touched on Kicksam, right? Someone who had that run at the major, but I think some people would have looked at it early on, like in isolation and said, yeah, but it could have been a fluke, right? It could have just been the one-off.
Not even just for Apex. There were talk of fluke runs in Paris, right?
For lots of teams. Then outside of that, you have Nikados, who's kind of going on his redemption arc, trying to rebuild himself as a very capable AWPer. And then you look at the 2 OG Heroic players, and I think that their thing that they get to overcome is this idea of, we can become a big stage team, a team that doesn't choke under pressure. Because how cool would that be if this Heroic squad go on to make these deep tournament runs and actually look good when you get them on the big stages.
And not even just the angle of like, oh, we're not playoff chokers, because in that old Heroic team, the expectation in those big games did come from players like Stown and Yabi, and those were the players who dropped off in comparison to their group stage performances. So the limelight was always on them. I think more for Shush and Tess says it's that we are more than what that old Heroic roster just was. We are not just Cadian's boys. We are not just the supportive elements to Stown and Yabi. We are talented players in our own rights. And, well, they're the only ex-Heroic or current Heroic players in the major here in Copenhagen. So there's something to say for that. And they want to say more, Harry. They want to be some loudmouths here in this opening stage. Right now, Heroic just sitting few rounds away from that 2-0 spot. What a comfortable place to be. BO3 from elimination stage.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? 3 whole chances as well.
Who could lose that,
Yeah,
Harry?
you feel like it's impossible, right?
Well, we've seen the inverse. We've seen exactly that. And hopefully we're going to see the second half soon as headsets are going back on for Imperial.
Yeah, now as we've had a little bit of kind of a extended downtime here, we'll catch you up on what happened in that first half, right? It was 8-4, Heroic able to come out the gate swinging, had a couple of rounds in there really provided on the shoulders of Decency alone, and then down the tail end, Imperial able to break right back in round 12. They cook up that A play, they managed to lock that one in. That leaves them just 4 rounds apart between them and Heroic. So this pistol round is very important. If Heroic pick it up, they feel like they're cruising. Like they've already won the game as far as they're concerned. For Imperial, it can be their lifeline, their way back in. So this one is weighted very, very heavily. And early on, triple lean over towards the A site with 2 players tucked in. Kind of a cool idea here. With Henny spotting back from the spawn side, you might not anticipate this many bodies inside of the site. You're going to have a lot of crosshairs able to chime in and help out in these ramp fights, but it's not worked out swimmingly to open up. Good damage onto Decency up in the apartments. Phelps getting weird over at the connector. Knows about a second man. Hasn't been able to deal with him yet, but that's at least info for his team to react to play off of Nerds in the hot seat, but only good for 1. And that leaves it on Nikodos, who can't stand the test of time there. It's 3 from Phelps and a pistol picked up for Imperial.
Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what was going on there. A lot of smoke shooting, a lot of awkward fights with the dualies, but nice active play from Decency and Palace. Gets a lot of real estate there, which makes that round very difficult for Heroic. And then Phelps going on to find another multi-kill, trying to warm back into this game right now after a very slow start in the server. Some of the, Pimp was saying, if Phelps isn't performing, this is Heroic surely running away with this game, but maybe he can make a recovery on the CT side. Right now, he's looking for some stats to pad against Pistols. Can you blame the guy? Deagle waiting top mid, though. Don't feed Nerds, not in this form. And this could be a big mistake if you go too far, but it's a good setup for Imperial. Henny's covering from window, jump checking lower on timing, and it shouldn't be a problem for Imperial to get rid of this round.
Yeah, this is basically how much can Nerds' Deagle do?
Can they jump for him? Are they even ready for a close play? This is very close. Phelps timing misses. Run boost is perfect. It will offset the crosshair. Nerds might have this frag. He gets body blocked. The Deagle denied from the window, and Phelps makes it look easy. Just about. Only Shush gone as well. 5 alive. It's all it ever had to be for Imperial.
All right, there's smiles all around on the Imperial side of things. They're feeling content with how this one started. And I think, it is pretty significant that Phelps is at least, building back a little bit of confidence here. I mean, the Death touched upon it. Usually on Mirage, he's like their go-to kind of point man, the one to keep an eye on. So getting him activated, getting him switched online, someone who's no stranger to the pressure of majors. You want a good output from him, and over these last few rounds, he went from having 0 kills all the way up to 7. So if he can rebuild into the game, if it stops feeling like a 4v5, Imperial can be in with a chance here. Rifles are now out for Heroic, and they want that immediate reply up against the bonus round. They don't want to get bogged down and having to keep playing, pistols armor in the early stages of this one. That's how Imperial very, very quickly closed the gap. And this would go from a game that you felt like was in the bag, was already done, to one that is all of a sudden up in the air.
Hey, we've seen Imperial upset before today already against a new but proven battle-hardened squad. Heroic fall in the same category. A B split though. Look at this setup. There is just no one here. It's only Vinny, bottom performer of the server, on the site on his own with an MP9. You feel like Heroic are poised for success if they commit to this setup. 3 in the apartments. Tessus comes through on Catwalk. Imperial making a gamble, and it won't pay off.
Yeah, they're even completely conceding the B site. Vinny's playing ahead of this short smoke, and so he really needed that kill. We'll find Nerds somehow, some way on that lurk out through the connector, but how much further can they look to take it? Noise made by Phelps, still gonna collect the kill. Maybe this one's got legs on it yet. Bomb plant coming in for Heroic. Imperial are far removed. No way, only just beginning his rotate away from ramp. So Imperial are gonna be a little slow on this retake. That's not really what you want with SMG still in play, but Phelps can be that point man, that first man in. trying to tee up the rest of the gang. Because they're slow on their way over, they've even got to clear out the market, make sure no one's deep, but the molly does that fine. No way dead. Nikodos back at bench, trying to deal with him as they move up through short. They'll get dealt with. Decency finds him. Shush on this angle though, and Imperial, this one's gotten away from them. Even though they've got a man in the sight, they can't win this round. There just isn't time for it. And so Heroic will find success in that first rifle round. It's labored, it's not clean.
Yeah.
They get away with it.
It's surprisingly close considering if you pause that in the 5-on-5, you go, there's no way Imperial can make this interesting. And Vinny gets entry'd as well. It's only the con kill, and Heroic get a little bit hungry in the post plant. Some awkward covering, but kicks him with the crucial trade on the market player, and Heroic make it happen. So doesn't matter how you get there, just that you did. And Imperial's first buy round is pushed to the wayside. It's more of a bonus. They can reinvest. They got a clean anti-eco, so that's comfortable at least. And it's fine to make a gamble like that when you're playing 3 deep in A, considering that they'll have full M4s now, but it does feel like a breaking point to win this rifle round.
Yeah, I mean,
otherwise 11-6 is inevitable.
Yeah, you know, the last one was kind of the stage being set for this round right now. You know, if you were Imperial, you went into that knowing you were on a bonus, knowing the odds are kind of tipped against you, but it was all with the goal that even if you do fall down, as long as you find damage, you can set Heroic onto that back foot again when you come through with this buy here and now. Henny donning that AWP, won't have an AWP to go up against on the other side. That gives him a bit more freedom to get involved here.
They're just going to go for a flat A execute though. Look at them, everyone out of spawn. One top mid smoke to feign something in middle, and just instant execution into A. Imperial bring the fight, but they don't see through the Molotov. They still find that kill. No one had vision through the embers of the flames. Heroics out of their smokes, but already a man of a lot of resilience.
Set up in sandwich is No Way going to need even more from this, but there's that Henny coming in with the kill, and No Way swings out on the back of the contact. It's only Shush left, and they hear him in the molly. They send him packing. And so a round that Imperial had to win. The celebration is big because of it. They know with that and the damage done in the round prior on their bonus, they've given themselves a major leg up in this game.
Yeah, what a fantastic opening move. Just double pushing ramp, setup, you know, seemingly guaranteed for the trade, but it doesn't even come that far. The Tracers give away Tessa's close position, and that was a fight. You know, you're rolling the dice on that, but Imperial come up with the numbers, and then they back up into a nice setup. Decency even gets one more kill from the balcony in the Molotov. Fantastic work, Heroic. Throw themselves out ramp, at least Nerds does, but he's taking a beating, and Decency's heard that tick. He'll remove him quick. They know that's the lurk, and now the B hit is inevitable.
Then he's got a lot to do there. They're dropping into his sight. The Tech 9s get lethal at close range. They're going to overrun Vinny. Nade goes in, that could find you a kill. Instead, everyone else falls around it. The util is so punishing. Heroic never get comfortable as they break down the defense at B. They're never allowed to get set up. They're never allowed to get that bomb down.
Some choice words thrown across the hall here as Imperial win yet another round in a row, something they couldn't accomplish really on T side. Nerds is going for a brute force attack on A through the ramp Molotov. Zero deer is just feeding Decency, who, by the way, is 22 and 12. His next best is Henny at 10. 3 players not even in double digits on Imperial, yet they sit a round behind Heroic.
I mean, Nerds was kind of stealing the show in that first half, even though Decency was looking good, but now the numbers aren't even close. Decency has pulled ahead in a very big way.
Yeah, I don't think Nerds has had a kill in the second half.
You can see the confidence that Decency is playing with right now. I mean, even just hanging out on an island there at the top of the stairs. And, well, that's what that gets you. Nikodos is Deagle. Opening kill secured. Is there anything else, any more from Heroic?
It should like it. Yeah, it should be clean now for Imperial, right? One audacious fight on stairs, but everyone else positioned well. This lurk from Kixon could be a problem. No one's actually covering the connector as we speak, but turning around after Henny hits his. No way is there right in time. And bomb plant is optimistic. It won't overlook this position either. No way going for the clear. And Imperial 9 rounds on this CT side, level with Heroic now on the favored half in a BO1. Harry, Brazil is the most represented country at the Copenhagen Major, and now we're starting to see why.
Yeah, I mean, this is really spicy, man. Heroic came into this one as the heavy favorites versus an Imperial that looked impressive to get here. A good run through the RMRs, a stellar run at that. Even a nice win to open up. A labored back and forth game. Ended in many OTs versus Ents, but this was meant to be one step too far. If they're able to turn this one around from being 8-4 down with really no one stepping up to the mark other than Decency, that would really legitimize this Imperial squad.
And hot hands for Imperial, but the same can be said for Heroic. They came in, dominated the Mongols as well. So right now we are in a predicament for Heroic. Can they stand the test of time? Or will Imperial set themselves up 2-0 in Copenhagen? Phelps, side of the smoke, body blocking Nerds right now. Don't know if he knows it, but he is right beside the enemy.
And so that's fine. Out of all the ways that could have gone, you'll take it. They learn about the danger man up in window. Vinny's taking liberties, and guess what's down at the end of this hallway? Guess what's now creeping into Vinny's view? Look at that little light in the distance. Vinny now has the bomb under his control.
It's too good to be true. It's too free. There's no one here. Under's clear. Vinny's got the world in the palm of his hand. They'll consider it, but they can't know for sure. Although Tessus is in the B site. Alarm bells are ringing. Heroic in for a trade! And it's denied by Vinny. Double kill off the spray. That has thrown the round into disarray now. 3-on-2, and he has the knockout blow. If Nerds was going to go through the hole, Tessus needs his kill right now, but Vinny's so much closer. He is not ready. 20 seconds, unwinnable position for Nerds. Left lurking. An Imperial off the back of the bottom performer. The captain puts double digits in this game.
He will hold their hand into the lead here. Vinny lights the way as he finds that bomb deep in the apartments. He runs away with a daylight robbery round over Heroic.
It's one thing to go, yeah, Imperial. I mean, this was the best team in the Americas RMR. They went 3-0. They had the four highest rated players in the roster. You know, they didn't drop more than 5 rounds. But this is a different level of competition, Harry. This is a different stake as well. Not just taking down Ents, but now in the lead against Heroic. You can't say this is what we expected today from Imperial. They are playing above and beyond the level. And that could not have been better for Vinny. They even realize, like, getting B for free there when you know Vinny is the anchor, you have to realize he's on the bomb. And still he doubles up. Final tack for Heroic.
Oh, that's how you know they're feeling the spice. They're feeling the pressure right now. Last timeout called in.
Hey, OT grants some more, but we know Imperial are the overtime merchants. A Heroic buying what they're selling. Because it smells like an upset. Again, Nuts, hero buy for the Heroic Rifler, but has yet to make any claim to this T side.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's trying to play with that same confidence he had in the first half, but it's just not sticking. He's largely been away from the pack. And so in this round, at least, he's going to be with the rest of them.
If anything, the name on the kill feed might be enough, right? Just popping out Palace before this B hit, or in fact, he's late lurking. They're throwing everything in. The bomb might come back down under here. It's a fake on the B bomb site right now, unless Nikodos joins Kixon, who's solo in the site. This is really weird. They're still out under. The bomb's up in B. They've lost the control. Nerds has found it.
Finally, some impact from Nerds, but he's got to take this further. Can't just be the one and done. Tesses will secure that kill, and so that gives them a serious leg up here in the 3-on-3. They lose Tesses back in the connector, but Nerds is still floating around. The bomb, by the way, up in the apartments. Nikodos walking it in. He's just been spotted. That info's just been given over. And Phelps is not going to give this kill away for free. Nerds has now got a very tricky rotate ahead of him. Does he go through the murder hole? He will now. That's the red carpet rolled out as Vinny dies in rotation. Nerds with another. We've been waiting for him to step up, to show up here, and he's looking to do it. 3 kills deep, hoping for number 4. Phelps is running low on ammo, and the backstab is right here, ready to arrive. Makes it into the site, tap on the bomb. 3 bullets in that M4.
Doesn't bite.
3 shots. Gonna get the reload off. Phelps tapping. Nerds gives it a little jiggle, but he's just getting the info, collecting the info. Nerds, the mastermind, finally arrives on the T side of Mirage, right when Heroic needed him to.
It has looked a little baity up until this point, right? He's been dying in Connector, like getting traded in window smokes, lurking out ramp or palace. Finally, Nerds performs as we expect. 4 crucial cut-down kills and staying cool in the clutch when his opponent can just stick the defuse. Nerds does everything right in that round. It was about time. 20 rounds into this map. Woo, his heart's got to be racing after that one, but the job isn't done. 8 stacking Connector. They read the double orb, but it's not in the positions they expect. Vinny back at B. And he's starting window side, and despite a nade stack, it's back to the A smokes. Well, Imperial fast flank mid. If they see these smokes, no way can just go for a quick T-spawn take. That could be great in a post plant. They're hesitant for now. They haven't seen the execute. How telegraph will this be for Heroic? Not at all by the looks.
1 flash, that's all it is. That's going to get them out onto Tetris at least. Now they lob out a bit more util. You've seen a good chunk of this starting to come through. That's flank. Now, what, 3 Molotovs out towards A. That's a good deal of info for Imperial to work with. And you see Phelps embarking on that flank. His teammates able to thin the herd right now. Heroic looking to get in, and it's them securing the openers. Decenty dead. That's the top performer for Imperial, knocked out of the round early.
But there's more where that came from. Phelps is on a big flank, and they have no idea. He's taking the long route round.
Yeah, they got to put a lot of faith in this flank from Phelps. 1 kill from the man, and now it's telegraph. Now it's known about. Tess says locking out that first player in out through the connector, and Phelps is being held. He can't play into this. Imperial have got to make the tough decision to give Heroic this round. They're too entrenched. They're too set up. And in the 3v4 retake, Imperial don't fancy their odds.
It's a micro detail there. Tesses with a jiggle in jungle. If Henny hits that shot, if Tesses goes too far into the fight, that's a 3-on-3 with the flank ready to go in Palace. But Henny misses it, and they cool off the round. 1 step too far, and that could have been a very different position, but there was too much on the line. The money had to be saved for Imperial, and Heroic finding form right near the end of regulation. Double orb kept on.
I mean, Heroic want to do good on that huge, turning point 4K round that Nerds gave them.
Can't be for nothing.
I want to try and make sure that all that effort wasn't in vain, and they're now at the point to do so. The money on the line for Imperial.
What a heartbreak it would be to lose this round, lose all of your economy after a wonderful comeback, some clutch rounds, but they come at a cost economically. Ikedar's waiting for someone to shimmy into his crosshair, scoped in Palace, smoked in Palace. 3 A players here for Imperial. And the map goes dark, losing mid information. Gotta see, probably Teslas go back for that bomb. What a shot for Nerds as the smoke blooms. Now they can boost in. Nerds up to his usual tricks. Yeah. Remember the bomb, folks.
Still a ways away, but man, this is where Nerds began this streak for Heroic in the first place. It's on the back of his lurk, out towards jungle. He's now back in this position again, and that one is free. No way offered up on a silver platter. 1 kill from Henny's orb. Will that be enough to change the tide here as Decenty secures another? He goes hunting for this player up in Palace. Goes looking for Nikodos. They try to flush out Nerds, and Henny will manage the job. Very well recovered from Imperial thus far. Decenty still has more to do, and he might not be up to the task as smoke spam. Decenty turns, head on a swivel, and that's going to send Heroic packing. Nikodos can't win this one in the 1v3, and so Imperial keep the competition going. A tie game at 11-all, the dying lights of this one, and Imperial are looking to leave an impression.
Confia em mim, irmão. Quando eu te chamo é só pra coisa boa, caralho.
The height from Henny as well, screaming off of that round win. What a play. Decent T dropping that player ramp and making Tessez so scared to go through that smoke. If he watches that back, he'll realize he could have, but the spam is just a little misplaced, and it's Heroic who have to cool it off this time. Cooling down maybe even 11 apiece. Imperial. Hearts pumping, smoke, Molly, they're running through the ramp side. Henny hits his, back at the site, Decent T with another, and it's falling like flies for Heroic. This is not how you want the game to slip through your fingers.
This is their one moment, their one chance to call this round off if they want to, right? Smoked out over towards ramp, and they can take the pace right out of it. The initial results were pretty disastrous on that attempt to go fast out A, but they reclaim a kill. They get out in the 3-on-4. And they've now got a second chance at running this round back. A man down, no util to work with. The odds are certainly not in their favor, but it at least gives Kixan a little bit of time to try cook up solutions here.
Yeah, they even still trust in Vinny on solo B, right, which is very risky, but he's got the best gun for the job right now. Decent T picks up the AWP. He's very low back in spawn. 26 kills on the young player at his first major. And making a statement right now for Imperial at a pivotal time. Map point on the line. 4-on-3, Heroic go contact.
Still 3 strong here for Imperial, and that is a clean kill to open it up. When you see Nikodos going deep, he's not the guy left to his own devices most of the time. He's not the guy left out on a limb. And so now with more spots coming in, Imperial know they're in the right place. This round is theirs. And Kixan silenced from that swing out of Phelps. Imperial not just battling for the lead now they're battling for the game as they take Heroic down a peg.
Who had this in their calendar? A 2-0 run and 1 BO3 away from the elimination stage for Imperial? That's the possibility right now. This is not the team we expected. They did it at the Americas RMR, but doing it here in Copenhagen is a different thing. Entirely, and over the level of opposition that they have taken.
Yeah, I mean, versus
Heroic.
Yeah, 2 very battle-hardened squads. Ones that take the edge in terms of experience by miles. This is where they're meant to do their best work.
It's CS2, it's a young man's game, and right now Decent T is showing it. No Way showed it in that previous matchup against Ents. Longing out to overtimes. 3 rounds down in overtimes. They never gave up. Why stop now?
This was the hero that even got us believing in Heroic again, so he's looking to fill those boots. Over in mid, it's Shush and it's Kixan, kills a piece. Suddenly Heroic looking like favorites in this round. Henny still lurks back towards CT, but he's got to go absolutely huge here. Just him and the big green. Vinny watching on from the short side, but he's not going to get given a thing.
Safe plant.
This one's Henny or bust. As he waits back in the spawn, he's terrified that someone could have flanked all the way through the jungle, could be coming up behind him, but he's got to look forward. He's got to try break away back into this round. Vinny making noise in mid, and he's still yet to be located, but when that first shot's fired off, they know where both players are. Smoke out. Nothing being offered to Henny's Orb. Spots that man over in Sandwich, but he doesn't catch a whiff of that player under the palace. And so Vinny cut down. This one decided in overtime.
Hey, they've been there before, haven't they? But that felt so set up for Imperial to succeed, and Heroic still in this game. They had an 8-4 lead after their CT side. But finally, streaks started to get put together for Imperial, something they couldn't muster in the first half. And immediately timeouts come through. Of course, you hit overtime, you get an extra timeout. It will get used by Imperial. Take a breather. But this is surely stressful for Heroic, right? How many rounds relied on Nerds on Lurks, and only one showed up. It was a big round, no doubt about it, but all the others have come up in favor of the Brazilians.
I mean, that last round there, Imperial, it felt like they tried to just go for the throat, right? They tried to shut that round down in middle, and they were very keen to fight for this control, especially after Phelps opened up, but it was just one step too far, ultimately. Now they might look to cool it off a little. When you get into OT, the nature of the game changes, and Imperial are acutely aware of that after how they started here at the plans for the major, rather. So, Imperial What's it going to look like now? Teed up with 2 players in middle. They want to try and fight for this. They drop down into lower. And even though that flash comes in, they don't shoot on the back of it.
Wow. 2 players on a fast flank. This is only a fake out right now, but they're going to confirm it. A B player does not need to fight. Nade Molly goes in. This is a guaranteed backstab. And when you kill Nerds again, you know that's it. There's nothing behind him. They can reinforce A. 4 players are out of position, but that's only for the moment. Heroic didn't jump on the opportunity, and now it should be impossible. Oh, that boost was a nice idea. It forced a shot early, but Shush still gets the entry. And Tesses knew he had players trapped down below. He'll make use of that information. I said impossible. I should have said improbable, because Imperial now are on the back foot.
Oh, no way spam. It lands a dink, but not the kill. And so that plant is allowed to come through. Decency with a bit of a recovery here.
Good nade.
Deals with that first player nade just short, but Decency continues to put up numbers. Nearly 30 kills deep in this first round of OT. He's somehow cooked up a double to give Imperial a fighting chance here, and there's no way rising to the occasion as well. Nikodos is now going to do this alone. They're on the bomb. Every shot counts, and as he swings out, he'll land the first, but the defuse is held, and so Nikodos, it's just for the glory. The round goes the way of Imperial.
I mean, what can he do? He swings wide, he dies. He has to pick his targets one by one and hope that they're not sticking the bomb. But perfect play from the captain, and the cover was there.
I have to know how Decency got away with that double kill. That's mad, you know. He's posted up back in jungle. He's dealing with players trying to cross out of the site. He's nading them over at Tetris. And it's that late peek from the ladder room that he's somehow ready for. He's somehow aware of that. Great head on his shoulders here to even get Imperial to this position.
Yeah, and like we said, there's loads of experience for Imperial on this map. There's second most played to the exception of Nuke, but this is the best opponent that this team has ever faced as a roster on Mirage. And they're playing to the level right now. There's no doubt about it. A nice active play to start to get all that information, and even though Heroic flipped it back in their 4v3 favor, Imperial shut it down in the post plant. Nice shots from Nikodos, keeping his wrists warm, but nothing more. First of OT goes to Imperial, and Heroic go back to B.
I mean, Vinny has been the solo B defender in so many of these rounds. The guy sitting down bottom of the board for Imperial, and so Heroic are now looking to try and bully that a little. That was a really good chance for Nikodos to get the opener, but it just sails on by. So they'll have to make do without it.
So many rounds, it's just Vinny at B, no support. The cat player deep in middle. Phelps is holding under. And they haven't really been able to bully Vinny in this game. Even though his score isn't massive, we haven't seen the punish play for Heroic. Ooh, that's a little awkward, but recovered with a top mid kill. Nerds doesn't look up, and a 5v3 with Vinny in a perfect off angle to win his fight as well. He tucks back, the AWP rotates in, and Heroic get turned into dust.
And imagine how this makes Heroic feel. They've not gone B in a long while now, and the one time they try to get there, you have such a good setup from Imperial. 3 players strong. You spot that AWP in the market, you spot a player on the catwalk, and you've got Vinny in the site. You've barely even played to that side of the map, and the one time you do it in this second round of OT, they're triple stacked there, ready to shut it down. This is, you know, screaming out to Kixan that Vinny's actually in his head right now. He's got a great read of the game, and that's showing through in how Imperial have been, you know, posed across the map to deal with these execs that Heroic are running.
The 2 rounds Heroic have showed face in mid early but not committed have been rounds that Imperial have taken mid back. Think about that A flank from Phelps on yes, a round that Imperial lost, but right there as well, they see the boost and they go and take middle. Decency with a big opening kill in this one, but they do make it behind the box. Be warned. Phelps up in ladder, a strong position as well, a 5-on-4. And while it was Imperial so often on the back foot in overtime against Ents, well, this could be a clean CT streak on Mirage. Just got to make do with the advantage. Phelps next. Tesses coming through, connector smoke broken, and Henny hits his through his teammate. Just like that.
one kill to the good, at least out towards the catwalk. But look at this movement. Decency hops out the window, tries to go and shut this down.
Okay.
That might be the kill that gives them a way back in. Another kill from Tesses, and suddenly this B-play looks to move through. They know about the player at bench. Nade is out, ready to blow that smoke open. Kixan won't secure it. It's Tesses instead. 3 kills in the round from Tesses. Gonna get that bomb planted. A 2v5 that Heroic are looking to cook up here, and it's all from Tesses. A 4th in the round. Tesses, any more left in the tank? It's just Henny left to deal with now. And that AWP is not his friend here. He's just got to hope they overpeak this, they overplay this, and they're not going to. 2 bullets in the AWP for Henny to try and make a difference. And jiggling and wiggling, and now running him down is Kixan as Heroic pull back a 2v5 to at least get 1 on their T side of Mirage.
Oh, Decency is going to regret that catch on for rounds, right? Especially if they lose this game now. What a sick play from Tesses. 2 on 5. Catches the punish as Imperial try and close it. A little bit too eager. And Heroic shut it down in the post part as well, not jumping the gun either. That's got to feel good. Showing something at the end of their T side of overtime. Script is flipped. Heroic, so much success in regulation on their defense.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, a few things to account for here was when Nerds got that 4K, it felt like it really re-energized Heroic. It brought them back in. Well, Tesses has just done the exact same thing there. However, you know, I think the Imperial that we saw throughout the remainder of this game after the first half was a very different beast. So there's a good chance this T side doesn't hit the same as that first one did.
Well, so much of it relied on Decency getting, I think he had 3 multi-kills at A that just won them rounds out of their 4 rounds. So we need more of that. Phelps getting pressured out under, but it's a B hit right now. The tension's getting drawn. Nikodos is in a good position to stop this, but they're not actually inside of the site. Oh, that's awkward. The flash is a problem, but Nikodos, can he solve it?
Tess has given room. They don't even check for him. They knew he was over at short. And so he gets out with that one for free.
Ouch.
Good kill back from Decency, who's unperturbed after that feed in the last one, but locked out through the smoke. Henny over here all alone as his teammates fall like flies. He's now going to fly solo, does Henny. That one's free.
Hello.
Will they give him any more? Out through this smoke, Shush walks it through the market. And so Heroic, they bring us back to a tie game here.
They can do it right now, right? We've been enamored by the comeback of Imperial, the potential of this Brazilian 2-0 run, but Heroic now just need to do what looked so easy in that first half of regulation. Clean up the streak on CT side. 2 more rounds, and all of this potential embarrassment could be avoided. 14 apiece. 30 kills on Decency. But what will it mean?
Oh, no, it's very aggressive up and at the top of mid.
He's just been all over the map. He has been hungry. He's been taking every fight he can. Sometimes playing first on lurks. Can't jump the gun here. It's a good position. This flash won't do much about it. He's still got that under control with Nikodos covering. They're really going to take mid this late. It's really only Vinny, and he's got to go back with the bomb.
I mean, with window open as well, right? Like, you're not making it easy for yourselves here. So if middle's where they're looking to end up, you've got to worry about Cat, you've got to worry about window and Nerds. Aggressive in middle.
Ouch.
Never even spotted Vinny dead before he can get that info.
That play feels too soon. Phelps wasn't ready to go under. Now he knows, but it's all too late. That nade makes noise. Maybe Nikodos hears it. Maybe it doesn't matter. They're flanking the bomb.
3 players left over here towards A for Imperial. And Nikodos brings it back round on the AWP. He spots this con man and is going to deal with him. Some nice shots from Nikodos to tee Heroic up for match point here. Burning in the molly. He's going to be forced back towards the connector. Holds this line. Flash will wreck him. That's a kill back the other way, but remember this lurk earlier on. Nerds started this journey, started embarking on the backstab. No. This was meant to be the defining play of the round, and it will mop up the kills it had to. Heroic, match point locked in as Nerds head in his hands. He knows that was a bit of a whiff.
Happy it didn't matter. Happy his team were there to help, and a helping hand goes a long way for Heroic. 3 players coming in through CT, close that one out. Yeah, the mid take was a bit of a shame for Imperial. Would have been nice for them to stall it a couple of seconds so Phelps could get ready. But Henny just lobbed that flash so he could rotate quick and bring the bomb back. But there was loads of time, and Phelps couldn't help out and maybe catch Nerds turned around. Either way, it goes on to be match point for Heroic in this BO1, as it felt was inevitable after their CT side. Well, it just took a little longer. Can Imperial hang on to this game? Nikodos going for the hero play out under. I like this attempted a pick, but no one's here. It's good info at least. Can Heroic pad out the A site? Can't sit here forever. Nerds is here, right place, right time, looking for the right results.
I mean, it was in the regulation T side. This is where Decency was able to win Imperial rounds, right? It was on these kind of fast exec plays out into the A site. He will be required to do that again if Imperial want to run this back in another OT. Smokes it down. They've got that veil to move into the site and get up behind. Spam on the smoke could go either which way. They'll take CT. Phelps and Vinny both with a killer piece. Bomb now planted. Imperial have got the advantage in the 4v3.
They can't flash him deeper. We would love that right now. They know Heroic is surely retaking CT, but the one flash is deep back in Palace. Decent, he's playing for the round win. He's playing for the double overtime. With this very passive position, Heroic have to force the fight.
And here's the flash, tries to take that fight to CT, gets the info, there's 2 players there. Now they know where Tesses is, but they've got to try and mop this up. Decency now left to fight through the molly, through the flames. He's burnt to a crisp. Phelps all alone, domed by Nikodos. They get on the bomb, it's going to be close, but Heroic, do they have this? They'll walk it over the line, and milliseconds the difference there as Heroic secure the dub in OT.
What a devastating way to fall there in the final few seconds. A disadvantage retake with Imperial with perfect positions, but great util for Heroic and great, showing from Imperial. Ultimately, they show up in a level we didn't expect today, but they still fall down to 1-1 as Heroic take the dub.
Heroic doing what ENCE couldn't earlier, beating Imperial in OT, but I gotta say, hasn't Imperial given us the most fun Counter-Strike to watch so far this major?
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. Day 1 of Imperial, a win and a loss, but a whole lot of excitement. Comebacks into games, crazy plays individually. This time around, unfortunately for them, I have to praise the calmness that Heroic displayed once getting to overtime, because they had plenty of reasons to be frustrated. They threw away a couple of situations. We have the bomb in front of Vinny in mind. We had some weird rounds that happened, but once Heroic hit that overtime moment, when they won their round 13, that situation they turned around, it was it. They were just dialed in. Respect for that, respect.
Yeah, respect. It was a fantastic game of Counter-Strike. I agree with you when you say that Imperial has been the most fun to watch so far. Again, we came into this game and we expected Heroic to be the top dog, so to speak. We expected them to win against Imperial. Fact of the matter is, Imperial have now shown again that they can and they are capable of playing against some of the best European teams out there. We have Heroic as one of the teams that maybe, potentially, could make it to the playoff at the Major. Obviously, they have to move on from this stage first, but fact of the matter is that Imperial came very, very close. You said it yourself, in overtime. They won the first 2 rounds, and it took that one win for Heroic to get going once more in OT. This was dangerously close for Imperial to be a 2-0 situation right here, and I don't think anyone saw that coming.
No, absolutely not. I think some people are, breathing a sigh of relief for their pick'ems if they're still alive, actually. Specifically in overtime as well, we were looking at that Henny shot that he absolutely should have landed, really turns around that round as well. And for Imperial altogether, Decency was doing so well, and you said, Maniac, he was buying time for the rest of his team, but he unfortunately...
I've been using the Vaxi XC Bailey more. Oh, shit.
But it said, hey, I can do a little more. Winning that fight as well to Forrester. That was in crosshair placement.
Is the shape of the XC similar to? Like an S2? A bigger S2, maybe? Like a Zowie S1?
Hell of a time.
Yeah, they're 4K pulling.
Best of one OT to go chasing through a monster smoke. Wild. Gotta give credit where it's due.
Just chilling. Flipjack.
That takes the right kind of crazy. Yeah.
Am I joining Team Liquid? No.
That smoke again. That's for sure. Oh man. Again. I mean, we're gonna be saying this for the rest of the day, but every game we cast.
EC1, get a Death Adder. Or just get the EC2 wireless. XC's not bad.
And it's no count. Heroic, we need to win next map. Heroic is 2-0. If they go 3-0... Oh, need Apex, you're right! I put Apex in passing. I was going to replace them with Gamer Legion, but didn't have time because I was out all day yesterday. Wait. How is Apex doing right now? Hold on. Let me go to Oni stream really quick.
Mafia, thank you for the 5 zifted subs.
That's the
Kuss,
best and
Kuss
most
for all the
important
primes,
player
guys.
from Amcal out of the round.
Undeniably, 27 kills deep in this overtime endeavor.
Well, I did forget to run an ad, fuck me.
Constantly problematic for Apex on their A-site approach.
As you gotta remind me,
Kills
between the
guaranteed,
games, bro,
it
when we're
seems,
switching,
every
just tell me
round.
like, and.
This time, he's in the dirt.
Shizzle.
Apex have really slowed this down. Bombs still drop back. No decisions being made. Hunting out an extra bit of information. A
As
great
a run
nade,
during the game.
actually. Does some damage in exchange for their own.
Skims across the pond.
Tomorrow,
Oh
any
my
games? Of
God.
course.
That-
Tomorrow we have the
that saw
first
them caught by
elims.
this timing previously, right? That's how they got to
I
OT.
think.
Nico,
Oh,
and
that's beautiful.
Sense.
It's all in the name, baby.
Not gonna let him get away. Crad punished. Nickelback, same spot. Does it become predictable? Sense honing in on him. There's also the threat of support from Dumpster or maybe even Bank. Bomb kind of cautious
They
to
have
come
the
and
B
join
site.
him.
This is a ruse. It's a honeypot. Come over towards the A
fake.
site. It doesn't really matter. Sense. Make as much noise as you
Lul.
possibly can. CTs, they have your attention.
Amcal
Take
still
anybody
stiff
with
on this
you.
A side,
Oh,
nobody
this is
there.
just icing on the cake. Sense getting that
Look,
smoke spam frag
look.
into the additional kill to Nickelback.
Played like a fucking
And
fiddle.
now forcing Amcal in a 2v4 situation with an abandoned B
Ouch.
bomb site to have to
I never got
swallow
faked
their
out like
pride
that
and
ever.
concede it.
This might be a disaster
That's
class.
tough.
2 T rounds lost in overtime. Back to back.
That's tough. One time someone did throw a decoy towards A and I said all A.
And these saves make a world of difference.
I've been told it's now 2-1 map count in favor of Nova over the history of playing each other. In the history of playing each other, Nova. Trying to correct me. I know what I'm saying, but G3, me and I think it was Marky and Frack got to cast him a bit earlier. Calamity on the SMG, an absolute menace.
Always.
But I'm looking at Nova on this op to see what's he gonna do on these map picks. I can't believe we're doing Mirage. I'm over it already. All in. I don't know how you are about it.
I mean, it's better. I would like to say it's better than Anubis, but it's not that far off from Anubis. It's just I've seen Anubis all weekend, like literally, like literally. That's it. Like literally, that's it. So Mirage, I would say, is a better-ish choice. Nuke has also kind of been thrown in and out there as well. That is going to be Snake's Den map pick. And it will be G3 going CT side first. And if we do see it, map 3, if for whatever reason Snake's Den flawless run comes to a halt, we go to overpass.
Yeah, and it's a little weird actually because you mentioned about Anubis and Ancient. Look at those. They were the second wave of bans that came on through.
Yeah.
One of them could have been picked, and I know Snakesden have good maps. Like those are two good maps for them. So the fact that they went ahead and banned Ancient and they're gonna go ahead and float that overpass, it's a bit surprising to me. But like you said, it sounds like Snakesden have a flawless run so far.
I mean,
they haven't dropped a map?
No, I don't think so. No.
Nova. How many maps have you dropped today? Or all
See?
event? Yeah.
See?
They're a donut right now in map losses, so that's going to be interesting. But this is a really tough opponent. No, I'm not going to discredit Rebel.
Oh, yeah.
Rebel are extremely entertaining to watch, extremely well-balanced individuals. Like, they know how to play the game, right? But Calamity has been an absolute monster. And going on to a map like Mirage, where the SMG is extremely strong in certain scenarios, and I mean Nuke as well, and then overpower.
That's why
blah,
I'm
blah, blah.
kind of surprised they banned Anubis. Maybe it's just they don't have faith in it versus Snake's Den. But there's a lot more close quarters where Calamity could cause quite a bit of damage.
I mean, we're over here talking about Calamity over and over and over again, but I feel like Obi was a bit irrelevant just a few seasons ago, and now all of a sudden he's doing really, really well with this squad. They're getting through a few decent teams through these close qualifiers, or open qualifiers, excuse me, almost making close qualifiers a few times, actually, taking down the likes of like Limitless, unfortunately, in one of the first qualifiers towards the start of the season of ECL. I forget which one it was, but these guys are absolutely nuts. I'm happy to see the transition from online CS to offline CS here on LAN. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see.
I don't have chat production.
I would say, I'm not doing the gifted sub thing.
Oh, I'll read
that's
them.
all you. All
it's
right.
just I don't have
Let's
much
pull it
phone
up.
battery
Hold on.
left.
Let's pull it up real quick. Twitch chat, here we go.
I will read your gifted subs off. So gift as much as you want under whatever name you want. I don't care as long as I'm allowed to say it and I won't get yelled at and/or canceled for it. Then yeah, sure. What the hell? Why not?
Strife's dick earlier or something like that?
Oh, Strife has the biggest dick as well, or Strife has the big dick. I'm not sure. Thank
Mine's
you
not
as
loading,
well.
so that's gonna be you.
If you couldn't tell, repping the Strife merch. So thank you, but
Do something funny with Limitless. I got the Limitless hoodie back here, bro.
Matt has a massive schlong. Maybe.
Guys, no comment.
To be determined, I guess.
Now I'm wearing a blanket now. I don't trust you guys no more.
Yeah, dude, we've sexualized Matthew too much.
I'm nervous now, guys. I don't know if I can go on anymore.
It's okay, man.
I need someone to comfort me right now.
Well, luckily, you have...
At where America loves to look the most. Out here, the rest of the world, they noticed Fragadelphia, but the Wanted Goons noticed you. They picked up Hamburger, but just single-handedly, you have brought your team into the playoffs, and honestly, that's a little bit disrespectful, what I just said, to the journey that we have experienced. It came through so many hands, into Notorious, passed around, right back and forth, right up until the end, Matt.
Man, oh man, just what an exciting event. You see the smiles, man. Oh my God, the Wanted Goons are so excited right now. Being led by the GOAT, Soul Goat. I don't know, man. Listen, is it, what's up? Nana Nico, I guess. I mean, do we want? Oh, so yeah, they finished. I guess, I don't know. Is Rob on the PC? I could get an interview with Soul Goat if it's not Rob. He didn't want me to do an interview yesterday, but, all right. Hey, Soul Goat, interview. Mr. IGL, captain. All right. I kind of want to do Hamburger. I was just jump over everything at this point. We're going to get an interview here with Solgo. I hope the Wanted Goons. It was after 9, maybe 8.
6.
7 ate it, though, so. Oh, 7 8 9.
No.
You say 6 comes after 8? Oh,
no, 6 comes after 9.
What? No, it comes before it.
Yeah.
That's Notorious's favorite number.
No, that's just 69. Oh. You're not getting it. But it's okay.
No, I know I'm getting it. That's Notorious's favorite
No, that's the thing. You're literally not getting it.
Well, not right now.
Exactly. Now he gets it. It's come full circle.
Yay.
Finally. Unlike this conversation.
Man, I don't know. I mean,
as we buy time for someone to join the server and get going and hit dot ready.
Snakes done. Hit ready, dot ready. Everyone's at the server. Dot ready, dot ready.
Let's go.
I want to cast. Let me cast.
Is that like your rally?
It's St. Patty's Day today.
It is.
We need to get some beads. Can we go get the the green?
Are you even? Are you Irish?
No.
Why would I know?
I don't know. I'm German.
Dialing back production.
Oh my God.
He said he wanted to get on the desk. I didn't know just like that.
He's like, are you recording me? Are you recording me right now? Did I give you permission?
Actually, this is for the content.
Austin, we love you.
Did you know
someone's playing Minecraft?
Whoa.
Did you know you can throw a smoke right here that lets me leave the tap center?
Oh, my goodness. My goodness gracious. But you're getting it very nice.
Fortnite?
Okay. With Chinese food?
We're playing anything but Counter-Strike here, I guess.
He's forming mats, you know.
A little bit.
Merkin and Ellis versus Logert and Andrew in a 2-on-2. But look at this. Look at this play. Merkin in towards Hut. Is going to be getting flanked. Spots the player backside, but Andrew walks past him. Merkin and Ellis make it work, and that's Xiaoma to 11.
You see Merkin kind of stop. It's like, how did that even happen for me? That is like a once in a game, once in a series kind of situation there, and I'm disappointed we didn't.
3-man push through underpass, I think, or more even. We did have a nice wrap in through market, but G3, they get that bomb down, secure most likely a bomb or a purchase into this next round. But really, right there, Fire and Nova combining for some really good kills. Luke as well finding himself a nice little 2K1 over towards Van, and Fruit Cup to close it out. As Snakes Den start off on the right foot.
You're doing me dirty. You saw me drinking water.
Snakes don't have feet. They can't start off on the right foot.
They're going to slither across the dust that's all over this field. Oh, my God. It's Maddie of Shimmers here. Mads, hello?
Mads, hello?
She doesn't care. She doesn't love us like that, but
nah.
Big fan, but 1-0 start for the Den of Snakes, as it's going to be a little bit of fighting in mid as Mr. Fruit Cup. He was on my flight on the way here, and Obi and RVist? RVist? What do we want to call it? We have to agree on it. I know Mark corrected me, but Calamity, there's that SMG we know and love. Oh, he's in a 1v1 with fire, though. At distance, it'll be fire to take the SMG god on out. Now we're going to be 2v3. Fire. And Joe So, the last two up.
14 HP.
Josu.
Fire. Making his way forward along with Josu. Could have the flank here on one good player. He's going to have Arvist. Or sorry, Obi close to in front of him with the AK. Should be able to catch him. He's also going to have full control over bomb. So now he's going to drop his smoke off. Try and get himself into a really good position. Into a 2-on-2. Now before Arvist finds the kill towards X-Fire. Into a 1-on-2. Josu dropping a nade on that smoke. And he's going to try and make his way through it. I'm trying to be as quiet as possible.
Telemarketer, all in gaming here. It's going to be Joso in a 1v2. He's in the smoke. He has the bomb in his possession as well. I don't think he know. He might know. That's why he's here. As now, can he go ahead and do it? 1v2, the blind comes on through our base, and Kamisu, here we go, getting aggressive,
and he's gonna get it! Nice little 1v2 to be Kamisu to find it.
He did a real great job there. Yeah, this is, you know, honestly,
everybody on prod.
Shout out Cheese Puff.
We need to fire everybody on blast and then replace them with frag people. Maybe not blast. I really like blast. Wait, who's the audio? Was it PGL audio? Fire all the PGL people.
Audio.
That's who we need to fire and replace them with frag. I really do like brass prod. I won't lie.
Honestly, yeah.
I'd still want frag at every event possible, though.
Yeah, because wasn't there sound super bass boost?
This channel. And then I've requested an unban. Boys, I need your guys' help right now. We're going to do some quick unban appeals. Some folks are going to get unbanned. Let's go. Just help me out. Just say unban, ban, whatever you feel like. And if I'm undecided, I'll just go with that. Yeah. I'm a good boy. 7 messages, bro. 7 messages.
And call pray for us.
The Aussie boys wagered 1,000 EO on Amkal. Pray for us. The Aussie boys. I don't know what that means. Don't remember why I typed it. Probably because Ono was mad and no politics. First time politics. First chat message politics, guys. And don't be like, oh my god, I will ban anything politics related. Anything. You can say democracy is amazing. Permaban. You can say I love the European Union. That's a permaban. Do you think this is Hassan Abis' Twitch channel? Nein. I may look like him, but this is not his channel, alright? No politics. I just want to watch some CS, play some CS on the highest level, and talk about skins and open some skins. That's it, alright? I don't want to talk about politics. Whatever it is, even if I agree, that's a ban. Smell me? Quack, 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 quack. Why is this guy banned? Spread your legs. What? 44 ads in 1 hour. Lul. PSP standing on business. Quack, quack, quack. Nah, bro. What the hell? Why is he RPing a duck in my Twitch chat? What? Yeah, again. 9, bro, 9. You said and most of the time, the people who mention politics once are gonna do it again. They're gonna do it again. Even if they say in the I'm gonna appeal 9, sorry. They're just gonna do it again. They wanna talk. They wanna talk about politics. They wanna spread the message. Not here though, please. You're saying this 100 times. Why is this guy banned? BJ. I think because I said Big Clan, no? BG? Train is the better map. Yeah, Digger, it just means, in Germany, it means bro. Unban. He's German, I guess. What? One message. I won't spam again. Was being fat. What is that? First message. He said he won't spam again, though. I believe him. Klugi 07 Raid JL owner. And then I raided someone. And then let me guess what he did. I raided someone and he said NSFW ASI and Raider. Nice. I think I got misbanned. I'm your regular spam enjoyer. XDD tar wall of bar G2 at 12 aware. You put an ASI in the fucking Raider chat. Bro. And guys, I don't think I'm being too harsh on this, bro. Because it's like, if I raid someone, I send my community over. It's maybe a streamer who has 50 viewers and then they don't have any mods around, and then there's fucking toss stuff in his chat from Mike. Like, I just don't want to have it, you know? Does that make sense? I think it does. Bro, no. What? What does this mean? Everyone is saying this. Oh. C9 start? For real, for real? Oh!
There's often 4. Barton makes it work. All the headshots. And it's only Boomich back at the bomb site. Barton ducked down low. And Boomich is not giving that kill right now. He can't seek it out
Boomla
either.
1v3. We're right in time for the clutch.
Loose.
We're right in time for the clutch. So we will all remember. The Cs2 Major where Boomla 1v3'd Legacy.
Give it away.
Reloads his Glizzy. 20 bullets in his magazine now. Ready for the 1v3.
They should swing if he dies.
Bomb out of his hands. Has to pick it up.
Patient.
That's the incredible part about this clutch.
With the kill.
Time running out. Now you think, oh shit.
Fortunes obliterates him.
That's crazy. That final shot out of Barton, a thing of beauty. I mean, the
Follow the
first 3 were
script,
pretty good
bro,
as well.
please.
Hell of a pistol round there. Put forward from Barton and the Legacy crew, man. That's some real heat brought to the server immediately.
Yeah, I think this Legacy lineup is so interesting. Another Brazilian
all in on the
we
prediction.
Didn't expect to make such a run, but it's, you know, the old formation of a godsend squad who made it to a major. They were in Stockholm as well. They went out literally last place, but it was this core of Barton, Lato, Dumao playing under Taco instead, and now reunited with a different player from that legendary lineup in Coldzera. So I think it's a very cool story. These were meant to be the next upcoming big Brazilian talents, and while they showed some face in that old godsend team, they split up for the most part. Barton off to Red Knids, Latin Dumao, 0-0 Nation. Now they're back together, and the results are there. And much like Imperial were moments ago, looking to make a double upset run to 2-0.
Well, this one should be nice and easy. That's looking to be the case. Coldzera mopping them up over here in middle. Trying to farm up a bit of cash early on. And he's going to get all the gold. Coldzera, 4 kills and lots of money made. So he's laughing all the way to the bank at the end of that one.
Coldzera with a G.
There is this, I do this kind of prevalent theory that if you are around Fallen long enough, everyone just looks to become him. They just, everyone gets the IGL itch all of a sudden.
Yeah, I can see that.
We had that with Vinny earlier on. Coldzera, Taco. Hell, Art even in his own team.
No, I'm OP.
Vamos.
Nice start for Legacy. It's T-side of a pass. I'll give that to Cloud9.
Down 0-2, hello.
Too many things here though, Harry. A team that have been under some of the most criticism in Counter-Strike right now for the way the super team have formed their roles.
If 13-0 on this game,
leading, it has been exciting.
$2,000 giveaway.
Spray is ugly. At least
we double it up
for a kill. The AK is cycled
because this ain't
out
happening, bro.
And yeah, the criticism for Cloud9, well, we'll have to see here in Copenhagen if it's well-founded or not, if they can make the run of dreams.
By the way, this new AK, I remember on release, people were hating on it. It is so sexy.
Make a quick run through.
One of the best skins released in a while.
A shot for Dumao. In that game as well,
so clean, so clean.
Didn't get a single orb kill. It was all Boomich. You know, because sometimes we see on map dependent like Mirage, Perfecto sometimes going to grab that orb, but I think if someone is going to do it, I just want to see Boomich commit. Don't dilly-dally, don't flip-flop. It shows even less confidence, I think. If you're orbing, then orb. But here's all of this. Going for the boost up. Flick is nice. He's got a player trapped in the site. Nekus has dropped his gun, and Hobbit just runs him down. They lost the bomb earlier in the round. Forget it. They are running their way into A.
Yeah, Coldzera hears those footsteps running away, but with the MP9, he's got to do one
here
in middle. It's not helpful, but Cold still moves in.
No.
Cloud9 take the space. They've got all this control inside of the site now.
Imagine still had the nade.
Long. Coldzera's here pretty damn quickly. But they are anticipating this man in the back line.
An A nade.
They might go hunting for Dumao.
It's an SA nade, no?
Okay.
I love that.
They said they were cooking, Harry.
Oha.
It's Coldzera left up in this one. Perfecto right here and ready to deal with him. Instead
1v1.
Ooh,
bro, that could have been a Kobe.
low on health, but Cole's low on time, and Hobbit
Nice!
locks it in, keeping up appearances.
2K, by the way, 2K.
Had a great start to the day.
If 13-0, well.
Looks to keep the good times rolling in
Unlucky.
for Cloud9.
Just so important to start strong on T-side overpass, and you get, if you're not the pistol, your first gun round while they're still on bonus MP9s. And that's a very difficult round where Dumal's going to regret giving up the bomb, and Nekkis is going to regret dropping his gun. A couple of crucial mistakes for Legacy, and they come back to bite. That's insane. We love to see it. Confidence out of Cloud9, and hey, 4 major winners on this roster, damn well better be confident.
Guys, we are all cheering for Cloud9, by the way, no? Also, last chance on the prediction, and this time I mean it.
Feels like.
Enter now. Refresh the stream if you don't see it. F5.
I mean, considering he's not the default name you look to in this roster that was meant to be
All
the
Cloud9,
start.
wow.
He was the next to get cut. That's what the layman was saying, right? Gone with Hobbit, get in an AWP player. His major win was the longest to go. Axels is still yet to be founded, a player we're waiting to return to form. If it could be here in Copenhagen, that could spell a great sign for Cloud9, who are trying to do a very difficult thing in performing consistently at Tier 1 without a star AWP player. We haven't seen that.
I'm
since
closing it, I'm closing
Liquid
it.
and
I'm closing
Nitro,
it.
I don't think. And even then, he had his flashes.
Specifically on this map,
Yeah, that's a very
he
good point.
loved an overpass. Or
I mean, who doesn't? 4-point overpass. Mwah. Coldzera, show us why. Rotating
Shock
down B,
Zell.
Cloud9 coming in.
And
oh,
closed.
Dumau.
That's a bomb.
That one is free.
Why's the
I
bomb there?
never knew about him. And him and Barton continue to find success. Electronic going to try and restore a bit of order here, but smoke in his way. And if he walks this, he's a dead man. Dumau gets that one for free.
Didn't
That
do
was
no
a
damage
fake as
before
well.
he died.
They were going to go up con with 20 seconds. I mean, there was time if Axel made it through short, but that's very optimistic considering
Perfecto
they were
scout.
out monster.
What could go
they
wrong?
didn't have short control, and they had con control. So they're like, yeah, Axel, just bring the
Dude, the
bomb
fact
through
that
connector.
C9 has
That's
no
a very-
AWPA.
That's not a dry run strat. That's a mid round that has
Or
gone
like 3 AWPAs, but not
disastrously.
really.
Neck is nearly
How did they
lost
make
his
it to the
main gun
major?
again, but he was able to find it right near the
Someone
end.
unbind G.
Yeah.
Are AWPs
Just
that
use
bad
the
in
E
CS2?
key. It works, right?
That's crazy.
Oh, don't get me started.
Well, Legacy will take that. Confusion. Dumbfounded. But around, nonetheless.
Maybe something a little more up-tempo here for Cloud9 as they're fast grouped outside of B. No attention given to mid or connector. So they're looking for this short control, but on the jump check, Nekkers has seen them moving out into short. Smoke blowing open as Lato looks for a fight here. He was kind of the guy to keep an eye on alongside Coldzera in that matchup earlier on versus Furia. Not given the chance to get involved
Exile
early
04,
instead.
Boomla 03. We need to lock in, guys. Come on.
Jumping MP9, let's go.
So accurate in the air. But Perfecto is holding with a scout.
Oh, Rob style.
Sees him, he's out. Martin pushes off the back of that play, and Cloud9, last thing they're ready for, they're waiting for heads over the wall. That wallbang doesn't work,
Lol.
Electronic. They removed that.
What? The caster knows
Cloud9
it.
getting desperate. 40 seconds
Electronic
of the bomb coming back through
doesn't.
spawn.
How?